Quickly, they searched the bodies of the orcs, gathering their swords and cloven helms and shields into a heap.
But now Boromir has taken his road, and we must make haste to choose our own.
Nay, the riders are little more than 5 leagues distant, said Legolas.
Very well, said Ugluk. Leave them to me then. No killing, as I've told you before.
But do not let us be hasty.
Here we are, said Cheever.
Nothing was to be heard, save a faint quiver of the earth beneath the feet of the Ents.
The sword of Aragorn, stiff in his motionless hand, blazed with a sudden fire.
The miles went by. The waxing moon sank into the cloudy west.
That I would call aid. That is our present need.
Hail, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, he said.
The lightning flickered still, far off among the mountains in the south. A keen wind was blowing from the north again.
So great a power and royalty was revealed in Aragorn.
Is it so long since you listened to tales by the fireside?
Fine old fellow. Very polite.
Gandalf, Elrond, and Galadriel, perhaps now that his wickedness has been made bare.
I am giving you a last chance. You can leave Orthanc.
There he goes, instead of being turned into a stone himself to stand here forever as a warning.
There was another crack of thunder, and then the rain came.
Then presently Sam thought he saw a dark, bird-like figure wheel into the circle of his sight.
It was Sam's first view of a battle of men against men, and he did not like it much.
Then you won't see the fire, and I shan't see you, and we'll both be the happier.
They remind us of the youth of men, as they were in the elder days.
So tall were the spiny thickets that the hobbits could walk upright under them.
Gollum's fear and agitation became so great that he spoke again.
And he used to like tales himself once, by his own account.
Still as stones they stood, staring, waiting for they did not know what.
Frodo was lying face upward on the ground, and the monster was bending over him.
And then black despair came down on him, and Sam bowed to the ground.
So great was the shock that he almost swooned.
But as for you, lady, did you not accept the charge to govern the people?
But it's like things are in the world. Hopes fail. An end comes.
The cry brought Bilbo's heart to his mouth, but he held on.
Hello everyone and welcome to Tolkien Reading Day. Tomorrow is the actual Tolkien Reading Day, but we're going to have our celebrations today. For those of you that don't know, in 2003 the Tolkien Society started this event for us to celebrate the date that the One Ring was destroyed and for us to get together and enjoy the professor's work all together. So thank you so much to the Tolkien Society for starting this, and I'm so glad that you've come to enjoy the Soundscape and the professor's works. My name is Jordan Rennells, and I'm the creator of A Long Expected Soundscape, as well as many other soundscapes that you're going to hear about throughout the day. Now, some of you might be asking, what is a soundscape? I'm going to make it really as simple as I can. Normally we have the audiobooks, but what the soundscape is an accompaniment to go with those audiobooks. So for every chapter, I've laid out sound effects. For every moment, I've laid out ambience for each environment, and I've created an original score for each of those chapters as well. And it runs right along with the official audiobooks for The Lord of the Rings. And with The Lord of the Rings, I have it syncing up with Andy Serkis and Rob Inglis now, so you can get both of those included. And I'm working on other soundscapes that you'll hear about throughout the day. But that's the simple idea with it, and it'll be a lot easier to understand as we listen to it. But it's mixed with Dolby Atmos and 3D, so you'll hear music and movement all around in your headphones, which is a good reminder. If you're listening, please do put headphones in because the experience will not be the same without headphones. And it doesn't matter if you have really, really nice speakers. It's just not going to be the same without headphones because things are rendered in what we call binaural audio, which is simulated 3D audio. So with that in mind, let's play this quick little trailer so that you can get a further description of the soundscape, and then we will be back and dive into our readings really soon. I'm so excited for these soundscapes, and I'm excited to dive in. But before we get to the two towers, I wanted to say a few quick things. Firstly, the soundscape is my full-time job. So this is what I do. And I can't do this without the support of all of you awesome people listening and buying the soundscapes and supporting me. So I wanted to talk about 3 quick ways that you can do that if you're interested in helping me continue to work on future soundscapes. The first one, of course, is going to my website. You can find and purchase all of the soundscapes that we're going to mention throughout the day. And you can see on the side here, there will be QR codes throughout the day. So you can scan those and go directly to the page for each of the different soundscapes. And you can also find all that detail on my website, but it's nice and easy here on this side for you if you want. Next, I want to say that you can support on YouTube, so you can become a member if you want. And that's a little bit less and monthly kind of setup if you'd like. And if you want to do a one-time thing, then you can head to the Buy Me a Coffee link, which is in the description, and you can support me that way as well. And I really appreciate all of that and how it lets me continue to make these soundscapes for you all to enjoy. So plenty of ways to support, and leaving a comment and a like on this video is a huge way to help get the algorithm to show this to more people and more Tolkien fans. So please do that as well. So I'm going to be back midway through between books 3 and 4 to show you a few awesome trailers of new things that I have coming out. But for now, we're going to get into our first reading. And I did want to mention that our readings are in pairs, just so that Restream can support the amount of readings I have, because there's so many. So you'll kind of see them in 2 chunks, in chunks of 2, I should say. And then I'll load the next one up, and we'll have 2 and then the next one and so on, okay? So I really hope you enjoy, and we'll hand it over to Alan Sisto from the Prancing Pony podcast to get things started. Enjoy.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alan, the Man of the West from the Prancing Pony podcast, and thank you, Jordan, for letting me take part in this project. I'm going to be reading from the chapter The Departure of Boromir, located in the Two Towers. Quickly, they searched the bodies of the orcs, gathering their swords and cloven helms and shields into a heap. "See," cried Aragorn, "here we find tokens." He picked out from the pile of grim weapons 2 knives, leaf-bladed, damasked in gold and red, and searching further, he found also the sheaths, black, set with small red gems. "No orc tools, these," he said. "They were borne by the hobbits. Doubtless the orcs despoiled them, but feared to keep the knives, knowing them for what they are, work of Westernesse, wound about with spells for the bane of Mordor. Well, now if they still live, our friends are weaponless. I will take these things, hoping against hope, to give them back." "And I," said Legolas, "will take all the arrows that I can find, for my quiver is empty." He searched in the pile and on the ground about, and found not a few that were undamaged, and longer in the shaft than such arrows as the orcs were accustomed to use. He looked at them closely. And Aragorn looked on the slain, and he said, "Here lie many that are not folk of Mordor. Some are from the north, from the Misty Mountains, if I know anything of orcs and their kinds. And here are others strange to me. Their gear is not after the manner of orcs at all." There were 4 goblin soldiers of greater stature, swart, slant-eyed, with thick legs and large hands. They were armed with short, broad-bladed swords, not with the curved scimitars usual with orcs, and they had bows of yew, in length and shape like the bows of men. Upon their shields they bore a strange device, a small white hand in the center of a black field. On the front of their iron helms was set an S rune, wrought of some white metal. "I have not seen these tokens before," said Aragorn. "What do they mean?"
S is for Sauron, said Gimli. That is easy to read.
"Nay," said Legolas, "Sauron does not use the elf runes." "Neither does he use his right name, nor permit it to be spelt or spoken," said Aragorn. "And he does not use white. The orcs in the service of Barad-dûr use the sign of the red eye." He stood for a moment in thought. "S is for Saruman, I guess," he said at length. "There is evil afoot in Isengard, and the west is no longer safe. It is as Gandalf feared. By some means the traitor Saruman has had news of our journey. It is likely, too, that he knows of Gandalf's fall. Pursuers from Moria may have escaped the vigilance of Lórien, or they may have avoided that land and come to Isengard by other paths. Orcs travel fast. But Saruman has many ways of learning news. Do you remember the birds?"
"Well, we have no time to ponder riddles," said Gimli. "Let us bear Boromir away."
"But after that, we must guess the riddles, if we are to choose our course rightly," answered Aragorn.
"Maybe there is no right choice," said Gimli.
Taking his axe, the dwarf now cut several branches. These they lashed together with bowstrings and spread their cloaks upon the frame. Upon this rough bier they carried the body of their companion to the shore, together with such trophies of his last battle as they chose to send forth with him. It was only a short way, yet they found it no easy task, for Boromir was a man both tall and strong. At the waterside, Aragorn remained, watching the bier, while Legolas and Gimli hastened back on foot to Parthgalan. It was a mile or more, and it was some time before they came back, paddling 2 boats swiftly along the shore. "There is a strange tale to tell," said Legolas. "There are only 2 boats upon the bank. We could find no trace of the other."
"Have orcs been there?" asked Aragorn. "We saw no signs of them," answered Gimli, "and orcs would have taken or destroyed all the boats, and the baggage as well."
"I will look at the ground when we come there," said Aragorn. Now they laid Boromir in the middle of the boat that was to bear him away. The gray hood and elven cloak they folded and placed beneath his head. They combed his long dark hair and arrayed it upon his shoulders. The golden belt of Lórien gleamed about his waist. His helm they set beside him, and across his lap they laid the cloven horn and the hilt and shards of his sword. Beneath his feet they put the swords of his enemies. Then, fastening the prow to the stern of the other boat, they drew him out into the water. They rowed sadly along the shore, and turning into the swift-running channel, they passed the green sward of Parthgalan. The steep sides of Tol Brandir were glowing. It was now mid-afternoon. As they went south, the fume of Rauros rose and shimmered before them, a haze of gold. The rush and thunder of the falls shook the windless air. Sorrowfully, they cast loose the funeral boat. There Boromir lay, restful, peaceful, gliding upon the bosom of the flowing water. The stream took him while they held their own boat back with their paddles. He floated by them, and slowly his boat departed, waning to a dark spot against the golden light, and then suddenly it vanished. Rauros roared on, unchanging. The river had taken Boromir, son of Denethor, and he was not seen again in Minas Tirith, standing as he used to stand upon the White Tower in the morning. But in Gondor, in after days, it long was said that the elven boat rode the falls and the foaming pool, and bore him down through Osgiliath, and past the many mouths of Anduin, out into the great sea at night under the stars. For a while, the three companions remained silent, gazing after him. Then Aragorn spoke. "They will look for him from the White Tower," he said. "But he will not return from mountain or from sea."
Then they turned their boat and drove it with all the speed they could against the stream back to Pathgarlan. "You left the east wind to me," said Gimli, "but I will say naught of it." "That is as it should be," said Aragorn. "In Minas Tirith they endure the east wind, but they do not ask it for tidings. But now Boromir has taken his road, and we must make haste to choose our own." He surveyed the green lawn, quickly but thoroughly, stooping often to the earth. "No orcs have been on this ground," he said. "Otherwise, nothing can be made out for certain. All our footprints are here, crossing and recrossing. I cannot tell whether any of the hobbits have come back since the search for Frodo began." He returned to the bank, close to where the rill from the spring trickled out into the river. "There are some clear prints here," he said. "A hobbit waded out into the water and back, but I cannot say how long ago." "How then do you read this riddle?" asked Gimli. Aragorn did not answer at once, but went back to the camping place and looked at the baggage. "2 packs are missing," he said, "and one is certainly Sam's. It was rather large and heavy. This, then, is the answer. Frodo has gone by boat, and his servant has gone with him. Frodo must have returned while we were all away. I met Sam going up the hill, and told him to follow me, but plainly he did not do so. He guessed his master's mind, and came back before Frodo had gone. He did not find it easy to leave Sam behind." "But why should he leave us behind and without a word?" said Gimli. "That was a strange deed." "And a brave deed," said Aragorn. "Sam was right, I think. Frodo did not wish to lead any friend to death with him in Mordor, but he knew that he must go himself. Something happened after he left us that overcame his fear and doubt. Maybe hunting orcs came on him and he fled," said Legolas. "He fled, certainly," said Aragorn, "but not, I think, from orcs." What he thought was the cause of Frodo's sudden resolve and flight, Aragorn did not say. The last words of Boromir he long kept secret. "Well, so much at least is now clear," said Legolas. "Frodo is no longer on this side of the river, only he can have taken the boat. And Sam is with him, only he would have taken his pack. Our choice then," said Gimli, "is either to take the remaining boat and follow Frodo, or else to follow the orcs on foot. There is little hope either way. We have already lost precious hours." "Let me think," said Aragorn. "And now may I make a right choice, and change the evil fate of this unhappy day." He stood silent for a moment. "I will follow the orcs," he said at last. "I would have guided Frodo to Mordor and gone with him to the end. But if I seek him now in the wilderness, I must abandon the captives to torment and death. My heart speaks clearly at last. The fate of the bearer is in my hands no longer. The company has played its part. Yet we that remain cannot forsake our companions while we have strength left. Come, we will go now. Leave all that can be spared behind. We will press on by day and dark. They drew up the last boat and carried it to the trees. They laid beneath it such of their goods as they did not need and could not carry away. Then they left Pathgarlan. The afternoon was fading as they came back to the glade where Boromir had fallen. There they picked up the trail of the orcs. It needed little skill to find. No other folk make such a trampling, said Legolas. It seems their delight to slash and beat down growing things that are not even in their way. But they go with a great speed for all that, said Aragorn, and they do not tire, and later we may have to search for our bath in hard, bare lands. Well, after them, said Gimli. Dwarves too can go swiftly, and they do not tire sooner than orcs, but it will be a long chase. They have a long start. Yes, said Aragorn. We shall all need the endurance of dwarves, but come, with hope or without hope, we will follow the trail of our enemies, and woe to them if we prove the swifter. We will make such a chase as shall be accounted a marvel among the three kindreds, elves, dwarves, and men. Forth, the three hunters! Like a deer he sprang away. Through the trees he sped. On and on he led them, tireless and swift, now that his mind was at last made up. The woods about the lake they left behind. Long slopes they climbed, dark, hard-edged against the sky, already red with sunset. Dusk came. They passed away, grey shadows in a stony land.
Riders, cried Aragorn, springing to his feet. Many riders on swift steeds are coming towards us. Yes, said Legolas. There are 105. Yellow is their hair, and bright are their spears. Their leader is very tall. Aragorn smiled. Keen are the eyes of the elves, he said. Nay, the riders are little more than 5 leagues distant, said Legolas. 5 leagues, or 1, said Gimli. We cannot escape them in this bare land. Shall we wait for them here, or go on our way? We will wait, said Aragorn. I am weary, and our hunt has failed, or at least others were before us. For these horsemen are riding back down the Orc Trail. We may get news from them. Or spears, said Gimli. There are 3 empty saddles, but I see no hobbits, said Legolas. I did not say that we should hear good news, said Aragorn, but, evil or good, we will await it here. The 3 companions now left the hilltop, where they might be an easy mark against the pale sky, and they walked slowly down the northward slope. A little above the hill's foot, they halted, and wrapping their cloaks about them, they sat huddled together upon the faded grass. The time passed slowly and heavily. The wind was thin and searching. Gimli was uneasy. What do you know of these horsemen, Aragorn? He said. Do we sit here waiting for sudden death? I have been among them, answered Aragorn. They are proud. and willful. But they are true-hearted, generous in thought and deed, bold but not cruel, wise but unlearned, writing no books but singing many songs after the manner of the children of men before the dark years. But I do not know what has happened here of late, nor in what mind the Rohirrim may now be between the traitor Saruman and the threat of Sauron. They have long been friends of the people of Gondor, though they are not akin to them. It was in forgotten years, long ago, that Eorl the Young brought them out of the north, and their kinship is rather with the Bardings of Dale and the Beornings of the wood, among whom may still be seen many men tall and fair, as are the riders of Rohan. At least they will not love the orcs. But Gandalf spoke of a rumor that they pay tribute to Mordor, said Gimli. I believe it no more than did Boromir, answered Aragorn. You will soon learn the truth, said Legolas. Already they approach. At length even Gimli could hear the distant beat of galloping hoofs. The horsemen following the trail had turned from the river and were drawing near the downs. They were riding like the wind. Now the cries of clear, strong voices came ringing over the fields. Suddenly they swept up with a noise like thunder, and the foremost horseman swerved, passing by the foot of the hill and leading the host back southward along the western skirts of the downs. After him they rode, a long line of mail-clad men, swift, shining, fell and fair to look upon. Their horses were of great stature, strong and clean-limbed. Their grey coats glistened, their long tails flowed in the wind, their manes were braided on their proud necks. The men that rode them matched them well, tall and long-limbed, their hair flaxen pale flowed under their light helms, and streamed in long braids behind them. Their faces were stern and keen. In their hands were tall spears of ash, painted shields were slung at their backs, long swords were at their belts, their burnished shirts of mail hung down upon their knees. In pairs they galloped by, and though every now and then one rose in his stirrups and gazed ahead and to either side, they appeared not to perceive the three strangers sitting silently and watching them. The host had almost passed when suddenly Aragorn stood up and called in a loud voice, "What news from the north, riders of Rohan?" With astonishing speed and skill they checked their steeds, wheeled, and came charging round. Soon the three companions found themselves in a ring of horsemen, moving in a running circle, up the hill slope behind them and down, round and round them, and drawing ever inwards. Aragorn stood silent, and the other two sat without moving, wondering what way things would turn. Without word or cry, suddenly the riders halted. A thicket of spears was pointed towards the strangers, and some of the horsemen had bows in hand, and their arrows were already fitted to the string. Then one rode forward, a tall man, taller than all the rest. From his helm as a crest, a white horsetail flowed. He advanced until the point of his spear was within a foot of Aragorn's breast. Aragorn did not stir. "Who are you, and what are you doing in this land?" said the rider, using the common speech of the West, in manner and tone like to the speech of Boromir, man of Gondor.
Neither Pippin nor Merry remembered much of the latter part of the journey. Evil dreams and evil waking were blended into a long tunnel of misery, with hope growing ever fainter behind. They ran and they ran, striving to keep up the pace set by the orcs, licked every now and then with a cruel thong cunningly handled. If they halted or stumbled, they were seized and dragged for some distance. The warmth of the orc draught had gone. Pippin felt cold and sick again. Suddenly he fell face downward on the turf. Hard hands with rending nails gripped and lifted him. He was carried like a sack once more, and darkness grew about him. Whether the darkness of another night or the blindness of his eyes, he could not tell. Dimly he became aware of voices clamoring. It seemed that many of the orcs were demanding a halt. Ugluk was shouting. He felt himself flung to the ground, and he lay as he fell, till black dreams took him. But he did not long escape from pain. Soon the iron grip of merciless hands was on him again. For a long time he was tossed and shaken, and then slowly the darkness gave way, and he came back to the waking world and found that it was morning. Orders were shouted, and he was thrown roughly on the grass. There he lay for a while, fighting with despair. His head swam, but from the heat in his body he guessed that he had been given another draught. An orc stooped over him and flung him some bread and a strip of raw, dried flesh. He ate the stale gray bread hungrily, but not the meat. He was famished, but not yet so famished as to eat flesh flung to him by an orc, the flesh of he dared not guess what creature. He sat up and looked about. Mary was not far away. They were by the banks of a swift, narrow river. Ahead mountains loomed. A tall peak was catching the first rays of the sun. A dark smudge of forest lay on the lower slopes before them. There was much shouting and debating among the orcs. A quarrel seemed on the point of breaking out again between the northerners and the Isengarders. Some were pointing back away south, and some were pointing eastward. "Very well," said Ugluk. "Leave them to me, then. No killing, as I've told you before. But if you want to throw away what we've come all the way to get, throw it away. I'll look after it. Let the fighting Uruk-hai do the work as usual. If you're afraid of the Whiteskins, run! Run! There's the forest," he shouted, pointing ahead. "Get to it! It's your best hope! Off you go! And quick, before I knock a few more heads off to put more sense into the others." There was some cursing and scuffling, and then most of the northerners broke away and dashed off, over 100 of them, running wildly along the river toward the mountains. The hobbits were left with the Isengarders, a grim, dark band, 80 at least of large, swart, slant-eyed orcs with great bows and short, broad-bladed swords. A few of the larger and bolder northerners remained with them. "Now we'll deal with Grishbach," said Ugluk, but even some of his own followers were looking uneasily southward. "I know," growled Ugluk. "The cursed horse boys have got wind of us, but that's all your fault, Snaga. You and the other scouts ought to have your ears cut off, but we are the fighters. We'll feast on horse flesh yet, or something better." At that moment, Pippin saw why some of the troop had been pointing eastward. From that direction there now came hoarse cries, and there was Grishlach again, and at his back a couple of score of others like him, long-armed, crook-legged orcs. They had a red eye painted on their shields. Ugluk stepped forward to meet them. "So you've come back," he said. "Thought better of it, eh?" "I've returned to see orders are carried out and the prisoners safe," answered Grishlach. "Indeed," said Ugluk. "Waste of effort. I'll see that orders are carried out in my command. And what else did you come back for? You went in a hurry. Did you leave anything behind?" "I left a fool," snarled Grishlach, "but there are some stout fellows with him that are too good to lose. I knew you'd lead them into a mess. I've come to help them." "Splendid," laughed Ugluk. "But unless you've got some guts for fighting, you've taken the wrong way. Lugvach was your road. The Whiteskins are coming. What's happened to your precious Nazgul? Has he had another mount shot under him? Now, if you brought him along, that might be useful, if these Nazgul are all they make out." "Nazgul, Nazgul," said Grishlach, shivering and licking his lips, as if the word had a foul taste he savored painfully. "You speak of what is deep beyond the reach of your muddy dreams, Ugluk," he said. "Nazgul. Ah, how they make out. One day you'll wish that you had not said that. Ape," he snarled fiercely, "you ought to know they're the apple of the great eye, but the winged Nazgul, not yet, not yet. He won't let them show themselves across the great river yet, not too soon. They're for the war and other purposes." "You seem to know a lot," said Ugluk. "More than is good for you, I guess. Perhaps those in Lugbert might wonder how and why. But in the meantime, the Uruk-hai of Isengard can do the dirty work as usual. Don't stand slavering there. Get your rabble together. The other swine are legging it to the forest. You better follow. You wouldn't make it back to the great river alive. Right off the mark. Now. I'll be on your heels." The Isengarders seized Merry and Pippin again and slung them on their backs. Then the troop started off. Hour after hour they ran, pausing now and again only to sling the hobbits to fresh carriers. Either because they were quicker and hardier, or because of some plan of Grishlach's, the Isengarders gradually passed through the orcs of Mordor, and Grishlach's folks closed in behind. Soon they were gaining also on the northerners ahead. The forest began to draw nearer. Pippin was bruised and torn. His aching head was grated by the filthy jowl and hairy ear of the orc that held him. Immediately in front were bowed backs, and tough, thick legs going up and down, unresisting, as if they were made of wire and horn, beating out the nightmare seconds of an endless time. In the afternoon, Ugluk's troop overtook the northerners. They were flagging in the rays of the bright sun, winter sun shining in a pale, cool sky though it was. Their heads were down and their tongues lolling out. "Maggots!" jeered the Isengarders. "You're cooked! The Whiteskins will catch you and eat you! They're coming!" A cry from Grishlach showed this was not mere jest. Horsemen, riding very swiftly, had indeed been sighted, still far behind but gaining on the orcs, gaining on them like a tide over the flats on folk straying in quicksand. The Isengarders began to run with a redoubled pace that astonished Pippin. A terrific spurt it seemed for the end of a race. Then he saw the sun was sinking, falling behind the misty mountains. Shadows reached over the land. The soldiers of Mordor lifted their heads and also began to put on speed. The forest was dark and close. Already they had passed a few outlying trees. The land was beginning to slope upward, ever more steeply, but the orcs did not halt. Both Ugluk and Grishlach shouted, spurring them on to a last effort. "They will make it yet! They will escape!" thought Pippin. And then he managed to twist his neck, so as to glance back with one eye over his shoulder. He saw the riders away eastward were already level with the orcs, galloping over the plain. The sunset gilded their spears and helmets and glinted in their pale flowing hair. They were hemming the orcs in, preventing them from scattering and driving them along the line of the river. He wondered very much what kind of folk they were. He wished now that he had learned more in Rivendell, and looked more at maps and things, but in those days the plans for the journey seemed to be in more competent hands, and he had never reckoned with being cut off from Gandalf, or from Strider, or even from Frodo. All that he could remember about Rohan was that Gandalf's horse, Shadowfax, had come from that land. That sounded hopeful as far as it went. But how will they know that we are not orcs, he thought. I don't suppose they've ever heard of hobbits down here. I suppose I ought to be glad that beastly orcs look like being destroyed, but I'd rather be safe myself. The chances were that he and Merry would be killed together with their captors before ever the men of Rohan were aware of them. A few of the riders appeared to be bowmen, skilled at shooting from a running horse. Riding swiftly into range, they shot arrows at the orcs that straggled behind, and several of them fell, and then the riders wheeled away out of the range of the answering bows of their enemies, who shot wildly, not daring to halt. This happened many times, and on one occasion arrows fell among the Isengarders. One of them, just in front of Pippin, stumbled and did not get up again. Night came down without the riders closing in for battle. Many orcs had fallen, but fully 200 remained. In the early darkness, the orcs came to a hillock. The eaves of the forest were very near, probably no more than 3 furlongs away, but they could go no further. The horsemen had encircled them. A small band disobeyed Ugluk's command and ran on toward the forest. Only 3 returned. "Here we are," sneered Grishlach. "Fine leadership. I hope the great Ugluk will lead us out again." "Put those halflings down," ordered Ugluk, taking no notice of Grishlach. "You, Lugdush, get 2 others and stand guard over them. They're not to be killed unless the filthy whiteskins break through. Understand? As long as I'm alive, I want them. But they're not to cry out, and they're not to be rescued. Bind their legs!" The last part of the order was carried out mercilessly, but Pippin found that for the first time he was close to Merry. The orcs were making a great deal of noise, shouting and clashing their weapons, and the hobbits managed to whisper together for a while. "I don't think much of this," said Merry. "I feel nearly done in. Don't think I could crawl away far, even if I was free." "Lembas!" whispered Pippin. "Lembas! I've got some. Have you? I don't think they've taken anything but our swords." "Yes, I had a packet in my pocket," answered Merry, "but it must be battered to crumbs. Anyway, I can't put my mouse in my pocket." "You won't have to. But just then a savage kick warned Pippin the noise had died down and the guards were watchful.
"Hello," said Mary. "The sun must have run into a cloud while we've been under these trees, and now she has run out again. Or else she has climbed high enough to look down through some opening. It isn't far. Let's go and investigate." They found it was further than they thought. The ground was rising steeply still, and it was becoming increasingly stony. The light grew broader as they went on, and soon they saw that there was a rock wall before them, the side of a hill or the abrupt end of some long route thrust out by the distant mountains. No trees grew on it, and the sun was falling full on its stony face. The twigs of the trees at its foot were stretched out stiff and still, as if reaching out to the warmth. Where all had looked so shabby and gray before, the wood now gleamed with rich browns, and with the smooth black grays of bark like polished leather. The boles of the trees glowed with a soft green like young grass. Early spring or a fleeting vision of it was about them. In the face of the stony wall there was something like a stair, natural perhaps, and made by the weathering and splitting of the rock, for it was rough and uneven. High up, almost level with the tops of forest trees, there was a shelf under a cliff. Nothing grew there but a few grasses and weeds at its edge, and one old stump of a tree with only 2 bent branches left. It looked almost like the figure of some gnarled old man standing there, blinking in the morning light. "Up we go," said Mary joyfully. "Now for a breath of air and a sight of the land." They climbed and scrambled up the rock. If the stair had been made, it was for bigger feet and longer legs than theirs. They were too eager to be surprised at the remarkable way in which the cuts and sores of their captivity had healed and their vigor had returned. They came at length to the edge of the shelf, almost at the feet of the old stump. Then they sprang up and turned round with their backs to the hill, breathing deep and looking out eastward. They saw that they had only come some 3 or 4 miles into the forest. The heads of the trees marched down the slopes towards the plain. There, near the fringe of the forest, tall spires of curling black smoke went up, wavering and floating towards them. "The wind's changing," said Mary. "It's turned east again. It feels cool up here." "Yes," said Pippin. "I'm afraid this is only a passing gleam, and it will all go gray again. What a pity! This shaggy old forest looks so different in the sunlight. I almost felt I liked the place." "Almost felt you liked the forest? That's good. That's uncommonly kind of you," said a strange voice. "Turn round and let me have a look at your faces. I almost feel that I dislike you both, but do not let us be hasty. Turn around." A large knob-knuckled hand was laid on each of their shoulders, and they were twisted round, gently but irresistibly. Then 2 great arms lifted them up. They found that they were looking at a most extraordinary face. It belonged to a large, man-like, almost troll-like figure, at least 14 foot high, very sturdy, with a tall head and hardly any neck. Whether it was clad in stuff like green and gray bark, or whether that was its hide, was difficult to say. At any rate, the arms, at a short distance from the trunk, were not wrinkled, but covered with a brown, smooth skin. The large feet had 7 toes each. The lower part of the long face was covered with a sweeping gray beard, bushy, almost twiggy at the roots, thin and mossy at the ends. But at the moment the hobbits noted little but the eyes. These deep eyes were now surveying them, slow and solemn, but very penetrating. They were brown, shot with a green light. Often afterwards, Pippin tried to describe his first impression of them. "One felt as if there was an enormous well behind them, filled up with ages of memory and long, slow, steady thinking. But their surface was sparkling with the present, like sun shimmering on the outer leaves of a vast tree, or on the ripples of a very deep lake. I don't know, but it felt as if something that grew in the ground, asleep you might say, or just feeling itself as something between root tip and leaf tip, between deep earth and sky, had suddenly waked up, and was considering you with the same slow care that it had given to its own inside affairs for endless years. Murmured the voice, a deep voice like a very deep woodwind instrument. Very odd indeed. Do not be hasty. That is my motto. But if I had seen you before I heard your voices, I liked them. Nice little voices. They reminded me of something I cannot remember. If I had seen you before I heard you, I should have just trodden on you, taking you for little orcs, and found out my mistake afterwards. Very odd you are indeed. Root and twig, very odd.
Here we are, said Treebeard, breaking his long silence. I have brought you about 70,000 enshrides, but what that comes to in the measurement of your land, I do not know. Anyhow, we are near the roots of the last mountain. Part of the name of this place might be Wellingham. If it were turned into your language, I like it. We will stay here tonight. He set them down on the grass between the aisles of the trees, and they followed him towards the great arch. The hobbits now noticed that as he walked, his knees hardly bent, but his legs opened in a great stride. He planted his big toes, and they were indeed big, very broad, on the ground first, before any other part of his feet. For a moment, Treebeard stood under the rain of the falling spring and took a deep breath. Then he laughed and passed inside. A great stone table stood there, but no chairs. At the back of the bay, it was already quite dark. Treebeard lifted two great vessels and stood them on the table. They seemed to be filled with water, but he held his hands over them, and immediately they began to glow, one with a golden and the other with a rich green light, and the blending of the two lights lit the bay, as if the sun of summer were shining through a roof of young leaves. Looking back, the hobbits saw that the trees in the court had also begun to glow, faintly at first, but steadily quickening, until every leaf was edged with light, some green, some gold, some red as copper, while the tree trunks looked like pillars molded out of luminous stone. Well, we can talk again, said Treebeard. You are thirsty, I expect. Perhaps you are also tired. Drink this. We went to the back of the bay, and then they saw that several tall stone jars stood there, with heavy lids. He removed one of the lids and dipped in a great ladle, and with it filled 3 bowls, one very large bowl and 2 smaller ones. This is an ant house, he said, and there are no seats out here, but you may sit on the table. Picking up the hobbits, he set them on the great stone slab, 6 feet above the ground, and there they sat, dangling their legs and drinking in sips. The drink was like water, indeed, very like the taste of the draughts that they had drunk from the Entwash near the borders of the forest, and yet there was some scent or savor in it which they could not describe. It was faint, but it reminded them of the smell of a distant wood, borne from afar by a cool breeze at night. The effect of the draught began at the toes. and rose steadily through every limb, bringing refreshment and vigor as it coursed upwards, right to the tips of the hair. Indeed, the hobbits felt that the hair on their heads was actually standing up, waving and curling and growing. As for Treebeard, he first laved his feet in a basin beyond the arch, and then he drained his bowl at one draught, one long, slow draught. The hobbits thought he would never stop. At last he set the bowl down again. He sighed. Now we can talk easier. You can sit on the floor, and I will lie down. That will prevent this drink from rising to my head and sending me to sleep. On the right side of the bay, there was a great bed on low legs, not more than a couple of feet high, covered in deep grass and bracken. Treebeard lowered himself slowly onto this, with only the slightest sign of bending at his middle, until he lay at full length, with his arms behind his head, looking up at the ceiling, upon which lights were flickering, like the play of leaves in the sunshine. Merry and Pippin sat beside him on pillows of grass. Now, tell me your tale, and do not hurry, said Treebeard. The hobbits began to tell him the story of their adventures ever since they left Hobbiton. They followed no very clear order, for they interrupted one another continually, and Treebeard often stopped the speaker and went back to some earlier point, or jumped forward asking questions about later events. They said nothing whatever about the ring, and did not tell him why they set out or where they were going to, and he did not ask for any reasons. He was immensely interested in everything, in the Black Riders, in Elrond and Rivendell, in the Old Forest and Tom Bombadil, in the mines of Moria, and in Lothlorien and Galadriel. He made them describe the Shire and his country over and over again. He said an odd thing at this point. You never see any, Ents around there, do you? He asked. Well, not Ents. Entwives, I should really say. Entwives, said Pippin. Are they like you at all? Yes. Well, no. I do not really know now, said Treebeard thoughtfully. But they would like your country, so I just wondered. Treebeard was, however, especially interested in everything that concerned Gandalf, and most interested of all in Saruman's doings. The hobbits regretted very much that they knew so little about them. Only a rather vague report by Sam of what Gandalf had told the council. But they were clear at any rate that Ugluk and his troop came from Isengard, and spoke of Saruman as their master. Said Treebeard, when at last their story had wound and wandered down to the battle of the orcs and the riders of Rohan. Well, that is a bundle of news, and no mistake. You have not told me all. No, indeed, not by a long way. But I do not doubt that you are doing as Gandalf would wish. There is something very big going on. That I can see. By roots and twig. It is but a strange business. Up sprout a little folk that are not in the old lists, and behold, the 9 forgotten riders reappear to hunt them, and Gandalf takes them on a great journey, and Galadriel harbors them in Caras Galadon, and orcs pursue them down all the leagues of Wilderland. Indeed, they seem to be caught up in a great storm. I hope they weather it. And what about yourself? Asked Mary. I have not trouble about the great wars, said Treebeard. They mostly concern elves and men. That is the business of wizards. Wizards are always troubled about the future. I do not like worrying about the future. I am not altogether on anybody's side, because nobody is altogether on my side. If you understand me. Nobody cares for the woods as I care for them. Not even elves nowadays. Still, I take more kindly to elves than to others. It was the elves that cured us of dumbness long ago, and that was a great gift. It cannot be forgotten, though our waves have parted since. And there are some things, of course, whose side I am altogether not on. I am against them altogether, these Barroom.
Suddenly, they were aware that everything was very quiet. The whole forest stood in listening silence. Of course, the Ent voices had stopped. What did that mean? Bregalad was standing up erect and tense, looking back northwards towards Durndingle. Then with a crash came a great ringing Rahuna. The trees quivered and bent as if a gust had struck them. There was another pause, and then a marching music began like solemn drums, and above the rolling beats and booms, there welled voices singing high and strong.
We come with roll of drum. Ta-room,
The Ents were coming. Ever nearer and louder rose their song.
We come with horn and drum. Ta-room,
Bregalad picked up the hobbits and strode from his house. Before long, they saw the marching line approaching the Ents. The Ents were swinging along with great strides down the slope towards them. Treebeard was at their head, and some 50 followers were behind him, 2 abreast, keeping step with their feet and beating time with their hands upon their flanks. As they drew near, the flash and flicker of their eyes could be seen. Called Treebeard when he caught sight of Bregalad and the hobbits.
Join the moot Isengard.
The Ents cried in many voices.
To Isengard. To Isengard. O Isengard, be ringed and barred with doors of stone. O Isengard, be strong and hard, as cold as stone and bare as bone. We go to war, to hew the stone and break the door. For bowl and bow are burning now, the furnace roars. We go to war, to land of gloom, with a tramp of doom, with roll of drum. We come. To Isengard, with doom we come, with doom we come, with doom we come.
So they sang as they marched southwards. Bregalad, his eyes shining, swung into the line beside Treebeard. The old Ent now took the hobbits back and set them on his shoulders again. And so they rode proudly at the head of the singing company, with beating hearts and heads held high. Though they had expected something to happen eventually, they were amazed at the change that had come over the Ents. It seemed now as sudden as the bursting of a flood that had long been held back by a dike. The Ents made up their minds rather quickly after all, didn't they? Pippin ventured to say after some time, when for a moment the singing paused and the beating of the hands and feet was heard.
Quickly,
said Treebeard.
Yes, indeed. Quicker than I expected. Indeed, I have not been seen and roused like this for many an age. We Ents do not like being roused. And we never are roused unless it is clear to us that our trees and our lives are in danger. That has not happened in this forest since the wars of Sauron and the men of the sea. It is the orc work of what and who, how, without even the bad excuse of feeding fires. That was so angered us in the treachery of the neighbor who should have helped us. Wizards ought to know better. They do know better. There is no curse in Elvish, Entish, or the tongue of men bad enough for such treachery. How with Saruman?
Will you really break the doors of Isengard? Asked Merry.
Oh, well, we could, you know. You do not know, perhaps, how strong we are. Maybe you have heard of trolls. They are mighty strong, but trolls are only counterfeits, made by the enemy in the great darkness, in mockery of events, as orcs were of elves. We are stronger than trolls. We are made of bones of the earth. We can split stone like the roots of trees, only quick, far quicker. If our minds are roused, if we are not hewn down or destroyed by fire or blast of sorcery, we could split Isengard into splinters and cracks and balls into rubble.
But Saruman will try to stop you, won't he?
Yes, that is so. I have not forgotten it. Indeed, I have thought long about it. But you see, many of the Ents are younger than I am, by many lives of trees. They are all roused now, and their mind is all on one thing: breaking Isengard. But They will start thinking again before long. It will cool down a little when we take our evening drink. What a thirst we will have. But let them march now and sing. We have a long way to go, and there's time ahead for thought. It is something to have started.
Treebeard marched on, singing with the others for a while. But after a time his voice died to a murmur and fell silent again. Pippin could see that his old brow was wrinkled and knotted. At last he looked up, and Pippin could see a sad look in his eyes. Sad, but not unhappy. There was a light in them, as if the green flame had sunk deeper into the dark wells of his thoughts.
Of course, it is likely enough, my friends,
he said slowly.
Likely enough that we are going to our doom. The last march of the Ents. But if we stayed at home and did nothing, doom would find us anyway, sooner or later. That thought has been long growing in our hearts, and that is why we are marching now. It was not a hasty resolve. Now, at least, the last march of the Ents may be worth a song. Aye,
he sighed.
We may help the other peoples before we pass away. Still, I should have liked to see the songs come true about the Entwives. I should dearly have liked to see Vimbreth again. But there, my friends, songs like trees bear fruit only in their own time, in their own way. And sometimes they are withered, untimely.
The Ents were striding on at a great pace. They had descended into a long fold of the land that fell away southward. Now they began to climb up and up onto the high western ridge. The woods fell away, and they came to scattered groups of birch and then to bare slopes, where only a few gaunt pine trees grew. The sun sank behind the dark hill back in front. Gray dusk fell. Pippin looked behind. The number of the Ents had grown. Or what was happening? Where the dim bare slopes that they had crossed should lie, he thought he saw groves of trees. But they were moving. Could it be that the trees of Fangorn were awake, and the forest was rising, marching over the hills to war? He rubbed his eyes, wondering if sleep and shadow had deceived him. But the great shapes moved steadily onward. There was a noise, like wind in many branches. The Ents were drawing near the crest of the ridge now, and all song had ceased. Night fell, and there was silence. Nothing was to be heard save a faint quiver of the earth beneath the feet of the Ents, and a rustle, the shade of a whisper as of many drifting leaves. At last they stood upon the summit and looked down into a dark pit. There was a great cleft at the end of the mountains, Non-Kulinir, the valley of Saruman.
Night lies over Isengard,
said Treebeard.
Well met, I say again, said the old man, coming towards them. When he was a few feet away, he stood, stooping over his staff, with his head thrust forward, peering at them from under his hood. And what may you be doing in these parts? An elf, a man, and a dwarf, all clad in elvish fashion. No doubt there is a tale worth hearing behind it all. Such things are not often seen here. You speak as one who knows Fangorn well, said Aragorn. Is that so? Not well, said the old man. That will be the study of many lives, but I come here now and again. Might we know your name and then hear what it is that you have to say to us, said Aragorn. The morning passes, and we have an errand that will not wait. As for what I wish to say, I have said it. What may you be doing, and what tale can you tell of yourselves? As for my name, he broke off, laughing long and softly. Aragorn felt a shudder run through him at the sound, a strange cold thrill, and yet it was not fear or terror that he felt. Rather it was like the sudden bite of a keen air, or the slap of a cold rain that wakes an uneasy sleeper. My name, said the old man again. Have you not guessed it already? You have heard it before, I think. Yes, you have heard it before. But come now, what of your tale? The three companions stood silent and made no answer. There are some who would begin to doubt whether your errand is fit to tell, said the old man. Happily, I know something of it. You are tracking the footsteps of 2 young hobbits, I believe. Yes, hobbits. Don't stare as if you have never heard the strange name before. You have, and so have I. Well, they climbed up here the day before yesterday, and they met someone that they did not expect. Does that comfort you? And now you would like to know where they were taken. Well, maybe I can give you some news about that. But why are we standing? Your errand, you see, is no longer as urgent as you thought. Let us sit down and be more at ease. The old man turned away and went towards a heap of fallen stones and rock at the foot of the cliff behind. Immediately, as if a spell had been removed, the others relaxed and stirred. Gimli's hand went at once to his axe haft. Aragorn drew his sword. Legolas picked up his bow. The old man took no notice, but stooped and sat himself on a low, flat stone. Then his gray cloak drew apart, and they saw, beyond doubt, that he was clothed beneath all in white. Saruman! Cried Gimli, springing towards him with his axe in hand. Speak! Tell us where you have hidden our friends! What have you done with them? Speak, or I'll make a dent in your heart that even a wizard will find it hard to deal with. The old man was too quick for him. He sprang to his feet and leapt to the top of a large rock. There he stood, grown suddenly tall, towering above them. His hood and his gray rags were flung away. His white garments shone. He lifted up his staff, and Gimli's axe leapt from his grasp and fell ringing on the ground. The sword of Aragorn, stiff in his motionless hand, blazed with a sudden fire. Legolas gave a great shout and shot an arrow high into the air. It vanished in a flash of flame. Mithrandir! He cried. Mithrandir! Well met, I say to you again, Legolas, said the old man. They all gazed at him. His hair was white as snow in the sunshine, and gleaming white was his robe. The eyes under his deep brows were bright, piercing as the rays of the sun. Power was in his hand. Between wonder, joy, and fear, they stood and found no words to say. At last Aragorn stirred. Gandalf, he said, beyond all hope you returned to us in our need. What veil was over my sight? Gandalf! Gimli said nothing, but sank to his knees, shading his eyes. Gandalf, the old man repeated, as if recalling from old memory a long disused word. Yes, that was the name. I was Gandalf. He stepped down from the rock, and picking up his gray cloak, wrapped it about him. It seemed as if the sun had been shining, but now was hid in cloud again. Yes, you may still call me Gandalf, he said, and the voice was the voice of their old friend and guide. Get up, my good Gimli. No blame to you, and no harm done to me. Indeed, my friends, none of you have any weapon that could hurt me. Be merry, we meet again, at the turn of the tide. The great storm is coming, but the tide has turned. He laid his hand on Gimli's head, and the dwarf looked up and laughed suddenly. Gandalf, he said, but you are all in white. Yes, I am white now, said Gandalf. Indeed, I am Saruman, one might almost say. Saruman as he should have been. But come now, tell me of yourselves. I have passed through fire and deep water since we parted. I have forgotten much that I thought I knew, and learned again much that I had forgotten. I can see many things far off, but many things that are close at hand I cannot see. Tell me of yourselves. What do you wish to know? Said Aragorn. All that has happened since we parted on the bridge would be a long tale. Will you not first give us news of the hobbits? Did you find them, and are they safe? No, I did not find them, said Gandalf. There was a darkness over the valleys of the Emin-Wheel, and I did not know of their captivity until the eagle told me. The eagle, said Legolas. I have seen an eagle high and far off. The last time was 4 days ago above the Emin-Wheel. Yes, said Gandalf. That was Gwaihir, the Windlord, who rescued me from Orthanc. I sent him before me to watch the river and gather tidings. His sight is keen, but he cannot see all that passes under hill and tree. Some things he has seen, and others I have seen myself. The ring is now passed beyond my help, or the help of any of the company that set out from Rivendell. Very nearly it was revealed to the enemy, but it escaped. I had some part in that, for I sat in a high place, and I strove with the dark tower, and the shadow passed. Then I was weary, very weary, and I walked long in dark thought. Then you know about Frodo, said Gimli. How do things go with him? I cannot say. He was saved from a great peril, but many lie before him still. He resolved to go alone to Mordor, and he set out. That is all that I can say. Not alone, said Legolas. We think that Sam went with him. Did he? Said Gandalf, and there was a gleam in his eye and a smile on his face. Did he indeed? It is news to me, yet it does not surprise me. Good. Very good. You lighten my heart. You must tell me more. Now sit by me and tell me the tale of your journey.
Chapter 6. The King of the Golden Hall. They rode on through sunset, and slow dusk, and gathering night. When at last they halted and dismounted, even Aragorn was stiff and weary. Gandalf only allowed them a few hours' rest. Legolas and Gimli slept, and Aragorn lay flat, stretched upon his back. But Gandalf stood, leaning on his staff, gazing into the darkness, east and west. All was silent, and there was no sign or sound of living thing. The night was barred with long clouds, fleeting on the chill wind. When they arose again, under the cold moon, they went on once more, as swift as by the light of day. Hours passed, and still they rode on. Gimli nodded and would have fallen from his seat if Gandalf had not clutched and shaken him. Hasifel and Arod, weary but proud, followed their tireless leader, a gray shadow before them, hardly to be seen. The miles went by. The waxing moon sank into the cloudy west. A bitter chill came into the air. Slowly in the east, the dark cold faded to a cold gray. Red shafts of light leapt above the black walls of the Emin-Moil, far away upon their left. Dawn came, clear and bright. A wind swept across their path, rushing through the bent grass. Suddenly, Shadowfax stood and neighed. Gandalf pointed ahead. "Look!" he cried, and they lifted their tired eyes. Before them stood the mountains of the south, white-tipped and streaked with black. The grasslands rolled against the hills that clustered at their feet and flowed up to many valleys, still, dim, and dark, untouched by the light of dawn, winding their way into the heart of the great mountains. Immediately before the travelers, the widest of these glens opened like a long gulf among the hills. Far inward, they glimpsed a tumbled mountain mass with one tall peak. At the mouth of the vale, there stood, like a sentinel, a lonely height. About its feet there flowed, as a thread of silver, the stream that issued from the dale. Upon its brow, they caught, still far away, a glint in the rising sun, a glimmer of gold. "Speak, Legolas," said Gandalf. "Tell us what you see before us." Legolas gazed ahead, shading his eyes from the level shafts of the new-risen sun. "I see a white stream that comes down from the snows," he said. "Where it issues from the shadow of the vale, a green hill rises upon the east. A dike and mighty wall and thorny fence encircle it. Within there rise the roofs of houses, and in the midst, set upon a green terrace, there stands aloft a great hall of men, and it seems to my eyes that it is thatched with gold. The light of it shines far over the land. Golden, too, are the posts of its doors. There men in bright mail stand, but all else within the courts are yet asleep. Edoras those courts are called, said Gandalf, and Meduseld is that golden hall. There dwells Theoden, son of Thangel, king of the Mark. We are come with the rising of the day. Now the road lies plain to see before us, but we must ride more warily, for war is abroad, and the Rohirrim, the horse lords, do not sleep. Even if it seems so from afar. Draw no weapon, speak no haughty word. I counsel you all until we are come before Theoden's seat. The morning was bright and clear about them. The birds were singing when the travelers came to the stream. It ran down swiftly into the plain and beyond the feet of the hills, turned across their paths in a wide bend, flowing away east to feed the Entwash far off in its reed-hooked beds. The land was green. In wet meads and along the grassy borders of the stream grew many willow trees. Already in this southern land, they were blushing red at the fingertips, feeling the approach of spring. Over the stream, there was a ford between low banks, much trampled by the passage of horses. The travelers passed over and came upon a wide-rutted track leading towards the uplands. At the foot of the walled hill, the way ran under the shadows of many mounds, high and green. Upon their western sides, the grass was white, as with a drifted snow. Small flowers sprang there like countless stars amid the turf. Look, said Gandalf, how fair are the bright eyes of the grass. Evermind they are called, simple moon in the land of men. For they blossom in all the seasons of the year and grow where dead men rest. Behold, we are come to the great barrows where the sires of Theoden sleep. 7 mounds upon the left and 9 upon the right, said Aragorn. Many long lives of men it is since the Golden Hall was built. 500 times have the red leaves fallen in Mirkwood in my home since then, said Legolas. And but a little while does that seem to us. But to the riders of the Mark, it seems so long ago, said Aragorn, that the raising of this house is but a memory of song, and the years before are lost in the midst of time. Now they call this land their home, their own, and their speech is sundered from their northern kin. Then he began to chant, softly, in a slow tongue unknown to the elf and dwarf. Yet they listened, for there was a strong music in it. That, I guess, is the language of the Rohirrim, said Legolas, for it is like to this land itself, rich and rolling in part, and else heard and stern as the mountains. But I cannot guess what it means, save that it is laden with the sadness of mortal men. Thus it runs in the common speech, said Aragorn, as near as I can make it. Where now is the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was blowing? Where is the helm and the hauberk, and the bright hair flowing? Where is the hand on the harp string, and the red fire glowing? Where is the spring in the harvest, and the tall corn growing? They have passed, like rain on the mountain, like a wind in the meadow. The days have gone down in the west, behind the hills, into shadow. Who shall gather the smoke of the dead wood burning, or behold the flowing years of the sea returning?
You speak justly, Lord, said the pale man sitting upon the steps of the dais. It is not yet 5 days since the bitter tidings came that Theodred, your son, was slain upon the west marches, your right hand, second marshal of the Mark. In Eomer there is little trust. Few men would be left to guard your walls if he had been allowed to rule. And even now we learn from Gondor that the Dark Lord is stirring in the east. Such is the hour in which this wanderer chooses to return. Why indeed should we welcome you, Master Stormcrow? Lath's spell, I name you, ill news. And ill news is an ill guest, they say. He laughed grimly as he lifted his heavy lids for a moment and gazed on the strangers with dark eyes. You are held wise, my friend Wormtongue, and are doubtless a great support to your master, answered Gandalf in a soft voice. Yet in 2 ways may a man come with evil tidings. He may be a worker of evil, or he may be such as leaves well alone, and comes only to bring aid in time of need. That is so, said Wormtongue, but there is a third kind, pickers of bones, meddlers in other men's sorrows, carrion fowl that grow fat on war. What aid have you ever brought, Stormcrow? And what aid do you bring now? It was aid from us that you sought last time that you were here. Then the Lord bade you choose any horse that you would and be gone. And to the wonder of all, you took Shadowfax in your insolence. My lord was sorely grieved. Yet to some, it seemed that to speed you from the land the price was not too great. I guess that it is likely to turn out the same once more. You will seek aid rather than render it. Do you bring men? Do you bring horses, swords, spears? That I would call aid. That is our present need. But who are these that follow at your tail? 3 ragged wanderers in gray, and you, yourself, the most beggar-like of the 4. The courtesy of your hall is somewhat lessened of late, Theoden, son of Thengel, said Gandalf. Has not the messenger from your gate reported the names of my companions? Seldom has any lord of Rohan received 3 such guests. Weapons they have laid at your doors that are worth many a mortal man, even the mightiest. Grey is their raiment, for the elves clad them, and thus they have passed through the shadows of great perils to your hall. Then it is true, as Eomer reported, that you are in league with the sorceress of the Golden Wood, said Wormtongue. It is not to be wondered at. Webs of deceit were ever woven in Dwymerdene. Gimli strode a pace forward, but felt suddenly the hand of Gandalf clutch him by the shoulder, and he halted, standing stiff as stone. In Dwymerdene and Lorien, seldom have walked the feet of men. Few mortal eyes have seen the light that lies there ever, long and bright. Galadriel, Galadriel, clear is the water of your well. White is the star in your white hand. Unmarred, unstained is leaf and land. In Dwymerdene, in Lorien, more fair than thoughts of mortal men. Thus Gandalf softly sang, and then suddenly he changed. Casting his tattered cloak aside, he stood up and leaned no longer on his staff, and he spoke in a clear, cold voice. The wise speak only of what they know, Grima, son of Galmod. A witless worm have you become. Therefore, be silent, and keep your forked tongue behind your teeth. I have not passed through fire and death to bandy crooked words with a serving man till the lightning falls. He raised his staff. There was a roll of thunder. The sunlight was blotted out from the eastern windows, The whole hall suddenly became dark as night. The fire faded to sullen embers. Only Gandalf could be seen, standing white and tall before the blackened hearth. In the gloom they heard the hiss of Wormtongue's voice. "Did I not counsel you, Lord, to forbid his staff? That fool, Hama, has betrayed us." There was a flash as if lightning had come through the roof. Then all was silent. Wormtongue sprawled on his face. "Now, Theoden, son of Thengel, will you hearken to me?" said Gandalf. "Do you ask for help?" He lifted his staff and pointed to a high window. There the darkness seemed to clear, and through the opening could be seen, high and far, a patch of shining sky. "Not all is dark. Take courage, Lord of the Mark, for better help you will not find. No counsel have I to give to those that despair. Yet counsel I could give, and words I could speak to you. Will you hear them? They are not for all ears. I bid you come out before your doors and look abroad. Too long have you sat in shadows and trusted to twisted tales and crooked promptings." Slowly, Theoden left his chair. A faint light grew in the hall again. The woman hastened to the king's side, taking his arm, and with faltering steps the old man came down from the dais and paced slowly through the hall. Wormtongue remained lying on the floor. They came to the doors, and Gandalf knocked. "Open!" he cried. "The Lord of the Mark comes forth." The doors rolled back, and a keen air came whistling in. A wind was blowing on the hill. "Send your guards down to the stairs' foot," said Gandalf. "And you, lady, leave him a while with me. I will care for him." "Go, Eowyn, sister-daughter," said the old king. "The time for fear is past." The woman turned and went slowly into the house. As she passed the doors, she turned and looked back. Grave and thoughtful was her glance, as she looked on the king with cool pity in her eyes. Very fair was her face, and her long hair was like a river of gold. Slender and tall she was in her white robe, girt with silver, but strong she seemed, and stern as steel, a daughter of kings. Thus Aragorn, for the first time in the full light of day, beheld Eowyn, Lady of Rohan, and thought her fair, fair and cold, like a morning of pale spring that has not yet come to womanhood. And now she was suddenly aware of him, tall heir of kings, wise with many winters, grey-cloaked, hiding a power that yet she felt. For a moment still as stone she stood, then turning swiftly, she was gone. "Now, Lord," said Gandalf, "look out upon your land. Breathe the free air again." From the porch upon the top of the high terrace, they could see beyond the stream the graying fields of Rohan fading into distant gray. Curtains of wind-blown rain were slanting down. The sky above and to the west was still dark with thunder, and lightning far away flickered among the tops of hidden hills. But the wind had shifted to the north, and already the storm that had come out of the east was receding, rolling away southward to the sea. Suddenly, through a rent in the clouds behind them, a shaft of sun stabbed down. The falling showers gleamed like silver, and far away the river glittered like a shimmering glass.
The king now rose, and at once Eowyn came forward bearing wine. "Fair Thu, Theoden Hall," he said, "receive now this cup, and drink in happy hour. Health be with thee at thy going and coming." Theoden drank from the cup, and she then proffered it to the guests. As she stood before Aragorn, she paused suddenly, and looked upon him, and her eyes were shining. And he looked down upon her fair face, and smiled. But as he took the cup, his hand met hers, and he knew that she trembled at the touch. "Hail, Aragorn, son of Arathorn," he said. "Hail, Lady of Rohan," he answered. But his face now was troubled, and he did not smile. When they had all drunk, the king went down the hall to the doors. There the guards awaited him, and heralds stood, and all the lords and chiefs were gathered together that remained in Edoras or dwelt nearby. "Behold, I go forth, and it seems like to be my last riding," said Theoden. "I have no child. Theodred, my son, is slain. I name Eomer, my sister's son, to be my heir. If neither of us return, then choose a new lord as you will. But to someone I must now entrust my people that I leave behind, to rule them in my place. Which of you will stay?" No man spoke. "Is there none whom you would name? In whom do my people trust?" "In the house of Arol," answered Hama. "But Eomer I cannot spare, nor would he stay," said the king. "And he is the last of that house." "I said not Eomer," answered Hama, "and he is not the last. There is Eowyn, daughter of Eomund, his sister. She is fearless and high-hearted. All love her. Let her be as lord to the Edelingis while we are gone." "It shall be so," said Theoden. "Let the heralds announce to the folk that the Lady Eowyn will lead them." Then the king sat upon a seat before his doors, and Eowyn knelt before him, and received from him a sword and a fair corslet. "Farewell, sister-daughter," he said. "Dark is the hour, yet maybe we shall return to the Golden Hall. But in Dunharrow the people may long defend themselves, and if the battle go ill, thither will come all who escape." "Speak not so," she answered. "A year shall I endure for every day that passes until you return." But as she spoke, her eyes went to Aragorn, who stood nearby. "The king shall come again," he said. "Fear not. Not west, but east does our doom await us." The king now went down the stair with Gandalf beside him. The others followed. Aragorn looked back as they passed towards the gate. Alone, Eowyn stood before the doors of the house at the stair's head. The sword was set upright before her, and her hands were laid upon the hilt. She was now clad in mail, and shone like silver in the sun. Gimli walked with Legolas, his axe on his shoulder. "Well, at last we set off," he said. "Men need many words before deeds. My axe is restless in my hands, though I doubt not that these Rohirrim are fell-handed when they come to it. Nonetheless, this is not the warfare that suits me. How shall I come to battle? I wish I could walk and not bump like a sack at Gandalf's saddlebow." "A safer seat than many, I guess," said Legolas. "Yet doubtless Gandalf will gladly put you down on your feet when the blows begin, or Shadowfax himself. An axe is no weapon for a rider." "And a dwarf is no horseman. It is orc necks I would hew, not shave the scalps of men," said Gimli, patting the haft of his axe. At the gate, they found a great host of men, old and young, all ready in the saddle. More than 1,000 were there mustered. Their spears were like a springing wood. Loudly and joyously they shouted as Theoden came forth. Some held in readiness the king's horse, Snowmane, and others held the horses of Aragorn and Legolas. Gimli stood ill at ease, frowning, but Éomer came up to him, leading his horse. "Hail, Gimli, Glóin's son," he cried. "I have not had time to learn gentle speech under your rod, as you promised. But shall we not put aside our quarrel? At least I will speak no evil again of the Lady of the Wood." "I will forget my wrath for a while, Éomer, son of Eomund," said Gimli. "But if you ever chance to see the Lady Galadriel with your eyes, then you shall acknowledge her as the fairest of ladies, or our friendship will end." "So be it," said Éomer. "But until that time, pardon me. And in token of pardon, ride with me, I beg. Gandalf will be at the head with the Lord of the Mark, but Firefoot, my horse, will bear us both, if you will." "I thank ye indeed," said Gimli, greatly pleased. "I will gladly go with you, if Legolas, my comrade, may ride beside us." "It shall be so," said Éomer. "Legolas upon my left, and Aragorn upon my right, and none will dare stand before us." "Where is Shadowfax?" said Gandalf. "Running wild over the grass," they answered. "He will let no man handle him. There he goes, away down by the ford, like a shadow among the willows." Gandalf whistled and called aloud the horse's name, and far away he tossed his head and neighed, and turning, sped towards the host like an arrow. "Were the breath of the west wind to take a body visible, even so it would appear," said Éomer, as the great horse ran up until he stood before the wizard. "The gift seems all ready to be given," said Theoden. "But hearken all. Here now I name my guest, Gandalf Greyhame, wisest of counselors, most welcome of wanderers, a lord of the Mark, a chieftain of the Eorlingas while our kin shall last, and I give to him Shadowfax, Prince of Horses." "I thank you, Theoden King," said Gandalf. Then he suddenly threw back his grey cloak and cast aside his hat, and he leapt onto horseback. He wore no helm nor mail. His snowy hair flew free in the wind. His white robes shone dazzling in the sun. "Behold, the White Rider," cried Aragorn, and all took up the words. "Our king and the White Rider," they shouted. "Forth, Eorlingas!" The trumpets sounded. The horses reared and neighed. Spear clashed on shield. Then the king raised his hand, and with a rush like a sudden onset of a great wind, the last host of Rohan rode thundering into the west. Far over the plain, Éowyn saw the glitter of their spears as she stood still, alone, before the doors of the silent house.
It was now past midnight. The sky was utterly dark, and the stillness of the heavy air foreboded storm. Suddenly, the clouds were seared by a blinding flash. Branched lightning smote down upon the eastward hills. For a staring moment, the watchers on the walls saw all the space between them and the dike lit with a white light. It was boiling and crawling with black shapes, some squat and broad, some tall and grim, with high helms and sable shields. Hundreds and hundreds more were pouring over the dike and through the breach. The dark tide flowed up to the walls from cliff to cliff. Thunder rolled in the valley. Rain came lashing down. Arrows, thick as the rain, came whistling over the battlements and fell clinking and glancing on the stones. Some found a mark. The assault on Helm's Deep had begun, but no sound or challenge was heard from within. No answering arrows came. The assailing hosts halted, foiled by the silent menace of wall and rock. Ever and again the lightning tore aside the darkness. Then the orcs screamed, waving spear and sword and shooting a cloud of arrows at any that stood revealed upon the battlements. And the men of the mark, amazed as they looked out, as it seemed to them, upon a great field of dark corn, tossed by a tempest of war, and every ear glinted with barbed light. Brazen trumpets sounded. The enemy surged forward, some against the deepening wall, others towards the causeway and the ramp that led up to the Hornburg gates. There, the hugest orcs were mustered, and the wild men of the Dunland Fells. A moment they hesitated, and then on they came. The lightning flashed and blazoned upon every helm and shield. The ghastly hand of Isengard was seen. They reached the summit of the rock. They drove towards the gates. Then at last, an answer came. A storm of arrows met them, and a hail of stones. They wavered, broke, and fled back, then charged again, broke, and charged again, and each time, like the incoming sea, they halted at a higher point. Again, trumpets rang, and a press of roaring men leaped forth. They held their great shields above them like a roof, while in their midst they bore two trunks of mighty trees. Behind them, orc archers crowded, sending a hail of darts against the bowmen of the walls. They gained the gates. The trees, swung by strong arms, smote the timbers with a rending boom. If any man fell, crushed by a stone hurtling from above, two others sprang to take his place. Again and again the great ram swung and crashed. Eomer and Aragorn stood together on the deeping wall. They heard the roar of voices and the thudding of the rams, and then, in a sudden flash of light, they beheld the peril of the gates. "Come," said Aragorn, "this is the hour when we draw swords together." Running like fire, they sped along the wall and up the steps and passed into the outer court upon the rock. As they ran, they gathered a handful of stout swordsmen. There was a small postern door that opened in an angle of the burg wall on the west, where the cliff stretched out to meet it. On that side, a narrow path ran round towards the great gate, between the wall and the sheer brink of the rock. Together, Eomer and Aragorn sprang to the door, and their men close behind. The two swords flashed from the sheath as one. "Guthwinne!" cried Eomer. "Guthwinne for the mark!" "Anduril!" cried Aragorn. "Anduril for the Dunedain!" Charging from the side, they hurled themselves upon the wild men. Anduril rose and fell, gleaming with white fire. A shout went up from wall and tower. "Anduril! Anduril goes to war! The blade that was broken shines again!" Dismayed, the rammers let fall the trees and turned to fight. But the wall of their shields was broken as if by a lightning stroke, and they were swept away, hewn down, or cast over the rock into the stony stream below. The orc archers shot wildly and then fled. For a moment, Eomer and Aragorn halted before the gates. The thunder was rumbling in the distance now. The lightning flickered still, far off among the mountains in the south. A keen wind was blowing from the north again. The clouds were torn and drifting, the stars peeped out, and above the hills of the Coombe side, the westering moon rose, glimmering yellow in the storm rack. "We did not come too soon," said Aragorn, looking at the gates. Their great hinges and iron bars were wrenched and bent. Many of their timbers were cracked. "Yet we cannot stay here beyond the walls to defend them," said Eomer. "Look!" He pointed to the causeway. Already a great press of orcs and men were gathering again beyond the stream. Arrows whined and skipped on the stones about them. "Come! We must get back and see what we can do to pile stone and beam across the gates within. Come now!" They turned and ran. At that moment, some dozen orcs that had lain motionless among the slain leaped to their feet and came silently and swiftly behind. Two flung themselves to the ground at Eomer's heels, tripped him, and in a moment they were on top of him. But a small, dark figure that none had observed sprang out from the shadows and gave a hoarse shout. "Baruch Khazad! Khazad, I, Menu!" An axe swung and swept back. Two orcs fell headless. The rest fled. Eomer struggled to his feet, even as Aragorn ran back to his aid. The postern was closed again. The iron door was barred and piled inside with stones. When all were safe within, Eomer turned. "I thank you, Gimli, son of Glóin," he said. "I did not know that you were with us in the sortie. But oft the unbidden guest proves the best company. How came you there?" "I followed you to shake off sleep," said Gimli. "But I looked on the hillmen, and they seemed overlarge for me, so I sat beside a stone to see your sword play." "I shall not find it easy to repay you," said Eomer. "There may be many a chance ere the night is over," laughed the dwarf. "But I am content. Till now I have hewn naught but wood since I left Moria." "Two," said Gimli, patting his axe. He returned to his place on the wall. "Two?" said Legolas. "I've done better, though now I must grope for spent arrows. All mine are gone. Yet I make my tale 20 at the least, but that is only a few leaves in a forest." The sky now was quickly clearing, and the sinking moon was shining brightly. But the light brought little hope to the riders of the mark. The enemy before them seemed to have grown rather than diminished, and still more were pressing up from the valley through the breach. The sortie upon the rock gained only a brief respite. The assault on the gates was redoubled. Against the deeping wall, the hosts of Isengard roared like a sea. Orcs and hillmen swarmed about its feet from end to end. Ropes with grappling hooks were hurled over the parapet faster than men could cut them or fling them back. Hundreds of long ladders were lifted up. Many were cast down in ruin, but many more replaced them, and orcs sprang up them like apes in the dark forests of the south. Before the wall's foot, the dead and broken were piled like a shingle in a storm. Ever higher rose the hideous mounds, but still the enemy came on. The men of Rohan grew weary. All their arrows were spent. Every shaft was shot. Their swords were notched, and their shields were riven. 3 times Aragorn and Eomer rallied them, and 3 times Andúril flamed in a desperate charge that drove the enemy from the wall. Then a clamor arose in the deep behind. Orcs had crept like rats through the culvert through which the stream flowed out. There they had gathered in the shadow of the cliffs until the assault above was hottest and nearly all the men of the defense had rushed to the wall's top. Then they sprang out. Already some had passed into the jaws of the deep and were among the horses, fighting with the guards. Down from the wall leaped Gimli with a fierce cry that echoed in the cliffs. Khazad! Khazad! He soon had work enough. Aye, oi, he shouted. The orcs are behind the wall. Aye, oi, come, Legolas. They're enough for us both. Khazad, aye, Menu! Gambling the Old looked down from the Hornburg, hearing the great voice of the dwarf above all the tumult. The orcs are in the deep, he cried. Helm! Helm! Forth Helmingas! He shouted as he leaped down the stair from the rock with many men of Westfold at his back. Their onset was fierce and sudden, and the orcs gave way before them. Ere long, they were hemmed in the narrows of the gorge, and all were slain, or driven shrieking into the chasm of the deep to fall before the guardians of the hidden caves. 21! Cried Gimli. He hewed a two-handed stroke and laid the last orc before his feet. Now my count passes Master Legolas again. We must stop this rat hole, said Gimli. Dwarves are said to be cunning folk with stone. Lend us your aid, master. We do not shape stone with battle axes, nor with our fingernails, said Gimli. But I will help as I may. They gathered such small boulders and broken stones as they could find to hand, and under Gimli's direction, the Westfold men blocked up the inner end of the culvert until only a narrow outlet remained. Then the deepening stream, swollen by the rain, churned and fretted in its choked path and spread slowly in cold pools from cliff to cliff. It will be dry above, said Gimli. Come, Gambling, let us see how things go on the wall. He climbed up and found Legolas beside Aragorn and Eomer. The elf was whetting his long knife. There was for a while a lull in the assault, since the attempt to break in through the culvert had been foiled. 21, said Gimli. Good, said Legolas, but my count is now 24. It's been knife work up here. Eomer and Aragorn leant wearily on their swords. Away on the left, the crash and clamor of the battle on the rock rose loud again, but the Hornburg still held fast, like an island in the sea. Its gates lay in ruin, but over the barricade of beams and stones within, no enemy had yet passed. Aragorn looked at the pale stars and at the moon, now sloping behind the western hills that enclosed the valley. This is a night as long as years, he said. How long will a day tarry? Dawn is not far off, said Gambling, who had now climbed up beside him. But dawn will not help us, I fear. Yet dawn is ever the hope of men, said Aragorn. But these creatures of Isengard, these half-orcs and goblin men that the foul craft of Saruman has bred, they will not quail at the sun, said Gambling. And neither will the wild men of the hills. Do you not hear their voices? I hear them, said Eomer, but they are only the scream of birds and the bellowing of beasts to my ears. Yet there are many that cry in the Dunlin tongue, said Gambling. I know that tongue. It is an ancient speech of men, and once was spoken in many western valleys of the Mark. Hark, they hate us, and they are glad, for our doom seems certain to them. The king, they cry. We will take their king. Death to the Foregoil, death to the Strawheads, death to the robbers of the north. Such names they have for us. Not in 500 years had they forgotten their grievance, that the lords of Gondor gave the mark to Eorl the Young, and made alliance with him. That old hatred Saruman has inflamed. They are fierce folk when aroused. They will not give way now, for dusk or dawn, until Theoden is taken, or they themselves are slain. Nevertheless, day will bring hope to me, said Aragorn. Is it not said that no foe has ever taken the Hornburg if men defended it? So the minstrels say, said Eomer. Then let us defend it, and hope, said Aragorn.
The king stays or comes at his own will, said Aragorn.
Then what are you doing here? They answered. Why do you look out? Do you wish to see the greatness of our army? We are the fighting Uruk-hai.
I looked out to see the dawn, said Aragorn.
What of the dawn? They jeered. We are the Uruk-hai. We do not stop the fight for night or day, for fair weather or for storm. We come to kill, by sun or moon. What of the dawn?
None knows what the new day shall bring him, said Aragorn. Get you gone, ere it turn to your evil.
Get down, or we will shoot you from the wall, they cried. This is no parley. You have nothing to say.
I have still this to say, answered Aragorn. No enemy has yet taken the Hornburg. Depart, or not one of you will be spared. Not one will be left alive to take back tidings to the north. You do not know your peril. So great a power and royalty was revealed in Aragorn, as he stood there alone above the ruined gates before the host of his enemies, that many of the wild men paused and looked back over their shoulders to the valley, and some looked up doubtfully at the sky. But the orcs laughed with loud voices, and a hail of darts and arrows whistled over the wall as Aragorn leaped down. There was a roar and a blast of fire. The archway of the gate above which he had stood a moment before crumbled and crashed in smoke and dust. The barricade was scattered as if by a thunderbolt. Aragorn ran to the king's tower. But even as the gate fell, and the orcs about it yelled, preparing to charge, a murmur arose behind them like a wind in the distance, and it grew to a clamor of many voices crying strange news in the dawn. The orcs upon the rock, hearing the rumor of dismay, wavered and looked back. And then, sudden and terrible from the tower above, the sound of the great horn of Helm rang out. All that heard that sound trembled. Many of the orcs cast themselves on their faces and covered their ears with their claws. Back from the deep the echoes came, blast upon blast, as if on every cliff and hill a mighty herald stood. But on the walls men looked up, listening with wonder, for the echoes did not die. Ever the horn blasts wound on among the hills. Nearer now and louder they answered, one to another, blowing fierce and free. "Helm! Helm!" the riders shouted. "Helm is arisen and comes back to war! Helm for Theoden King!" And with that shout, the king came. His horse was white as snow, golden was his shield, and his spear was long. At his right hand was Aragorn, Elendil's heir. Behind him rode the lords of the house of Eorl the Young. Light sprang in the sky. Night departed.
For Theolingus! With a cry and a great noise they charged. Down from the gates they roared, over the causeway they swept, and they drove through the hosts of Isengard as a wind among grass. Behind them from the deep came the stern cries of men issuing from the caves, driving forth the enemy. Out poured all the men that were left upon the rock, and ever the sound of blowing horns echoed in the hills. On they rode, the king and his companions. Captains and champions fell or fled before them. Neither orc nor man withstood them. Their backs were to the swords and the spears of the riders, and their faces to the valley. They cried and wailed, for fear and great wonder had come upon them with the rising of the day. So King Theoden rode from Helm's Gate and clove his path to the great dike. There, the company halted. Light grew bright about them. Shafts of the sun flared above the eastern hills and glimmered on their spears, but they sat silent on their horses, and they gazed down upon the deeping coombe. The land had changed. Where before the green dale had lain, its grassy slopes lapping the ever-mounting hills, there now a forest loomed. Great trees, bare and silent, stood rank on rank, with tangled bough and hoary head. Their twisted roots were buried in the long green grass. Darkness was under them. Between the dike and the eaves of that nameless wood, only 2 open furlongs lay. There now cowered the proud hosts of Sauron, in terror of the king and in terror of the trees. They streamed down from Helm's Gate until all above the dike was empty of them, but below it they were packed like swarming flies. Vainly they crawled and clambered about the walls of the coombe, seeking to escape. Upon the east, too sheer and stony was the valley's side. Upon the left, from the west, their final doom approached. There, suddenly, upon a ridge, appeared a rider, clad in white, shining in the rising sun. Over the low hills the horns were sounding. Behind him, hastening down the long slopes, were 1,000 men on foot. Their swords were in their hands. Amid them strode a man tall and strong. His shield was red. As he came to the valley's brink, he set to his lips a great black horn and blew a ringing blast. "Erkenbrand!" the riders shouted. "Erkenbrand! Behold the White Rider!" cried Aragorn. "Gandalf is come again!" "Mithrandir! Mithrandir!" said Legolas. "This is wizardry indeed! Come, I would look on this forest ere the spell changes." The hosts of Isengard roared, swaying this way and that, turning from fear to fear. Again the horn sounded from the tower. Down through the breach of the dike charged the king's company. Down from the hills leaped Erkenbrand, lord of Westfold. Down leaped Shadowfax, like a deer that runs sure-footed in the mountains. The White Rider was upon them, and the terror of his coming filled the enemy with madness. The wild men fell on their faces before him. The orcs reeled and screamed and cast aside both sword and spear. Like a black smoke driven by a mounting wind they fled. Wailing, they passed under the waiting shadow of the trees, and from that shadow none ever came again.
At last, the company passed through the trees, and found that they had come to the bottom of the Coombe, where the road from Helm's Deep branched, going one way east to Edoras, and the other north to the fords of Isen. As they rode from under the eaves of the wood, Legolas halted and looked back with regret. Then he gave a sudden cry. "There are eyes," he said, "eyes looking out from the shadows of the boughs. I never saw such eyes before." The others, surprised by his cry, halted and turned, but Legolas started to ride back. "No, no," cried Gimli. "Do as you please in your madness, but let me first get down from this horse. I wish to see no eyes." "Stay, Legolas Greenleaf," said Gandalf. "Do not go back into the wood, not yet. Now is not your time." Even as he spoke, there came forward out of the trees 3 strange shapes. As tall as trolls they were, 12 feet or more in height. Their strong bodies, stout as young trees, seemed to be clad with raiment, or with hide of close-fitting gray and brown. Their limbs were long, and their hands had many fingers. Their hair was stiff, and their beards gray-green as moss. They gazed out with solemn eyes, but they were not looking at the riders. Their eyes were bent northwards. Suddenly, they lifted their long hands to their mouths and sent forth ringing calls, clear as notes of a horn, but more musical and various. The calls were answered, and turning again, the riders saw other creatures of the same kind approaching, striding through the grass. They came swiftly from the north, walking like wading herons in their gait, but not in their speed, for their legs and their long paces beat quicker than the heron's wings. The riders cried aloud in wonder, and some set their hands upon their sword hilts. "You need no weapons," said Gandalf. "These are but herdsmen. They are not enemies. Indeed, they are not concerned with us at all." So it seemed to be, for as he spoke, the tall creatures, without a glance at the riders, strode into the wood and vanished. "Herdsmen," said Theoden. "Where are their flocks? What are they, Gandalf? For it is plain that to you, at any rate, they are not strange." "They are the shepherds of the trees," answered Gandalf. "Is it so long since you listened to tales by the fireside? There are children in your land who, out of the twisted threads of story, could pick the answer to your question. You have seen Ents, O King, Ents out of Fangorn Forest, which in your tongue you call the Entwood. Did you think that the name was given only in idle fancy? Nay, Theoden, it is otherwise. To them, you are but the passing tale. All the years, from Eorl the Young to Theoden the Old, are of little count to them, and all the deeds of your house but a small matter." The king was silent. "Ents," he said at length. "Out of the shadows of legend, I begin a little to understand the marvel of the trees, I think. I have lived to see strange days. Long we have tended our beasts and our fields, built our houses, wrought our tools, or ridden away to help in the wars of Minas Tirith. And that we called the life of men, the way of the world. We cared little for what lay beyond the borders of our land. Songs we have that tell of these things, but we are forgetting them, teaching them only to children, as a careless custom. And now, the songs have come down among us, out of strange places, and walk visible under the sun." "You should be glad, Theoden, King," said Gandalf, "for not only the little life of men is now endangered, but the life also of those things which you have deemed the matter of legend. You are not without allies, even if you know them not. Yet also I should be sad, said Theoden, for however the fortune of war shall go, may it not so end that much that was fair and wonderful shall pass forever out of Middle-earth? It may, said Gandalf. The evil of Sauron cannot be wholly cured, nor made as if it had not been. But to such days we are doomed. Let us now go on with the journey we have begun. The company turned then away from the coombe and from the wood, and took the road towards the fords. Legolas followed reluctantly. The sun had set. Already it had sunk behind the rim of the world, but as they rode out from the shadow of the hills and looked west to the gap of Rohan, the sky was still red, and a burning light was under the floating clouds. Dark against it there wheeled and flew many black-winged birds. Some passed overhead with mournful cries, returning to their homes among the rocks. The carrion fowl have been busy about the battlefield, said Eomer. They rode now at an easy pace, and dark came down upon the plains about them. The slow moon mounted, now waxing towards the full, and in its cold silver light the swelling grasslands rose and fell like a wide grey sea. They had ridden for some 4 hours from the branching of the roads when they drew near to the fords. Long slopes ran swiftly down to where the river spread in stony shoals between high grassy terraces. Borne upon the wind, they heard the howling of wolves. Their hearts were heavy, remembering the many men that had fallen in the battle in this place. The road dipped between rising turf banks, carving its way through the terraces to the river's edge, and up again upon the further side. There were 3 lines of flat stepping stones across the stream, and between them fords for horses that went from either brink to a bare eyot in the midst. The riders looked down upon the crossing, and it seemed strange to them, for the fords had ever been a place full of the rush and chatter of water upon stones. But now they were silent. The beds of the stream were almost dry, a bare waste of shingles and grey sand. This has become a dreary place, said Eomer. What sickness has befallen the river? Many fair things Saruman has destroyed. Has he devoured the springs of Isen, too? So it would seem, said Gandalf. Alas, said Theoden, must we pass this way, where the carrion beasts devour so many good riders of the mark? This is our way, said Gandalf. Grievous is the fall of your men, but you shall see that at least the wolves of the mountains do not devour them. It is with their friends, the orcs, that they hold their feast. Such indeed is the friendship of their kind. Come. They rode down to the river, and as they came, the wolves ceased their howling and slunk away. Fear fell on them, seeing Gandalf in the moon, and Shadowfax his horse, shining like silver. The riders passed over to the islet, and glittering eyes watched them wanly from the shadows of the banks. Look, said Gandalf, friends have labored here. And they saw that in the midst of the eyot the mound was piled, ringed with stones, and set about with many spears. Here lie all the men of the mark that fell near this place, said Gandalf. Here let them rest, said Éomer. And when their spears have rotted and rusted, long still may their mound stand and guard the fords of Isen. Is this your work also, Gandalf, my friend? Said Theoden. You accomplished much in an evening and a night. With the help of Shadowfax and others, said Gandalf, I rode fast and far. But here beside the mound I will say this for your comfort. Many fell in the battles of the ford, but fewer than rumor made them. More were scattered than were slain. I gathered together all that I could find. Some men I sent with Grimbold of Westfold to join Erkenbrand. Some I set to make this burial. They have now followed your marshal, Elfhelm. I sent him with many riders to Edoras. Saruman, I knew, had dispatched his full strength against you, and his servants had turned aside from all other errands and gone to Helm's Deep. The lands seemed empty of enemies, yet I feared that wolf riders and plunderers might ride nonetheless to Meduseld, while it was undefended. But now, I think you need not fear. You will find your house to welcome your return. And glad shall I be to see it, said Theoden. Though brief now, I doubt not, shall be my abiding there.
The king and all his company sat silent on their horses, marveling, perceiving that the power of Saruman was overthrown, but how they could not guess. And now they turned their eyes towards the archway and the ruined gates. There they saw close beside them a great rubble heap, and suddenly they were aware of two small figures lying on it at their ease, gray-clad, hardly to be seen among the stones. There were bottles and bowls and platters laid beside them, as if they had just eaten well, and now rested from their labor. One seemed asleep. The other, with crossed legs and arms behind his head, leaned back against a broken rock and sent from his mouth long wisps and little rings of thin blue smoke. For a moment Theoden and Éomer and all his men stared at them in wonder. Amid all the wreck of Isengard, this seemed to them the strangest sight. But before the king could speak, this small, smoke-breathing figure became suddenly aware of them, as they sat there on the edge of the mist. He sprang to his feet. A young man he looked, or like one, though not much more than half a man in height. His head of brown curling hair was uncovered, but he was clad in a travel-stained cloak of the same hue and shape as the companions of Gandalf had worn when they rode to Edoras. He bowed very low, putting his hand upon his breast. Then, seeming not to observe the wizard and his friends, he turned to Éomer and the king. "Welcome, my lords, to Isengard," he said. "We are the door wardens. Meriadoc, son of Saradoc, is my name, and my companion who, alas, is overcome with weariness," here he gave the other a dig with his foot, "is Peregrine, son of Paladin of the house of Took. Far in the north is our home. The Lord Saruman is within, but at the moment he is closeted with one Wormtongue, or doubtless he would be here to welcome such honorable guests." "Doubtless he would," laughed Gandalf. "And was it Saruman that ordered you to guard his damaged doors and watch for the arrival of guests when your attention could be spared from plate and bottle?" "No, good sir, the matter escaped him," answered Merry gravely. "He has been much occupied. Our orders came from Treebeard, who has taken over the management of Isengard. He commanded me to welcome the Lord of Rohan with fitting words. I have done my best. And what about your companions? What about Legolas and me? Cried Gimli, unable to contain himself longer. You rascals, you woolly-footed and wool-pated truants. A fine hunt you have led us. 200 leagues through fen and forest, battle and death to rescue you. And here we find you feasting and idling and smoking. Smoking? Where did you come by the weed, you villains? Hammer and tongs. I am so torn between rage and joy that if I do not burst, it will be a marvel. You speak for me, Gimli, laughed Legolas, though I would sooner learn how they came by the wine. One thing you have not found in your hunting, and that's brighter wits, said Pippin, opening an eye. Here you find us sitting on a field of victory amid the plunder of armies, and you wonder how we came by a few well-earned comforts? Well-earned, said Gimli. I cannot believe that. The riders laughed. It cannot be doubted that we witnessed the meeting of dear friends, said Theoden. So these are the long-lost ones of your company, Gandalf? The days are fated to be filled with marvels. Already I have seen many since I left my house, and now, here before my eyes, stand yet another of the folk of legend. Are not these the halflings that some among us call the Hobbitmen? Hobbits, if you please, Lord, said Pippin. Hobbits, said Theoden. Your tongue is strangely changed, but the name sounds not unfitting so. Hobbits. No report that I have heard does justice to the truth. Merry bowed, and Pippin got up and bowed low. You are gracious, Lord, or I hope that I may so take your words, he said. And here is another marvel. I have wandered in many lands since I left my home, and never till now have I found people that knew any story concerning hobbits. My people came out of the north long ago, said Theoden, but I will not deceive you. We know no tales about hobbits. All that is said among us is that far away, over many hills and rivers, live the halfling folk that dwell in holes and sand dunes. But there are no legends of their deeds, for it is said that they do little, and avoid the sight of men, being able to vanish in a twinkling, and they can change their voices to resemble the piping of birds. But it seems that more could be said. It could indeed, Lord, said Merry. For one thing, said Theoden, I had not heard that they spouted smoke from their mouths. That is not surprising, answered Merry, for it is an art which we have not practiced for more than a few generations. It was Tobold Hornblower of Longbottom, in the South Farthing, who first grew the pipeweed in his garden about the year 1070, according to our reckoning. How old Toby came by the plant? You do not know your danger, Theoden, interrupted Gandalf. These hobbits will sit on the edge of ruin and discuss the pleasures of the table or the small doings of their fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers, and remoter cousins to the 9th degree if you encourage them with undue patience. Some other time would be more fitting for the history of smoking. Where is Treebeard, Merry? Away on the north side, I believe. He went to get a drink of clean water. Most of the other Ents are with him, still busy at their work over there. Merry waved his hand toward the steaming lake, and as they looked, they heard a distant rumbling and rattling, as if an avalanche was falling from the mountainside. Far away came a hoom, as of horns blowing triumphantly. And is Orthanc then left unguarded? Asked Gandalf. There is the water, said Merry, but Quickbeam and some others are watching it. Not all those posts and pillars in the plain are of Saruman's planting. Quickbeam, I think, is by the rock, near the foot of the stair. Yes, a tall gray ant is there, said Legolas, but his arms are at his sides, and he stands still as a door tree. "It is past noon," said Gandalf, "and we, at any rate, have not eaten since early morning. Yet I wish to see Treebeard as soon as may be. Did he leave me no message, or has plate and bottle driven it from your mind?" "He left a message," said Merry, "and I was coming to it, but I have been hindered by many other questions. I was to say that, if the Lord of the Mark and Gandalf will ride to the northern wall, they will find Treebeard there, and he will welcome them. I may add that they will also find food of the best there. It was discovered and selected by your humble servants." He bowed. Gandalf laughed. "That is better," he said. "Well, Theoden, will you ride with me to find Treebeard? We must go round about, but it is not far. When you see Treebeard, you will learn much, for Treebeard is Fangorn, and the oldest and chief of the Ents. And when you speak with him, you will hear the speech of the oldest of all living things." "I will come with you," said Theoden. "Farewell, my hobbits. May we meet again in my house. There you shall sit beside me and tell me all that your hearts desire, the deeds of your grandsires as far as you can reckon them. And we will speak also of Tobold the Old and his herb lore. Farewell." The hobbits bowed low. "So that is the King of Rohan," said Pippin in an undertone. "A fine old fellow, very polite." Reading from my original old 1960s book. Happy reading day.
An angry ant is terrifying. Their fingers and their toes just freeze onto rock, and they tear it up like bread crust. It was like watching the work of great tree roots in 100 years, all packed into a few moments. They pushed, pulled, tore, shook and hammered, and clang, bang, crash, crack. In 5 minutes, they had these huge gates just lying in ruin. And some were already beginning to eat into the walls, like rabbits in a sandpit. I don't know what Saruman thought was happening, but anyway, he did not know how to deal with it. His wizardry may have been falling off lately, of course, but anyway, I think he has not much grit, not much plain courage alone in a tight place without a lot of slaves and machines and things, if you know what I mean. Very different from old Gandalf. I wonder if his fame was not all along mainly due to his cleverness in settling at Isengard. "No," said Aragorn. "Once he was as great as his fame made him. His knowledge was deep, his thought was subtle, and his hands marvellously skilled. And he had a power over the minds of others. The wise he could persuade, and the smaller folk he could daunt. That power he certainly still keeps. There are not many in Middle-earth that I should say were safe if they were left alone to talk with him, even now when he has suffered a defeat. Gandalf, Elrond and Galadriel, perhaps, now that his wickedness has been laid bare, but very few others." "The Ents are safe," said Pippin. "He seems at one time to have got round them, but never again. In any way, he did not understand them, and he made the great mistake of leaving them out of his calculations. He had no plan for them, and there was no time to make any once they had set to work. As soon as our attack began, the few remaining rats in Isengard started bolting through every hole that the Ents made. The Ents let the men go after they had questioned them, 2 or 3 dozen only down at this end. I don't think many orc folk of any size escaped. Not from the horns. There was a wood full of them all round Isengard by that time, as well as those that had gone down the valley. When the Ents had reduced a large part of the southern walls to rubbish, and what was left of his people had bolted and deserted him, Saruman fled in a panic. He seems to have been at the gates when we arrived. I expect he came to watch his splendid army march out. When the Ents broke their way in, he left in a hurry. They did not spot him at first, but the night had opened out and there was a great light of stars, quite enough for Ents to see by. And suddenly, Quickbeam gave a cry, "The Tree Killer! The Tree Killer!" Quickbeam is a gentle creature, but he hates Saruman all the more fiercely for that. His people suffered cruelly from orc axes. He let down the path from the inner gate, and he can move like a wind when he's roused. There was a pale figure hurrying away in and out of the shadows of the pillars, and it had nearly reached the stairs to the tower door, but it was a near thing. Quickbeam was so hot after him that he was within a step or two of being caught and strangled when he slipped in through the door. When Saruman was safe back in Orthanc, it was not long before he set some of his precious machinery to work. By that time there were many Ents inside Isengard. Some had followed Quickbeam, and others had burst in from the north and east. They were roaming about and doing a great deal of damage. Suddenly up came fires and foul fumes. The vents and shafts all over the plain began to spout and belch. Several of the Ents got scorched and blistered. One of them, Beachbone I think he was called, a very tall, handsome Ent, got caught in a spray of some liquid fire and burned like a torch. A horrible sight. That sent them mad. I thought that they'd been really roused before. I was wrong. I saw what it was like at last. It was staggering. They roared and boomed and trumpeted until stones began to crack and fall at the mere noise of them. Mary and I lay on the ground and stuffed our cloaks into our ears. Round and round the rock of Orthanc the Ents went striding and storming like a howling gale, breaking pillars, hurling avalanches of boulders down the shafts, tossing up huge slabs of stone into the air like leaves. The tower was in the middle of a spinning whirlwind. I saw iron posts and blocks of masonry go rocketing up hundreds of feet and smash against the windows of Orthanc. But Treebeard kept his head. He had not any burns, luckily. He did not want his folk to hurt themselves in their fury, and he did not want Saruman to escape out of some hole in the confusion. Many of the Ents were hurling themselves against the Orthanc rock, but that defeated them. It's very smooth and hard. Some wizardry is in it, perhaps, older and stronger than Saruman's. Anyway, they could not get a grip on it or make a crack in it, and they were bruising and wounding themselves against it. So Treebeard went out into the ring and shouted. His enormous voice rose above all the din. There was a dead silence suddenly. In it we heard a shrill laugh from a high window in the tower. That had a queer effect on the Ents. They'd been boiling over. Now they became cold, grim as ice, and quiet. They left the plain and gathered round Treebeard, standing quite still. He spoke to them for a little in their own language. I think he was telling them of a plan he had made in his old head long before. Then they just faded silently away in the grey light. Day was dawning by that time. They set a watch on the tower, I believe, but the watchers were so well hidden in shadows and kept so still I could not see them. The others went away north. All that day they were busy out of sight. Most of the time we were left alone. It was a dreary day. And we wandered about a bit, though we kept out of the view of the windows of Orthanc as much as we could. They stared at us so threateningly. A good deal of the time we spent looking for something to eat. And also we sat and talked, wondering what was happening away south in Rohan, and what had become of all the rest of our company. Every now and then we could hear in the distance the rattle and fall of stone, and thudding noises echoing in the hills. In the afternoon we walked round the circle and went to have a look at what was going on. There was a great shadowy wood of horns at the head of the valley, and another round the northern wall. We did not dare to go in, but there was a rending, tearing noise of work going on inside. Ents and horns were digging great pits and trenches and making great pools and dams, gathering all the waters of the Isen and every other spring and stream that they could find. We left them to it. At dusk, Treebeard came back to the gate. He was humming and booming to himself and seemed pleased. He stood and stretched his great arms and legs and breathed deep. I asked him if he was tired. Tired? He said. Tired? Well, no, not tired, but stiff. I need a good draught of Entwash. We have worked hard. We have done more stone cracking and earth gnawing today than we have done in many a long year before, but it is nearly finished. When night falls, do not linger near this gate or in the old tunnel. Water may come through, and it will be foul water for a while until all the filth of Saruman is washed away. Then Isen can run clean again. He began to pull down a bit more of the walls in a leisurely sort of way, just to amuse himself. We were just wondering where it would be safe to lie and get some sleep, when the most amazing thing of all happened. There was the sound of a rider coming swiftly up the road. Mary and I lay quiet, and Treebeard hid himself in the shadows under the arch. Suddenly a great horse came striding up like a flash of silver. It was already dark. I could see the rider's face clearly. It seemed to shine, and all his clothes were white. I just sat up, staring with my mouth open. I tried to call out, but couldn't. There was no need. He halted just by us and looked down at us. Gandalf, I said at last, but my voice was only a whisper. Did he say, "Hello, Pippin, this is a pleasant surprise"? No, indeed. He said, "Get up, you tomfool of a took. Where in the name of wonder in all this ruin is Treebeard? I want him, quick." Treebeard heard his voice and came out of the shadows at once. And there was a strange meeting. I was surprised because neither of them seemed surprised at all. Gandalf obviously expected to find Treebeard here, and Treebeard might almost have been loitering about near the gates on purpose to meet him. Yet we had told the old Ent all about Moria. Then I remembered a queer look he gave us at the time. I can only suppose that he had seen Gandalf or had some news of him, but would not say anything in a hurry. Don't be hasty is his motto. But nobody, not even elves, will say much about Gandalf's movements when he's not there. Gandalf, said Treebeard, I'm glad you have come. Wood and water, stock and stone I can master, but there is a wizard to manage here.
We will have peace, said Theoden, at last, thickly and with an effort. Several of the riders cried out gladly. Theoden held up his hand. Yes, we will have peace, he said, now in a clear voice. We will have peace when you and all your works have perished, and the works of your dark master to whom you would deliver us. You are a liar, Saruman, and a corrupter of men's hearts. You hold out your hand to me, and I perceive only a finger of the claw of Mordor, cruel and cold. Even if your war on me was just as it was not. For were you 10 times as wise, you would have no right to rule me and mine for your own profit as you desired. Even so, what will you say of your torches in Westfold, and the children that lie dead there? And they hewed Hammer's body before the gates of the Hornburg after he was dead. When you hang from a gibbet at the window for the sport of your own crows, I will have peace with you and Orthanc. So much for the House of Eol. A lesser son of great sires am I, but I do not need to lick your fingers. Turn elsewhither! But I fear your voice has lost its charm. The riders gazed up at Theoden like men startled of a dream. Harsh as an old raven's, their master's voice sounded in their ears after the music of Saruman. But Saruman for a while was beside himself with wrath. He leaned over the rail as if he would smite the king with his staff. To some suddenly it seemed that they saw a snake coiling itself to strike. Gibbets and crows, he hissed, and they shuddered at the hideous change. Dotard! What is the House of Eol but a thatched barn where brigands drink and reek, and their brats roll on the floor amongst the dogs? Too long have they escaped the gibbet themselves. But the noose comes, slow in the drawing, tight and hard in the end. Hang if you will! Now his voice changed, and he slowly mastered himself. I do not know why I have had the patience to speak to you. For I need you not, nor your little band of gallopers as swift to fly as to advance, Theoden, horse master. Long ago I offered you a state beyond your merit and your wit. I have offered it again, so that those whom you mislead may clearly see the choice of roads. You give me brag and abuse. So be it. Go back to your huts. But you, Gandalf, for you at least, I am grieved, feeling for your shame. How comes it that you can endure such company? For you are proud, Gandalf, and not without reason, having a noble mind and eyes that look both deep and far. Even now, will you not listen to my counsel? Gandalf stirred and looked up. What have you to say that you did not say at our last meeting? He asked. Or perhaps you have things to unsay. Saruman paused. Unsay? He mused as if puzzled. Unsay? I endeavored to advise you for your own good, but you scarcely listened. You are proud and do not love advice, having indeed a store of your own wisdom. But on that occasion, you erred, I think, misconstruing my intentions willfully. I fear that in my eagerness to persuade you, I lost patience, and indeed I regret it, for I bore you no ill will, and even now I bear none. though you return to me in the company of the violent and ignorant. How could I? How should I? Are we not members of a high and ancient order, most excellent in Middle-earth? Our friendship would profit us both alike. Much we could still accomplish together, to heal the disorders of the world. Let us understand one another, and dismiss from thought these lesser folk. Let them wait on our decisions. For the common good, I am willing to redress the past and to receive you. Will you not consult with me? Will you not come up? So great was the power that Saruman exerted in his last effort, that none that stood within hearing were unmoved. But now the spell was wholly different. They heard the gentle remonstrance of a kindly king with a erring but much-loved minister. But they were shut out, listening at a door to words not meant for them. Ill-mannered children or stupid servants overhearing the elusive discourse of their elders, and wondering how it would affect their lot. Of loftier mold these two were made, reverend and wise. It was inevitable that they should make alliance. Gandalf would ascend into the tower to discuss deep things beyond their comprehension in the high chambers of Orthanc. The door would be closed, and they would be left outside, dismissed to wait allotted work or punishment. Even the mind of Theoden, the thought took shape, like a shadow of doubt. He will betray us. He will go. And we are lost. Then Gandalf laughed. The fantasy vanished like a puff of smoke. Saruman, Saruman, said Gandalf, still laughing. Saruman, you missed your path in life. You should have been the king's gesture and earned your bread and stripes too by mimicking his counselors. Ah, me. He paused, getting the better of his mirth. Understand one another. I fear I am beyond your comprehension. But you, Saruman, I understand now too well. I keep a clearer memory of your arguments and deeds than you suppose. When last I visited you, you were the jailer of Mordor, and there I was to be sent. Nay, the guest who has escaped from the roof will think twice before he comes back in by the door. Nay, I do not think I will come up. But listen, Saruman, for the last time, will you not come down? Isengard has proved less strong than your hope and fancy made it. So many other things in which you still have trust. Would it not be well to leave it for a while? To turn to new things, perhaps? Think well, Saruman. Will you not come down? A shadow passed over Saruman's face. Then it went deathly white. Before he could conceal it, they saw through the mask the anguish of a mind in doubt, loathing to stay and dreading to leave its refuge. For a second, he hesitated, and no one breathed. Then he spoke, and his voice was shrill and cold. Pride and hate were conquering him. Will I come down? He mocked. Does an unarmed man come down to speak with robbers out of doors? I can hear you well enough here. I am no fool, and I do not trust you, Gandalf. They do not stand openly on my stairs, but I know where the wild wood demons are lurking at your command. The treacherous are ever distrustful, answered Gandalf wearily. But you need not fear for your skin. I do not wish to kill you or hurt you, as you would know if you really understood me. And I have the power to protect you. I am giving you a last chance. You can leave Orthanc, free, if you choose. That sounds well, sneered Saruman, very much in the manner of Gandalf the Grey, so condescending and so very kind. I do not doubt that you would find Orthanc commodious and my departure convenient. But why should I wish to leave? And what do you mean by free? There are conditions, I presume. Reasons for leaving you can see from your windows, answered Gandalf. Others will occur to your thought. Your servants are destroyed and scattered. Your neighbors you have made your enemies, and you have cheated your new master, or tried to do so. When his eye turns hither, it will be the red eye of wrath. But when I say free, I mean free. Free from bond of chain of command, to go where you will, even to Mordor, Saruman, if you desire. But you will first surrender to me the key of Orthanc, and your staff. They shall be pledges of your conduct, to be returned later, if you merit them. Saruman's face grew livid, twisted with rage, and a red light was kindled in his eyes. He laughed wildly. Later! He cried, and his voice rose to a scream. Later! Yes, when you also have the keys of Barad-dûr itself, I suppose, and the crowns of 7 kings and the rods of 5 wizards. And have purchased yourself a pair of boots many sizes larger than those that you wear now. A modest plan, hardly one in which my help is needed. I have other things to do. Do not be a fool. If you wish to treat with me while you have a chance, go away, and come back when you are sober. And leave behind these cutthroats and small ragtag that dangle at your tail. Good day. He turned and left the balcony. Come back, Saruman, said Gandalf, in a commanding voice, to the amazement of the others. Saruman turned again, and as if dragged against his will, he came slowly back to the iron rail, leaning on it, breathing hard. His face was lined and shrunken. His hand clutched his heavy black staff like a claw. I did not give you leave to go, said Gandalf sternly. I have not finished. You have become a fool, Saruman, and yet pitiable. You might still have turned away from folly and evil and have been of service, but you choose to stay and gnaw at the ends of your own plots. Stay then, but I warn you, you will not easily come out again, not unless the dark hands of the East stretch out to take you. Saruman! He cried, and his voice grew in power and authority. Behold, I am not Gandalf the Grey whom you betrayed. I am Gandalf the White, who has returned from death. You have no color now, and I cast you from the Order and from the Council. He raised his hand and spoke slowly in a clear, cold voice. Saruman, your staff is broken. There was a crack, and the staff split asunder in Saruman's hand, and the head of it fell down at Gandalf's feet. "Go!" said Gandalf, with a cry. Saruman fell back and crawled away. At that moment, a heavy shining thing came hurtling down from above. It glanced off the iron rail, even as Saruman left it, and passing close to Gandalf's head, it smote the stair on which he stood. The rail rang and snapped. The stair cracked and splintered in glittering sparks. But the ball was unharmed. It rolled on down the steps, a globe of crystal, dark but glowing with a heart of fire. As it bounded away towards a pool, Pippin ran after it and picked it up. "The murderous rogue!" cried Eomer, but Gandalf was unmoved. "No, that was not thrown by Saruman," he said. "Not even at his bidding, I think. It came from a window far above. A parting shot from Master Wormtongue, I fancy, but ill-aimed." It's been 10 years, but it was nice to do it again. Thank you for listening. Have a great Tolkien Reading Day, everybody. I appreciate it. And also, I just wanted to bring this special message and say that, even though I've done Lord of the Rings 10 years ago, I have a small studio that I've started about a year ago doing audiobooks like this in public domain, and we just released Jungle Book in December, and it would be great if you probably would be interested in it. And it's on rootandtwig.sound.com. So if you ever have any inclination or curiosity about that, I would just feel it appropriate for you to check it out, because we're doing some really cool stuff, and we'd love it if you could check it out. And of course, thank you so much to everyone at who invited me for this, and I'm so glad to be part of something that is so inherently Tolkien that I love so much. So, thanks.
"I will keep Eomer and 10 riders," said the king. "They shall ride with me at early day. The rest may go with Aragorn and ride as soon as they have a mind." "As you will," said Gandalf, "but make all the speed you may to the cover of the hills, to Helm's Deep." At that moment, a shadow fell on them. The bright moonlight seemed to be suddenly cut off. Several of the riders cried out and crouched, holding their arms above their heads, as if to ward off a blow from above. A blind fear and a deadly cold fell on them. Cowering, they looked up. A vast, winged shape passed over the moon like a black cloud. It wheeled and went north, flying at a speed greater than any wind of Middle-earth. The stars fainted before it. It was gone. They stood up, rigid as stones. Gandalf was gazing up, his arms out and downwards, stiff, his hands clenched. "Nazgul," he cried. "The messenger of Mordor! The storm is coming! The Nazgul have crossed the river. Ride, ride! Wait not for the dawn. Let not the swift wait for the slow. Ride!" He sprang away, calling Shadowfax as he ran. Aragorn followed him. Going to Pippin, Gandalf picked him up in his arms. "You shall come with me this time," he said. "Shadowfax shall show you his paces." Then he ran to the place where he had slept. Shadowfax stood there already. Slinging the small bag which was all his luggage across his shoulders, the wizard leapt upon the horse's back. Aragorn lifted Pippin and set him in Gandalf's arms, wrapped in cloak and blanket. "Forward! Follow fast!" cried Gandalf. "Away, Shadowfax!" The great horse tossed his head. His flowing tail flicked in the moonlight. Then he leapt forward, spurning the earth, and was gone, like the north wind from the mountains. "A beautiful, restful night," said Merry to Aragorn. "Some folk have wonderful luck." He did not want to sleep, and he wanted to ride with Gandalf. There he goes, instead of being turned into a stone himself to stand here forever as a warning. If you had been the first to lift the Orthanc stone, and not he, how would it be now? Said Aragorn. You might have done worse. Who can say? But now, it is your luck to come with me, I fear. At once. Go and get ready, and bring anything that Pippin left behind. Make haste. Over the plains, Shadowfax was flying, needing no urging and no guidance. Less than an hour had passed, and they had reached the fords of Isen and crossed them. The mound of the riders and its cold spears lay grey behind them. Pippin was recovering. He was warm, but the wind in his face was keen and refreshing. He was with Gandalf. The horror of the stone and of the hideous shadow over the moon was fading. Things left behind in the mists of the mountains, or in a passing dream. He drew a deep breath. I did not know you rode bareback, Gandalf, he said. And you haven't a saddle or a bridle. I do not ride elf fashion, except on Shadowfax, said Gandalf. But Shadowfax will have no harness. You do not ride Shadowfax. He is willing to carry you, or not. If he is willing, that is enough. It is then his business to see that you remain on his back, unless you jump off into the air. How fast is he going? Asked Pippin. Fast by the wind, but very smooth. And how light his footfalls are. He is running now as fast as the swiftest horse could gallop, answered Gandalf. But that is not fast for him. The land is rising a little here, and is more broken than it was beyond the river. See how the white mountains are drawing near, under the stars. Yonder are the Threirni peaks, like black spears. It will not be long before we reach the branching roads and come to the Deeping Coombe, where the battle was fought 2 nights ago. Pippin was silent again for a while. He heard Gandalf singing softly to himself, murmuring brief snatches of rhyme in many tongues as the miles ran under them. At last, the wizard passed into a song of which the hobbit caught the words. A few lines came clear to his ears through the rushing of the wind. Tall ships and tall kings, 3 times 3. What brought they from the founded land over the flowing sea? 7 stars and 7 stones and 1 white tree. What are you saying, Gandalf? Asked Pippin. I was just running over some of the rhymes of lore in my mind, answered the wizard. Hobbits, I suppose, have forgotten them, even those that they ever knew. No, not all, said Pippin, and we have many of our own, which wouldn't interest you, perhaps. But I have never heard this one. What is it about? The 7 stars and 7 stones? About the Palantiri of the kings of old, said Gandalf. And what are they? The name meant that which looks far away. The Orthanc stone was one. And then it was not made, Pippin hesitated, by the enemy? No, said Gandalf, nor by Saruman. It is beyond his art, and beyond Sauron's too. The Palantiri came from beyond Westerness, from Eldamar. The Noldor made them. Fëanor himself, maybe, wrought them in days so long ago that the time cannot be measured in years. But there is nothing that Sauron cannot turn to evil uses. Alas for Saruman, it was his downfall, as I now perceive. Perilous to us all are the devices of an art deeper than we possess ourselves. Yet he must bear the blame. Fool! To keep it secret for his own profit. No word did he ever speak of it to any of the council. We had not yet given thought to the fate of the Palantiri of Gondor in its ruinous wars. By men, they were almost forgotten. Even in Gondor, they were a secret known only to a few. In Arnor, they were remembered only in rhyme of lore among the Dunedain. What did the men of old use them for? Asked Pippin, delighted and astonished at getting answers to so many questions, and wondering how long it would last. To see far off, and to converse in thought with one another, said Gandalf. In that way they long guarded and united the realm of Gondor. They set up stones at Minas Anor and at Minas Ithil, and at Orthanc in the Ring of Isengard. The chief and master of these was under the Dome of Stars at Osgiliath before its ruin. The three others were far away in the north. In the house of Elrond, it is told that they were at Enumenos and Amon-Sur, and Elendil's stone was on the Tower Hills that look towards Mithlond in the Gulf of Lune, where the grey ships lie. Each Palantir replied to each, but all those in Gondor were ever open to the view of Osgiliath. Now it appears that, as the rock of Orthanc has withstood the storms of time, so there the Palantir of that tower has remained. But alone, it could do nothing but see small images of things far off and days remote. Very useful, no doubt, that was Saruman. Yet it seems that he was not content. Further and further abroad he gazed, until he cast his gaze upon Barad-dûr. Then he was caught. Who knows where the lost stones of Arnor and Gondor now lie, buried or drowned deep? But one at least Sauron must have obtained and mastered to his purposes. I guess it was the Ithil stone, for he took Minas Ithil long ago and turned it into an evil place. Minas Morgul it has become. Easy it is now to guess how quickly the roving eye of Saruman was trapped and held, and how ever since he has been persuaded from afar, and daunted when persuasion would not serve. The biter bit the hawk under the eagle's foot, and the spider in a steel web. How long, I wonder, has he been constrained to come often to his class for inspection and instruction? And the Orthanc stone so bent towards Barad-dûr that, if any sable will of adamant now looks into it, it will bear his mind and sight swiftly thither. And how it draws one to itself! Have I not felt it? Even now my heart desires to test my will upon it, to see if I could not wrench it from him and turn it where I will. To look across the wide seas of water and of time to Tirion the Fair, and perceive the unimaginable hand and mind of Feanor at their work, while both the white tree and the golden were in flower. He sighed and fell silent. I wish I had known all this before, said Pippin. I had no notion of what I was doing. Oh, yes, you had, said Gandalf. You knew you were behaving wrongly and foolishly, and you told yourself so, though you did not listen. I do not tell you all this before, because it is only by musing on all that has happened that I have at last understood, even as we ride together. But if I had spoken sooner, it would not have lessened your desire, or made it easier to resist. On the contrary, no. The burned hand teaches best. After that advice about the fire goes the heart. It does, said Pippin. If all the 7 stones were laid out before me now, I should shut my eyes and put my hands in my pockets. Good. That is what I hoped.
Everyone, Welcome back. We have a bit of a break between books 3 and 4. Awesome readings from everyone so far, and we have a lot more to go. Everyone say hi to Rogue. Before we get back into things, though, I wanted to have a quick reminder. Make sure that you check out the QR codes on the side and visit everyone's awesome work, and check out my website for the Soundscape, and use the code Tolkien25 to get 25% off. You can also support me on Buy Me a Coffee. That link is in the description, sorry. And you can also become a member on YouTube if you want. And finally, before we get back into things, I have 2 trailers that I want to play. These are for other soundscapes that I've been working on. We all know that without Tolkien, these other fantasy worlds that we all love might not have come to be the way they are. So in celebration of that, I have 2 Tolkien-inspired, you could say, fantasy series that I've been working on. So enjoy these trailers and the rest of Tolkien Reading Day.
The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose in the mountains of mist. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time. But it was a beginning. Born below the ever-cloud-capped peaks that gave the mountains their name, the wind blew east out across the sand hills, once the shore of a great ocean before the breaking of the world. Down it flailed into the 2 rivers, into the tangled forest called the Westwood, and beat at 2 men walking with a cart and horse down the rock-strewn track called the Quarry Road. For all that spring should have come a good month since, the wind carried an icy chill as if it would rather bear snow.
Dumbledore turned and walked back down the street. On the corner he stopped and took out the silver put-outer. He clicked it once, and 12 balls of light sped back to their street lamps, so that Privet Drive glowed suddenly orange, and he could make out a tabby cat slinking round the corner at the other end of the street. He could just see the bundle of blankets on the step of number 4. "Good luck, Harry," he murmured. He turned on his heel, and with a swish of his cloak, he was gone. A breeze ruffled the neat hedges of Privet Drive, which lay silent and tidy under the inky sky, the very last place you would expect astonishing things to happen. Harry Potter rolled over inside his blankets without waking up. One small hand closed on the letter beside him, and he slept on, not knowing he was special, not knowing he was famous, not knowing he would be woken in a few hours' time by Mrs. Dursley's scream as she opened the front door to put out the milk bottles, nor that he would spend the next few weeks being prodded and pinched by his cousin Dudley. He couldn't know that at this very moment, people meeting in secret all over the country were holding up their glasses and saying in hushed voices, "To Harry Potter, the boy who lived."
The hurrying darkness, now gathering great speed, rushed up from the east and swallowed the sky. There was a dry, splitting crack of thunder right overhead. Searing lightning smote down into the hills. Then came a blast of savage wind, and with it, mingling with its roar, there came a high, shrill shriek. The hobbits had heard just such a cry far away in the Marish as they fled from Hobbiton, and even there in the woods of the Shire it had frozen their blood. Out here, in the waste, its terror was far greater. It pierced them with cold blades of horror and despair, stopping heart and breath. Sam fell flat on his face. Involuntarily, Frodo loosed his hold and put his hand over his head and ears. He swayed, slipped, and slithered downward with a wailing cry. Sam heard him and crawled with an effort to the edge. "Master! Master!" he called. "Master!" He heard no answer. He found he was shaking all over, but he gathered his breath, and once again he shouted, "Master!" The wind seemed to blow his voice back into his throat, but as it passed, roaring up the gully and away over the hills, a faint answering cry came to his ears. "All right! All right! I'm here, but I can't see." Frodo was calling with a weak voice. He was not actually very far away. He had slid and not fallen, and had come up with a jolt to his feet on a wider ledge not many yards lower down. Fortunately, the rock face at this point leaned well back, and the wind had pressed him against the cliff, so that he had not toppled over. He steadied himself a little, laying his face against the cold stone, feeling his heart pounding. But either the darkness had grown complete, or else his eyes had lost their sight. All was black about him. He wondered if he had been struck blind. He took a deep breath. "Come back! Come back!" He heard Sam's voice out of the blackness above. "I can't," he said. "I can't see. I can't find any hold. I can't move yet." "What can I do, Mr. Frodo? What can I do?" shouted Sam, leaning out dangerously far. Why could his master not see? It was dim, certainly, but not as dark as all that. He could see Frodo below him, a gray, forlorn figure splayed against the cliff, but he was far out of reach of any helping hand. There was another crack of thunder, and then the rain came. In a blinding sheet, mingled with hail, it drove against the cliff, bitter cold. "I'm coming down to you!" shouted Sam, though how he hoped to help in that way he could not have said. No, wait!" Frodo called back, more strongly now. "I shall be better soon. I feel better already. Wait! You can't do anything without a rope." "Rope!" cried Sam, talking wildly to himself in his excitement and relief. "Well, if I don't deserve to be hung on the end of one as a warning to numbskulls. You're not but a ninny hammer, Sam Gamgee. That's what the gaffer said to me often enough, it being a word of his. Rope!" "Stop chattering," cried Frodo, now recovered enough to feel both amused and annoyed. "Never mind your gaffer. Are you trying to tell yourself you've got some rope in your pocket? If so, out with it." "Yes, Mr. Frodo, in my pack and all. Carried it hundreds of miles, and I'd clean forgotten it." "Then get busy and let an end down." Quickly, Sam unslung his pack and rummaged in it. There indeed at the bottom was a coil of the silken grey rope made by the folk of Lorien. He cast an end to his master. The darkness seemed to lift from Frodo's eyes, or else his sight was returning. He could see the grey line as it came dangling down, and he thought it had a faint silver sheen. Now that he had some point in the darkness to fix his eyes on, he felt less giddy. Leaning his weight forward, he made the end fast round his waist, then he grasped the line with both hands. Sam stepped back and braced his feet against a stump a yard or two from the edge. Half hauled, half scrambling, Frodo came up and threw himself on the ground. Thunder growled and rumbled in the distance, and the rain was still falling heavily. The hobbits crawled away back into the gully, but they did not find much shelter there. Rills of water began to run down. Soon they grew to a spate that splashed and fumed on the stones and spouted over the cliff like gutters of a vast roof. "I should have been half drowned down there, or washed clean off," said Frodo. "What a piece of luck you had that rope." "Better luck if I'd thought of it sooner," said Sam. "Maybe you remember them putting the ropes in the boats as we started off in the Elvish country. I took a fancy to it and I stowed a coil in my pack. Years ago, it seems. It may be a help in many needs," he said. "Haldir, or one of those folk, and he spoke right." "A pity I didn't think of bringing another length," said Frodo. "But I left the company in such a hurry and confusion. If only we had enough, we could use it to get down. How long is your rope, I wonder?" Sam paid it out slowly, measuring it with his arms. 5, 10, 20, 30 ells more or less," he said. "Who would have thought it?" Frodo exclaimed. "Ah, who would?" said Sam. "Elves are wonderful folk. It looks a bit thin, but it's tough and soft as milk to the hand. Packs close, too, and as light as light. Wonderful folk, to be sure." 30 ells, said Frodo, considering. "I believe it would be enough. If the storm passes before nightfall, I'm going to try it." "The rain's nearly given over already," said Sam. "But don't you go doing anything risky in the din again, Mr. Frodo. And I haven't gotten over that shriek on the wind yet, if you have. Like a black rider it sounded, but one up in the air, if they can fly. I'm thinking we'd best lay up in this crack till night's over. And I'm thinking I won't spend a moment longer than I need, stuck up on this edge with the eyes of the dark country looking over the marshes," said Frodo. With that, he stood up and went to the bottom of the gully again. He looked out. Clear sky was growing in the east once more. The skirts of the storm were lifting, ragged and wet, and the main battle had passed to spread its great wings over the Emyn Muil, upon which the dark thought of Sauron brooded for a while. Thence it turned, smiting the vale of Anduin with hail and lightning, and casting its shadow upon Minas Tirith with threat of war. Then, lowering in the mountains and gathering its great spires, it rolled on slowly over Gondor and the skirts of Rohan, until far away the riders on the plain saw its black towers moving behind the sun as they rode into the west. But here, over the desert and the reeking marshes, the deep blue sky of evening opened once more, and a few pallid stars appeared, like small white holes in the canopy above the crescent moon. "It's good to be able to see again," said Frodo, breathing deep. "Do you know, I thought for a bit I had lost my sight? From the lightning or something else worse, I could see nothing at all, until the gray rope came down. It seemed to shimmer somehow." "It does look sort of silver in the dark," said Sam. "Never noticed it before, though I can't remember as I've ever had it out since I first stowed it. But if you're so set on climbing, Mr. Frodo, how are you going to use it? 30 ells, or say 18 fathom? That's no more than your guess at the height of the cliff." Frodo thought for a while. "Make it fast to that stump, Sam," he said. "Then I think you shall have your wish this time and go first. I'll lower you, and you need do no more than use your feet and hands to fend yourself off the rock. Though if you put your weight on some of the ledges and give me a rest, it will help. When you're down, I'll follow. I feel quite myself again now." "Very well," said Sam heavily. "If it must be, let's get it over." He took up the rope and made it fast over the stump nearest to the brink. Then the other end he tied about his own waist. Reluctantly, he turned and prepared to go over the edge a second time.
Sat upon the ground for a long while, silent, his head bowed, striving to recall all that Gandalf had said to him. But for this choice he could recall no counsel. Indeed, Gandalf's guidance had been taken from them too soon, while the Dark Land was still very far away. How they should enter it at the last Gandalf had not said. Perhaps he could not say. Into the stronghold of the enemy in the north, into Dol Guldur, he had once ventured, but into Mordor, to the Mountain of Fire, and to Barad-dûr. Since the Dark Lord rose in power again, had he ever journeyed there? Frodo did not think so. And here he was, a little halfling from the Shire, a simple hobbit of the quiet countryside, expected to find a way where the Great Ones could not go, or dared not go. It was an evil fate. But he had taken it on himself in his own sitting room in the far-off spring of another year, so remote now that it was like a chapter in a story of the world's youth, when the trees of silver and gold were still in bloom. This was an evil choice. Which way should he choose? And if both led to terror and death, what good lay in choice? The day drew on. A deep silence fell upon the little gray hollow where they lay, so near to the borders of the land of fear, a silence that could be felt as if it were a thick veil that cut them off from all the world about them. Above them was a dome of pale sky barred with fleeting smoke, but it seemed high and far away, as if seen through great deeps of air heavy with brooding thought. Not even an eagle poised against the sun would have marked the hobbits sitting there, under the weight of doom, silent, not moving, shrouded in their thin gray cloaks. For a moment he might have paused to consider Gollum, a tiny figure sprawling on the ground. There perhaps lay the famished skeleton of some child of men, its ragged garment still clinging to it, its long arms and legs almost bone-white and bone-thin, no flesh worth a peck. Frodo's head was bowed over his knees, but Sam leaned back, with hands behind his head, staring out of his hood at the empty sky. At least for a long while it was empty. Then presently Sam thought he saw a dark, bird-like figure wheel into the circle of his sight, and hover, and then wheel away again. Two more followed, and then a fourth. They were very small to look at, yet he knew, somehow, that they were huge, with a vast stretch of pinion, flying at a great height. He covered his eyes and bent forward, cowering. The same warning fear was on him as he had felt in the presence of the Black Riders, the helpless horror that had come with the cry in the wind and the shadow on the moon, though now it was not so crushing or compelling. The menace was more remote, but menace it was. Frodo felt it too. His thought was broken. He stirred and shivered, but he did not look up. Gollum huddled himself together like a cornered spider. The winged shapes wheeled and stooped swiftly down, speeding back to Mordor. Sam took a deep breath. "The riders are up again, up in the air," he said in a hoarse whisper. "I saw them. Do you think they could see us? They were very high up, and if they are Black Riders same as before, then they can't see much by daylight, can they?" "No, perhaps not," said Frodo. "But their steeds could see, and these winged creatures that they ride on now, they can probably see more than any other creature." They are like great carrion birds. They are looking for something. The enemy is on the watch, I fear. The feeling of dread passed, but the enfolding silence was broken. For some time, they had been cut off from the world, as if in an invisible island. Now they were laid bare again. Peril had returned. But still Frodo did not speak to Gollum, or make his choice. His eyes were closed, as if he were dreaming, or looking inward into his heart and memory. At last he stirred and stood up, and it seemed that he was about to speak and to decide. But hark, he said, what is that? A new fear was upon them. They heard singing and hoarse shouting. At first, it seemed a long way off, but it drew nearer. It was coming towards them. It leaped into all their minds that the black wings had spied them and had sent armed soldiers to seize them. No speed seemed too great for these terrible servants of Sauron. They crouched, listening. The voices and the clink of weapons and harness were very close. Frodo and Sam loosened their small swords in their sheaths. Flight was impossible. Gollum rose slowly and crawled, insect-like, to the lip of the hollow. Very cautiously he raised himself inch by inch until he could peer over it between two broken points of stone. He remained there without moving for some time, making no sound. Presently, the voices began to recede again, and then they slowly faded away. Far off a horn blew on the ramparts of the Morannon. Then quietly Gollum drew back and slipped down into the hollow. "More men going to Mordor," he said in a low voice. "Dark faces. We have not seen men like these before. No, Smeagol has not. They are fierce. They have black eyes and long black hair and gold rings in their ears. Yes, lots of beautiful gold. And some have red paint on their cheeks and red cloaks, and their flags are red, and the tips of their spears. And they have round shields, yellow and black with big spikes. Not nice. Very cruel, wicked men they look. Almost as bad as orcs, and much bigger. Smeagol thinks they have come out of the south, beyond the great river's end. They came up that road. They have passed on to the Black Gate. But more may follow. Always more people coming to Mordor. One day, all the peoples will be inside." "Were there any Oliphants?" asked Sam, forgetting his fear in his eagerness for news of strange places. "No Oliphants." "What are Oliphants?" said Gollum. Sam stood up, putting his hands behind his back, as he always did when speaking poetry, and began. "Gray as a mouse, big as a house, nose like a snake, I make the earth shake. As I tramp through the grass, trees crack as I pass. With horns in my mouth, I walk in the south. Flapping big ears, beyond count of years, I stump round and round, never lie on the ground, not even to die. Oliphant am I, biggest of all. Huge, old, and tall. If you'd ever met me, you wouldn't forget me. If you never do, you won't think I'm true. But old Oliphant am I, and I never lie." "That," said Sam, when he had finished reciting, "that's a rhyme we have in the Shire. Nonsense maybe, and maybe not. But we have our tales too, and news out of the south, you know. In the old days, hobbits used to go on their travels now and again. Not that many ever came back, and not that all they said was believed. News from Bree, and not sure as Shire talk, as the sayings go. But I've heard tales of the big folk down away in the Sunlands. Swertings, we call 'em in our tales, and they ride on olifants, 'tis said, when they fight. They put houses and towers on the olifants' backs and all, and the olifants throw rocks and trees at one another. So when you said, men out of the south, all in red and gold, I said, were there any olifants? For if there was, I was going to take a look, risk or no. But now I don't suppose I'll ever see an oliphant. Maybe there ain't no such beast, he sighed.
No oliphants, said Gollum again. Smeagol has not heard of them. He does not want to see them. He does not want them to be. Smeagol wants to go away from here and hide somewhere safer. Smeagol wants Master to go. Nice Master. Won't he come with Smeagol?
Frodo stood up. He had laughed in the midst of all his cares when Sam trotted out the old fireside rhyme of Oliphant, and the laugh had released him from hesitation. I wish we had 1,000 Oliphants with Gandalf on a white one at their head, he said. Then we'd break away into this evil land, perhaps. But we've not. We've just our own tired legs, that's all. Well, Smeagol, the third turn may turn the best. I will come with you.
Good Master, wise Master, nice Master,
cried Gollum, in delight, patting Frodo's knees.
Good Master. Then rest now, nice hobbits. Under the shadow of the stones, close under the stones. Rest and lie quiet till the yellow face goes away. Then we can go quickly. Soft and quick as shadows we must be.
He woke, thinking that he heard horns blowing. He sat up. It was now high noon. The guards stood alert and tense in the shadows of the trees. Suddenly, the horns rang out, louder and beyond mistake from above. Over the top of the slope, Sam thought that he heard cries and wild shouting also. But the sound was faint, as if it came out of some distant cave. Then presently the noise of fighting broke out near at hand, just above their hiding place. He could hear plainly the ringing grate of steel on steel, the clang of swords on iron cap, the dull beat of blade on shield. Men were yelling and screaming, and one clear, loud voice was calling, "Gondor! Gondor!" "It sounds like 100 blacksmiths all smithing together," said Sam to Frodo. "They're as near as I want them now." But the noise grew closer. "They are coming!" cried Damrod. "See! Some of the Southrons have broken from the trap and are flying from the road. There they go! Our men after them and the captain leading." Sam, eager to see more, went now and joined the guards. He scrambled a little way up into one of the larger of the bay trees. For a moment he caught a glimpse of swarthy men in red running down the slope. Some way off, the green-clad warriors leaping after them, hewing them down as they fled. The arrows were thick in the air, and suddenly, straight over the rim of their sheltering bank, a man fell, crashing through the slender trees nearly on top of them. He came to rest in the ferns a few feet away, facing downward, green arrow feathers sticking from his neck below a golden collar. His scarlet robes were tattered. His corselet of overlapping brazen plates was rent and hewn. his black plaits of hair braided with gold and drenched with blood, his brown hand still clutching the hilt of a broken sword. It was Sam's first view of a battle of men against men, and he did not like it much. He was glad that he could not see the dead face. He wondered what the man's name was, and where he came from, and if he was really evil of heart, or what lies or threats had led him on the long march from his home, and if he would not really rather have stayed there in peace. All in a flash of thought, which was quickly driven from his mind, for just as Mablung stepped towards the fallen body, there was a new noise. Great crying and shouting. Amidst it, Sam heard a shrill bellowing or trumpeting, and then a great thudding and bumping like huge rams, dinning on the ground. Where? Where? Cried Dambrod to his companion. May the Vala turn him aside! Mumok! Mumok! To his astonishment and terror and lasting delight, Sam saw a vast shape crashing out of the trees and come careering down the slope. Big as a house, much bigger than a house it looked to him. A gray-clad moving hill, fear and wonder, maybe, enlarged him in the hobbit's eyes, but the Mumok of Harad was indeed a beast of vast volume. The like of him does not walk now in Middle-earth. His kin that live still in latter days are but memories of his girth and majesty. On he came, straight towards the waters, and then swerved aside in the nick of time, passing only a few yards away, rocking the ground beneath their feet. His great legs like trees, enormous sail-like ears, spread out, long snout upraised, like a huge serpent about to strike, his small red eyes raging. His upturned horn-like tusks were bound with bands of gold and dripping with blood. His trappings of scarlet and gold flapped about him. In wild tatters, the ruins of what seemed a very war tower lay upon his heaving back, smashed in his furious passage through the woods, and high upon his neck still desperately clung a tiny figure, the body of a mighty warrior, a giant known as Swerthines. On the great beast thundered, blundering in blind wrath through the pool and thicket. Arrows skipped and snapped harmlessly about the triple hide of his flank. Men of both sides fled before him, but many he overtook and crushed to the ground. Soon he was lost to view, still trumpeting and stamping far away. What became of him, Sam never heard, and whether he escaped to roam the wild for a time, until he perished far from his home, or was trapped in some deep pit, or whether he raged on until he plunged in the great river and was swallowed up. Sam drew a deep breath. An Oliphant that was, he said. So there are Oliphants, and I have seen one. What a life. But no one at home will ever believe me. Well, that's over. I'll have a bit of sleep. Sleep while you may, said Mablung. But the captain will return, if he is unheard. And when he comes, we shall swiftly depart. We shall be pursued as soon as news of our deeds reach the enemy, and that will not be long. Go quietly when you must. No need to disturb my sleep. I was walking all night. Mablung laughed. I do not think the captain will leave you here, Master Samuels, but you shall see.
Sam gathered a pile of the driest fern, and then scrambled up the bank, collecting a bundle of twigs and broken wood. The fallen branch of a cedar at the top gave him a good supply. He cut out some turves at the foot of the bank, just outside the fern break, and made a shallow hole and laid his fuel in it. Being handy with flint and tinder, he soon had a small blaze going. It made little or no smoke, but gave off an aromatic scent. He was just stooping over his fire, shielding it and building it up with heavier wood, when Gollum returned, carrying the pans carefully and grumbling to himself. He set the pans down, and then suddenly saw what Sam was doing. He gave a thin, hissing shriek, and seemed to be both frightened and angry. "Ah! No!" he cried. "No, silly hobbits! Foolish! Yes, foolish! They mustn't do it!" "Mustn't do what?" asked Sam in surprise. "Not make the nasty red tongues," hissed Gollum. "Fire! Fire! It's dangerous! Yes, it is! It burns! It kills! And it will bring enemies! Yes, it will!" "I don't think so," said Sam. "Don't see why it should if you don't put wet stuff on it and make a smother. But if it does, it does. I'm going to risk it anyhow. I'm going to stew these conies." "Stew the rabbits?" squealed Gollum in dismay. "Spoil beautiful meat Smeagol saved for you. Poor hungry Smeagol. What for? What for, silly hobbit? They are young, they are tender, they are nice. Eat them, eat them." He clawed at the nearest rabbit, already skinned and lying by the fire. Now, said Sam, each to his own fashion. Our bread chokes you, and raw coney chokes me. If you give me a coney, the coney's mine, see, to cook if I have a mind. And I have. You needn't watch me. Go and catch another and eat it as you fancy. Somewhere private and out of my sight. Then you won't see the fire, and I shan't see you, and we'll both be the happier. I'll see the fire don't smoke if that's any comfort to you. Gollum withdrew, grumbling, and crawled into the fern. Sam busied himself with his pans. What a hobbit needs with coney, he said to himself, is some herbs and roots, especially taters, not to mention bread. Herbs we can manage, seemingly. Gollum, he called softly. Third time pays for all. I want some herbs. Gollum's head peeped out of the fern, but his looks were neither helpful nor friendly. A few bay leaves. Some thyme and sage will do, before the water boils, said Sam. No, said Gollum. Smeagol is not pleased. And Smeagol doesn't like smelly leaves. He doesn't eat grasses or roots. No, precious, not till he's starving or very sick. Poor Smeagol. Smeagol will get into real, true hot water when this water boils if he doesn't do as he's asked, growled Sam. Sam will put his head in it, yes, precious. And I'd make him look for turnips and carrots, and taters too if it was that time of the year. I'll bet there's all sorts of good things running wild in this country. I'd give a lot for half a dozen taters. Smeagol won't go. Oh no, precious, not this time, hissed Gollum. He's frightened, and he's very tired, and this hobbit's not nice at all. Smeagol won't grub for roots and carrots and taters. What's taters, precious, eh? What's taters? Potatoes, said Sam. The gaffer's delight, and rare good ballast for an empty stomach. But you won't find any, so you needn't look. But be good, Smeagol, and fetch me the herbs, and I'll think better of you. What's more, if you turn over a new leaf and keep it turned, I'll cook you some taters one of these days, I will. Fried fish and chips served by Gamgee. You couldn't say no to that. Yes, we could. Spoiling nice fish, scorching it. Give me fish now, and keep nasty chips. Oh, you're hopeless, said Sam. Go to sleep. In the end, he had to find what he wanted for himself. But he did not have to go far, not out of sight of the place where his master lay, still sleeping, For a while, Sam sat musing and tending the fire till the water boiled. The daylight grew, and the air became warm. The dew faded off turf and leaf. Soon the rabbits cut up lay simmering in their pans with the bunched herbs. Almost Sam fell asleep as the time went by. He let them stew for close on an hour, testing them now and again with his fork and tasting the broth. When he thought all was ready, he lifted the pans off the fire and crept along to Frodo. Frodo half opened his eyes as Sam stood over him, and then he wakened from his dreaming. Another gentle, unrecoverable dream of peace. "Hello, Sam," he said. "Not resting? Is anything wrong? What is the time?" "A couple of hours after daybreak," said Sam, "and nigh on 8:30 by Shire clocks, maybe. But nothing's wrong, though it ain't quite what I'd call right. No stock, no onions, no taters. I've got a bit of stew for you, and some broth, Mr. Frodo. Do you good. You'll have to sup it in your mug, or straight from the pan when it's cooled a bit. I haven't brought no bowls, nor nothing proper." Frodo yawned and stretched. "You should have been resting, Sam," he said, "and lighting a fire was dangerous in these parts. But I do feel hungry. Can I smell it from here? What have you stewed?" "A present from Smeagol," said Sam. "A brace of young conies, though I fancy Gollum's regretting them now. But there's naught to go with them but a few herbs." Sam and his master sat just within the fern brake and ate their stew from the pans, sharing the old fork and spoon. They allowed themselves half a piece of the elvish waybread each. It seemed a feast. "Woo, Gollum!" Sam called and whistled softly. "Come on, still time to change your mind. There's some left if you want to try stewed coney." There was no answer. "Oh well, I suppose he's gone off to find something for himself. We'll finish it," said Sam. "And then you must take some sleep," said Frodo.
The window on the west. "But tell me now of your own fortunes," said Frodo, turning the matter aside once again. "For I would learn more of Minas Ithil and Osgiliath, and Minas Tirith the long-enduring. What hope have you for that city in your long war?" "What hope have we?" said Faramir. "It is long since we had any hope. The sword of Elendil, if it returns indeed, may rekindle it. But I do not think that it will do more than put off the evil day, unless other help, unlooked for, also comes, from elves or men. For the enemy increases, and we decrease. We are a failing people, a springless autumn. The men of Numenor were settled far and wide on the shores and seaward regions of the great lands, but for the most part they fell into evils and follies. Many became enamored of the darkness and the black arts. Some were given over wholly to idleness and ease, and some fought among themselves until they were conquered in their weakness by the wild men. It is not said that evil arts were ever practiced in Gondor, or that the Nameless One was ever named in honor there, and the old wisdom and beauty brought out of the West remained long in the realm of the sons of Elendil the Fair, and they linger there still. Yet even so, it was Gondor that brought about its own decay, falling by degrees into dotage, and thinking that the enemy was asleep, who was only vanished, not destroyed. Death was ever present, because the Númenóreans still, as they had in their old kingdom, and so lost it, hungered after endless life unchanging. Kings made tombs more splendid than houses of the living, and counted old names in the rolls of their descent dearer than the names of sons. Childless lords sat in aged halls musing on heraldry. In secret chambers, withered men compounded strong elixirs, or in high, cold towers asked questions of the stars. And the last king of the line of Anarion had no heir. But the stewards were wiser and more fortunate. Wiser, for they recruited the strength of our people from the sturdy folk of the seacoast, and from the hardy mountaineers of arid Nimrace. And they made a truce with the proud peoples of the north, who often had assailed us, men of fierce valor, but our kin from afar off, unlike the wild Easterlings or the cruel Haradrim. So it came to pass in the days of Kirion the 12th steward, and my father is the 6th and 20th, that they rode to our aid, and at the great field of Celebrant they destroyed our enemies that had seized our northern provinces. These are the Rohirrim, as we name them, masters of horses, and we ceded to them the fields of Calanardan that are since called Rohan, for that province had long been sparsely peopled. And they became our allies, and have ever proved true to us, aiding us at need, and guarding our northern marches and the gap of Rohan. Of our lore and manners they have learned what they would, and their lords speak our speech at need. Yet for the most part they hold by the ways of their own fathers, and to their own memories, and they speak among themselves their own Nork tongue. And we love them. Tall men and fair women, valiant both alike, golden-haired, bright-eyed, and strong, they remind us of the youth of men as they were in the elder days. Indeed, it is said by our lore masters that they have from of old this affinity with us, that they are come from the same 3 houses of men as were the Númenóreans in their beginning. Not from Hador the golden-haired, the elf-friend maybe, yet from such of his sons and people as went not oversea into the west, refusing the call. For so we reckon men in our lore, calling them the High, or men of the west, which were Númenóreans, and the middle peoples, men of the twilight, such as are the Rohirrim and their kin that dwell still far in the north, and the wild, the men of darkness. Yet now, if the Rohirrim are grown in some ways more like to us, enhanced in arts and gentleness, we too have become more like to them, and can scarce claim any longer the title High. We are become middlemen of the twilight, but with memory of other things. For as the Rohirrim do, we now love war and valor as things good in themselves, both a sport and an end. And though we still hold that a warrior should have more skills and knowledge than only the craft of weapon and slaying, we esteem a warrior, nonetheless, above men of other crafts. Such is the need of our days. So even was my brother, Boromir, a man of prowess, and for that he was accounted the best man in Gondor. And very valiant indeed he was. No heir of Minas Tirith has for long years been so hardy in toil, so onward into battle, or blown a mightier note on the great horn. Faramir sighed and fell silent for a while. "You don't say much in all your tales about the elves, sir," said Sam, suddenly plucking up courage. He had noted that Faramir seemed to refer to elves with reverence, and this, even more than his courtesy, and his food and wine, had won Sam's respect and quieted his suspicions. "No, indeed, Master Samwise," said Faramir, "for I am not learned in Elven lore. But there, you touch upon another point in which we have changed, declining from Numenor to Middle-earth. For as you may know, if Mithrandir was your companion, and you have spoken with Elrond, the Edain, the fathers of the Númenóreans, fought beside the elves in the first wars, and were rewarded by the gift of the kingdom in the midst of the sea, within sight of Elvenhome. But in Middle-earth, men and elves became estranged in the days of darkness, by the arts of the enemy, and by the slow changes of time in which each kind walked further down their sundered roads. Men now fear and misdoubt the elves, and yet know little of them, and we of Gondor grow like other men, like the men of Rohan, for even they, who are foes of the Dark Lord, shun the elves, and speak of the Golden Wood with dread. Yet there are among us still some who have dealings with the elves when they may, and ever and anon one will go in secret to Lorien, seldom to return. Not I, for I deem it perilous now for mortal man willfully to seek out the elder people. Yet I envy you that have spoken with the White Lady.
At last, Gollum turned to the hobbits. "Day soon," he said. "Hobbits must hurry. Not safe to stay in the open in these places. Make haste!" He quickened his pace, and they followed him wearily. Soon they began to climb up onto a great hogback of land. For the most part it was covered with a thick growth of gorse and whortleberry, and low, tough thorns, though here and there clearings opened, the scars of recent fires. The gorse bushes became more frequent as they got nearer the top. Very old and tall they were, gaunt and leggy below, but thick above, and already putting out yellow flowers that glimmered in the gloom and gave a faint, sweet scent. So tall were the spiny thickets that the hobbits could walk upright under them, passing through the long dry aisles carpeted with a deep, prickly mold. On the further edge of this broad hill-back, they stayed their march and crawled for hiding underneath a tangled knot of thorns. Their twisted boughs, stooping to the ground, were overridden by a clambering maze of old briars. Deep inside there was a hollow hall, raftered with dead branch and bramble, and roofed with the first leaves and shoots of spring. There they lay for a while, too tired yet to eat, and peering out through the holes in the cupboard, they watched for the slow growth of day. But no day came, only a dead brown twilight. In the east there was a dull red glare under the lowering cloud. It was not the red of dawn. Across the tumbled lands between, the mountains of the Efelduach frowned at them, black and shapeless below, where night lay thick and did not pass away. Above, with jagged tops and edges outlined hard and menacing against the fiery glow. Away to their right, a great shoulder of the mountain stood out, dark and black amid the shadows, thrusting westward. "Which way do we go from here?" asked Frodo. "Is that the opening of the Morgul Valley, away over there beyond that black mass?" "Need we think about it yet?" said Sam. "Surely we're not going to move any more today, if day it is." Perhaps not, said Gollum. "But we must go soon to the crossroads. Yes, to the crossroads. That's the way over there. Yes, master. The red glare over Mordor died away. The twilight deepened as great vapors rose in the east and crawled above them. Frodo and Sam took a little food and then lay down. But Gollum was restless. He would not eat any of their food, but he drank a little water and then crawled about under the bushes, sniffing and muttering. Then suddenly he disappeared. Off hunting, I suppose, said Sam, and yawned. It was his turn to sleep first, and he was soon deep in a dream. He thought he was back in the Bag End garden, looking for something, but he had a heavy pack on his back, which made him stoop. It all seemed very weedy and rank, somehow, and thorns and bracken were invading the beds down near the bottom hedge. A job of work for me, I can see. But I'm so tired, he kept on saying. Presently, he remembered what he was looking for. My pipe, he said, and with that he woke up. Silly, he said to himself as he opened his eyes and wondered why he was lying down under the hedge. It's in your pack all the time. Then he realized, first that the pipe might be in his pack, but he had no leaf, and next that he was hundreds of miles from Bag End. He sat up. It seemed to be almost dark. Why had his master let him sleep on out of turn, right on till evening? Haven't you had no sleep, Mr. Frodo? He said. What's the time? Seems to be getting late. No, it isn't, said Frodo, but the day is getting darker, instead of lighter. Darker and darker. As far as I can tell, it isn't midday yet, and you've only slept for about 3 hours. I wonder what's up, said Sam. Is there a storm coming? If so, it's going to be the worst there ever was. We shall wish we were down a deep hole, not just stuck under a hedge. He listened. What's that? Thunder or drums, or what is it? I don't know, said Frodo. It's been going on for a good while now. Sometimes the ground seems to tremble. Sometimes it seems to be the heavy air throbbing in your ears. Sam looked round. Where's Gollum? He said. Hasn't he come back yet? No, said Frodo. There's not been a sign or sound of him. Well, I can't abide him, said Sam. In fact, I've never taken anything on a journey that I'd have been less sorry to lose on the way. But it would be just like him, after coming all these miles, to go and get lost now, just when we shall need him most. That is, if he's ever going to be any use, which I doubt. You forget the marshes, said Frodo. I hope nothing has happened to him. And I hope he's up to no tricks. And anyway, I hope he doesn't fall into other hands, as you might say. Because if he does, we shall soon be in for trouble. At that moment, a rolling and rumbling noise was heard again, louder now and deeper. The ground seemed to quiver under their feet. I think we are in for trouble anyhow, said Frodo. I'm afraid our journey is drawing to an end. Maybe, said Sam, but where there's life there's hope, as my gaffer used to say. And need of victuals, as he most ways used to add. You have a bite, Mr. Frodo, and then a bit of sleep. The afternoon, as Sam supposed it must be called, wore on. Looking out from the covert, he could see only a dun, shadowless world, fading slowly into a featureless, colorless gloom. It felt stifling, but not warm. Frodo slept unquietly, turning and tossing, and sometimes murmuring. Twice, Sam thought he heard him speaking Gandalf's name. The time seemed to drag interminably. Suddenly, Sam heard a hiss behind him, and there was Gollum on all fours, peering at them with gleaming eyes. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, sleepies! He whispered. Wake up! No time to lose. We must go, yes. We must go at once. No time to lose.
At this, Gollum's fear and agitation became so great that he spoke again, hissing behind his hand as if to keep the sound from unseen listeners in the air.
Not here! No! Not rest here! Fools! Eyes can see us! When they come to the bridge, they will see us! Come away! Climb! Climb! Come!
Mr. Frodo, said Sam. He's right again. We can't stay here. All right, said Frodo in a remote voice, as of one speaking half asleep. I will try. Wearily, he got to his feet. But it was too late. At that moment, the rock quivered and trembled beneath them. The great rumbling noise, louder than ever before, rolled in the ground and echoed in the mountains. Then, with searing suddenness, there came a great red flash. Far beyond the eastern mountains, it leapt into the sky and splashed the lowering clouds with crimson. In that valley of shadow and cold, deathly light, it seemed unbearably violent and fierce. Peaks of stone and ridges like notched knives sprang out in staring black against the uprushing flame in Gorgoroth. Then came a great crack of thunder. And Minas Morgul answered. There was a flare of livid lightnings, forks of blue flame springing up from the tower and from the encircling hills into the sullen clouds. The earth groaned, and out of the city there came a cry. Mingled with harsh, high voices as of birds of prey, and the shrill neighing of horses wild with rage and fear, there came a rending screech, shivering, rising swiftly to a piercing pitch beyond the range of hearing. The hobbits wheeled round towards it and cast themselves down, holding their hands upon their ears. As the terrible cry ended, falling back through a long, sickening wail to silence, Frodo slowly raised his head. Across the narrow valley, now almost on a level with his eyes, the walls of the evil city stood, and its cavernous gate, shaped like an open mouth with gleaming teeth, was gaping wide. And out of the gate, an army came. All that host was clad in sable, dark as the night. Against the wan walls and the luminous pavement of the road, Frodo could see them. Small black figures in rank upon rank, marching swiftly and silently, passing outwards in an endless stream. Before them went a great cavalry of horsemen, moving like ordered shadows. And at their head was one greater than all the rest. A rider, all black save that on his hooded head he had a helm like a crown that flickered with a perilous light. Now he was drawing near the bridge below, and Frodo's staring eyes followed him, unable to wink or to withdraw. Surely there was the Lord of the Nine Riders returned to Earth to lead his ghastly host to battle. Here, yes, here indeed, was the haggard king whose cold hand had smitten down the ring-bearer with his deadly knife. The old wound throbbed with pain, and a great chill spread toward Frodo's heart. Even as these thoughts pierced him with dread and held him bound as with a spell, the rider halted suddenly, right before the entrance of the bridge, and behind him, all the host stood still. There was a pause, a dead silence. Maybe it was the ring that called to the Wraith Lord, and for a moment he was troubled, sensing some other power within his valley. This way and that turned the dark head, helmed and crowned with fear, sweeping the shadows with its unseen eyes. Frodo waited, like a bird at the approach of a snake, unable to move. And as he waited, he felt, more urgent than ever before, the command that he should put on the ring. But great as the pressure was, He felt no inclination now to yield to it. He knew that the ring would only betray him, and that he had not, even if he put it on, the power to face the Morgul king. Not yet. There was no longer any answer to that command in his own will, dismayed by terror though it was, and he felt only the beating upon him of a great power from outside. It took his hand, and as Frodo watched with his mind, not willing it, but in suspense, as if he looked on some old story far away, it moved the hand inch by inch towards the chain upon his neck. Then his own will stirred. Slowly, it forced the hand back and set it to find another thing, a thing lying hidden near his breast. Cold and hard it seemed as his grip closed on it, the phial of Galadriel, so long treasured and almost forgotten till that hour. As he touched it, for a while, all thought of the ring was banished from his mind. He sighed and bent his head. At that moment, the Wraith King turned and spurred his horse and rode across the bridge, and all his dark host followed him. Maybe the elven hoods defied his unseen eyes, and the mind of his small enemy, being strengthened, had turned aside his thought. But he was in haste. Already the hour had struck, and at his great master's bidding he must march with war into the west. Soon he had passed, like a shadow into shadow, down the winding road, and behind him still the black ranks crossed the bridge. So great an army had never issued from that vale since the days of Isildur's might. No host so fell and strong in arms had yet assailed the fords of Anduin, and yet it was but one, and not the greatest, of the hosts that Mordor now sent forth.
I wonder what sort of a tale we've fallen into. I wonder, said Frodo, but I don't know. And that's the way of a real tale. Take anyone that you're fond of. You may know, or guess, what kind of a tale it is. Happy ending or sad ending. But the people in it don't know. And you don't want them to. No, sir, of course not. Baron, now, he never thought he was going to get to that Silmaril from Iron Crown and Thangordrim. And yet he did. And that was a worse place and a blacker danger than ours. But that's a long tale, of course, and goes on past the happiness and into grief and beyond it. And the Silmaril went on and came to Erendil. And why, sir, I never thought of that before. You've got some of the light of it in that star glass that the lady gave you. Why, to think of it, we're in the same tale still. It's going on. Don't the great tales never end? No, they never end as tales, said Frodo. But the people in them come and go when their parts ended. Our part will end later, or sooner. And then we can have some rest and some sleep, said Sam. He laughed grimly. And I mean just that, Mr. Frodo. I mean plain, ordinary rest and sleep, and waking up to a morning's work in the garden. I'm afraid that's all I'm hoping for all the time. All the big important plans are not for my sort. Still, I wonder if we shall ever be put into songs or tales. We're in one, of course, but I mean, put into words, you know. told by the fireside or read out of a great big book with red and black letters years and years afterward. And people will say, "Let's hear about Frodo and the ring." And they'll say, "Yes, that's one of my favorite stories. Frodo was very brave, wasn't he, Dad?" "Yes, my boy, the famousest of the hobbits. And that's saying a lot." "It's saying a lot too much," said Frodo. And he laughed, a long, clear laugh from his heart. Such a sound had not been heard in those places since Sauron came to Middle-earth. To Sam, suddenly it seemed as if all the stones were listening, and the tall rocks leaning over them. But Frodo did not heed them. He laughed again. "Why, Sam," he said, "to hear you somehow makes me as merry as if the story was already written. But you've left out one of the chief characters, Samwise the Stout-Hearted." "I want to hear more about Sam, Dad. Why didn't they put in more of his talk, Dad? That's what I like. It makes me laugh. And Frodo wouldn't have gotten far without Sam, would he, Dad?" "Now, Mr. Frodo," said Sam, "you shouldn't make fun. I was serious." "So was I, Sam," said Frodo. "And so I am. We're going on a bit too fast. You and I, Sam, are still stuck in the worst places of the story. And it is all too likely that some will say at this point, 'Shut the book now, Dad. We don't want to read any more.'" "Maybe," said Sam, "but I wouldn't be the one to say that. Things done and over and made into part of the great tales are different. Why, even Gollum might be good in a tale, better than he is to have by you anyway. And he used to like tales himself once, by his own account. I wonder if he thinks he's the hero or the villain. Gollum," he called, "would you like to be the hero?" Now where's he got to again? There was no sign of him at the mouth of their shelter, nor in the shadows near. He had refused their food, though he had, as usual, accepted a mouthful of water. And then he had seemed to curl up for a sleep. They had supposed that one at any rate of his objects in his long absence the day before had been to hunt for food to his own liking. And now he had evidently slipped off again while they were talking. But what for this time? "I don't want his sleeping off without saying," said Sam. "And least of all now. He can't be looking for food up here, not unless there's some kind of rock he fancies. Why, there isn't even a bit of moss." "It's no good worrying about him now," said Frodo. "We couldn't have got so far, not even within the sight of the pass, without him. And so we'll have to put up with his ways. If he's false, he's false. All the same, I'd rather have him under my eye," said Sam. "All the more so if he's false. Do you remember, he never would say if this pass was guarded or no. And now we see it tower up there, and it may be deserted, and it may not. Do you think he's gone to fetch them? Orcs or whatever they are?" "No, I don't think so," answered Frodo. "Even if he's up to some wickedness, and I suppose that's not unlikely, I don't think it's that. Not to fetch orcs, or any servants of the enemy."
Hi, my name is Anne, and I'll be reading today from Shelob's Lair. "Which way has Gollum gone?" panted Sam. "And why didn't he wait?" "Smeagol," said Frodo, trying to call. "Smeagol!" But his voice croaked, and the name fell dead almost as it left his lips. There was no answer, not an echo, not even a tremor of the air. "He's really gone this time, I fancy," muttered Sam. "I guess this is just exactly where he meant to bring us. Gollum, if I ever lay hands on you again, you'll be sorry for it." Presently, groping and fumbling in the dark, they found that the opening on the left was blocked. Either it was a blind, or else some great stone had fallen in the passage. "This can't be the way," Frodo whispered. "Right or wrong, we must take the other." "And quick," Sam panted. "There's something worse than Gollum about. I can feel something looking at us." They had not gone more than a few yards when from behind them came a sound, startling and horrible in the heavy padded silence. A gurgling, bubbling noise and a long, venomous hiss. They wheeled round, but nothing could be seen. Still as stones they stood, staring, waiting for they did not know what. "It's a trap," said Sam, and he laid his hand on the hilt of his sword. And as he did so, he thought of the darkness of the barrow whence it came. "I wish old Tom was near us now," he thought. Then, as he stood, darkness about him and a blackness of despair and anger in his heart, it seemed to him that he saw a light in his mind, almost unbearably bright at first, as a sun ray to the eyes of one long hidden in a windowless pit. Then the light became color. Green, gold, silver, white. Far off, as in a little picture drawn by elven fingers, he saw the Lady Galadriel standing on the grass in Lorien, and gifts were in her hands. "And you, ring-bearer," he heard her say, remote but clear, "for you I have prepared this." The bubbling hiss drew near, and there was a creaking as of some great jointed thing that moved with slow purpose in the dark. A reek came on before it. "Master, master!" cried Sam, and life and urgency came back into his voice. "The lady's gift! The star glass! A light to you in dark places, she said it was to be. The star glass!" "The star glass?" muttered Frodo, as one answering out of sleep, hardly comprehending. "Why, yes. Why had I forgotten it? A light, when all other lights go out. And now indeed light alone can help us." Slowly his hand went to his bosom, and slowly he held aloft the phial of Galadriel. For a moment it glimmered, faint as a rising star, struggling in heavy earthward mists. And then, as its power waxed, and hope grew in Frodo's mind, it began to burn, and kindled to a silver flame, a minute heart of dazzling light, as though Eärendil had himself come down from the high sunset paths with the last Cimmeril upon his brow. The darkness receded from it until it seemed to shine in the center of a globe of airy crystal, and the hand that held it sparkled with white fire. Frodo gazed at it in wonder, at this marvelous gift that he had so long carried, not guessing its full worth and potency. Seldom had he remembered it on the road until they had came to Morgul Vale, and never had he used it for fear of its revealing light. "Aya Eärendil, Elion and Kalima," he cried, and knew not what he had spoken, for it seemed that another voice spoke through his clear, untroubled by the foul air of the pit. But there are other potencies in Middle-earth, powers of night, and they are old and strong. And she that walked in darkness had heard the elves cry that cry far back in the depths of time, and she had not heeded it, and it did not daunt her now. Even as Frodo spoke, he felt a great malice bent upon him, and a deadly regard considering him. Not far down the tunnel between them, and the opening where they had reeled and stumbled, he was aware of eyes growing visible. 2 great clusters of many winnowed eyes. The coming menace was unmasked at last. The radiance of the star glass was broken and thrown back from their 1,000 facets, but behind the glitter a pale, deadly fire began steadily to grow within. A flame kindled in some deep pit of thought. Monstrous and abominable eyes they were, bestial and yet filled with purpose and with hideous delight, gloating over their prey, trapped beyond all hope of escape. Frodo and Sam, horror-stricken, began slowly to back away, their own gaze held by the dreadful stare of those baleful eyes. But as they backed, so the eyes advanced. Frodo's hand wavered, and slowly the file drooped. Then, suddenly, released from the holding spell to run a little while, in vain panic for the amusement of the eyes, they both turned and fled together. But even as they ran, Frodo looked back and saw with terror that at once the eyes came leaping up behind. The stench of death was like a cloud about him. "Stand! Stand!" he cried desperately. "Running is no use." Slowly, the eyes crept nearer. "Galadriel!" he cried, and gathering his courage, he lifted up the file once more. The eyes halted. For a moment, their regard relaxed, and if some doubt troubled them, then Frodo's heart flamed within him, and without thinking what he did, whether it was folly or despair or courage, he took the file in his left hand, and with his right drew his sword. Sting flashed out, and the sharp elven blade sparkled in the silver light, but at its edges a blue fire flickened. Then, holding the star aloft and the bright sword advanced, Frodo, Hobbit of the Shire, walked steadily down to meet the eyes. They wavered. Doubt crept into them as the light approached. One by one they dimmed, and slowly they drew back. No brightness so deadly had ever afflicted them before. From sun and moon and star they had been safe underground, but now a star descended into the very earth. Still it approached, and the eyes began to quail. One by one, they all went dark. They turned away, and in great bulk, beyond the light's reach, heaved its huge shadow in between. They were gone. "Master, Master!" cried Sam. He was close behind, his own sword drawn and ready. Stars and glory! But the elves would make a song of that if they ever heard of it, and may I live to tell them and hear them sing. But don't go on, Master. Don't go on to that den. Now's our only chance. Now, let's get out of this foul hole.
Chapter 10. The Choices of Master Samwise. Frodo was lying face upward on the ground, and the monster was bending over him, so intent upon her victim that she took no heed of Sam and his cries until he was close at hand. As he rushed up, he saw that Frodo was already bound in cords, wound around him from ankle to shoulder, and the monster with her great forelegs was beginning half to lift and half to drag his body away. On the near side of him lay gleaming on the ground his elven blade, where it had fallen useless from his grasp. Sam did not wait to wonder what had to be done, or whether he was brave or loyal or filled with rage. He sprang forward with a yell and seized his master's sword in his left hand. Then he charged. No onslaught more fierce was ever seen in the savage world of beasts, where some desperate small creature armed with little teeth alone will spring upon a tower of horn and hide that stands above its fallen mate. Disturbed as if out of some gloating dream by his small yell, she turned slowly, the dreadful malice of her glance upon him. But almost before she was aware that a fury was upon her greater than any she had known in countless years, the shining sword bit upon her foot and shore away the claw. Sam sprang inside the arches of her legs, and with a quick upthrust with his other hand, stabbed at the clustered eyes upon her lowered head. One great eye went dark. Now the miserable creature was right under her, for the moment out of reach of her sting and of her claws. Her vast belly was above him with its putrid light, and the stench of it almost smote him down. Still his fury held for one more blow, and before she could sink upon him, smothering him and all his little imprudence of courage, he slashed the bright elven blade across her with desperate strength. But Sheila was not as dragons are. No softer spot had she, save only her eyes. Not unpitted with corruption was her old age hide, but ever thickened from within with layer on layer of evil growth. The blade scored it with a dreadful gash, but those hideous folds could not be pierced by any strength of men, not though elf or dwarf should forge the steel, or the hand of Beren or of Turin wield it. She yielded to the stroke, and then heaved up the great bag of her belly high above Sam's head. Poison frothed and bubbled from the wound. Now splaying her legs, she drove her huge bulk down upon him again. Too soon, for Sam still stood upon his feet, and dropping his own sword with both hands, he held the elven blade point upwards, fending off that ghastly roof. And so Shelob, with the driving force of her own cruel will, with strength greater than any warrior's hand, thrust herself upon the bitter spike. Deep, deep it pricked, as Sam was crushed slowly to the ground. No such anguish had Shelob ever known or dreamed of, knowing in all her long world of wickedness. Not the doughtiest soldier of old Gondor, nor the most savage orc entrapped had thus endured her or set blade to her beloved flesh. A shudder went through her. Heaving up again, wrenching away from the pain, she bent her writhing limbs beneath her and sprang backwards in a convulsive limp. Sam had fallen to his knees by Frodo's head, his senses reeling in the foul stench, his two hands still gripping the hilt of the sword. Through the mist before his eyes he was aware dimly of Frodo's face, and stubbornly he fought to master himself and to drag himself out of the swoon that was upon him. Slowly he raised his head and saw her, only a few paces away, eyeing him, her beak drabbling with spittle of venom and green ooze trickling from below her wounded eye. There she crouched, her shuddering belly splayed upon the ground, the great boughs of her legs quivering as she gathered herself for another spring, this time to crush and sting to death. No little bite of poison to still the struggling of her meat, this time to slay and to rend. Even as Sam himself crouched looking at her, seeing death in her eyes, a thought came to him, as if some remote voice had spoken, and he fumbled in his breast with his left hand, and found what he sought, cold and hard and solid. It seemed to his touch, in a phantom world of horror, the phial of Galadriel. "Galadriel," he said faintly, and then he heard voices far off but clear, the crying of elves as they walked under the stars in the beloved shadows of the Shire, and the music of the elves as it came through his sleep in the Hall of Fire in the House of Elrond. "Gilthoniel a Elbereth!" And then his tongue was loosened and his voice cried in a language that he did not know. "A Elbereth Gilthoniel, o Menel Palandiriel, Lenalo din Gunthros, a Tironin Fanuilos." And with that he staggered to his feet, and was Samwise the Hobbit, Hamfast's son again. "Now come, you filth," he cried. You've hurt my master, you brute, and you'll pay for it. We're going on, but we'll settle with you first. Come on and taste it again. As if his indomitable spirit had set its potency in motion, the glass blazed suddenly like a white torch in his hand. It flamed like a star that, leaping from the firmament, sears the dark air with intolerable light. No such terror out of heaven had ever burned in Shelob's face before. The beam of it entered into her wounded head and scored it with unbearable pain, and the dreadful infection of light spread from eye to eye. She fell back, beating the air with her forelegs, her sight blasted by inner lightings, her mind in agony. Then turning her maimed head away, she rolled aside and began to crawl, claw by claw, towards the opening in the dark cliff behind. Sam came on. He was reeling like a drunken man, but he came on, and Shelob cowered at last, shrunken in defeat, jerked and quivered as she tried to hasten from him. She reached the hole and squeezed down, leaving a trail of green-yellow slime. She slipped in even as Sam hewed a last stroke at her dragging legs. Then he fell to the ground.
Then anger surged over him, and he ran about his master's body in a rage, stabbing the air and smiting the stones, and shouting challenges. Presently he came back, and bending, looked at Frodo's face, pale beneath him in the dusk. And suddenly he saw that he was in the picture that was revealed to him in the mirror of Galadriel in Lorien. Frodo, with a pale face, lying fast asleep under the great dark cliff. Or fast asleep, he had thought then. "He's dead," he said. "Not asleep. Dead." And as he said it, as if the words had set the venom to its work again, it seemed to him that the hue of the face grew livid green. And then black despair came down on him, and Sam bowed to the ground and drew his grey hood over his head, and night came into his heart, and he knew no more. When at last the blackness passed, Sam looked up, and the shadows were about him. But for how many minutes or hours the world had gone dragging on, he could not tell. He was still in the same place, and still his master lay beside him, dead. The mountains had not crumbled, nor the earth fallen into ruin. "What shall I do? What shall I do?" he said. "Did I come all this way with him for nothing?" And then he remembered his own voice, speaking words that at the time he did not understand himself, at the beginning of their journey. "I have something to do before the end. I must see it through, sir, if you understand. But what can I do? Not leave Mr. Frodo dead, unburied on the top of the mountains, and go home? Or go on? Go on," he repeated. And for a moment, doubt and fear shook him. Go on? Is that what I've got to do? And leave him? Then at last he began to weep, and going to Frodo, he composed his body and folded his cold hands upon his breast, and wrapped his cloak about him, and he laid his own sword at one side, and the staff that Faramir had given him on the other. "If I'm to go on," he said. Then I must take your sword, by your leave, Mr. Frodo. But I'll put this one to lie by you, as it lay by the old king in the barrow, and you've got your beautiful mithril coat from old Mr. Bilbo. And your star glass, Mr. Frodo. You did lend it to me, and I'll need it, for I'll be always in the dark now. It's too good for me, and the lady gave it to you, but maybe she'd understand. Do you understand, Mr. Frodo? I've got to go on. But he could not go. Not yet. He knelt and held Frodo's hand and could not release it. And time went by, and still he knelt, holding his master's hand, and in his heart keeping a debate. Now he tried to find strength to tear himself away and go on a lonely journey for vengeance. If once he could go, his anger would bear him down all the roads of the world, pursuing, until he had him at last, Gollum. Then Gollum would die in a corner. But that was not what he had set out to do. It would not be worth while to leave his master for that. It would not bring him back. Nothing would. They had better both be dead together. And that too would be a lonely journey. He looked on the bright point of the sword. He thought of the places behind where there was a black brink and an empty fall into nothingness. But there was no escape that way, and was to do nothing, not even to grieve. That was not what he had set out to do. What am I to do then? He cried again, and he seemed plainly to know the hard answer. See it through. Another lonely journey, and the worst. What? Me? Alone go to the crack of Dune and all? He quailed still, but the resolve grew. What? Me take the ring from him? The council gave it to him. But the answer came at once. And the council gave him companions, so that the errand could not fail. And you are the last of all the company. The errand must not fail. I wish I wasn't the last, he groaned. I wish old Gandalf was here, or somebody. Why am I left all alone to make up my mind? I'm sure to go wrong, and it's not for me to go taking the ring, putting myself forward. But you haven't put yourself forward. You've been put forward. And as for not being the right and proper person, why, Mr. Frodo wasn't. As you might say, nor Mr. Bilbo. They didn't choose themselves. How well I must make up my own mind. I will make it up. But I'll be sure to go wrong. That'd be Sam Gamgee all over. Let me see now. If we're found here, or Mr. Frodo's found, and that thing's on him, well, the enemy will get it. And that's the end of all of us, of Lorien and Rivendell, and the Shire and all. And there's no time to lose, or it'll be the end anyway. The war's begun, and more than likely, things are all going the enemy's way already. No chance to go back with it and get advice or permission. No. It's sit here till they come and kill me over my master's body, and gets it, or take it and go. He drew a deep breath. Then take it is. He stooped. Very gently, he undid the clasp at the neck and slipped his hand inside Frodo's tunic. Then, With his other hand, raising the head, he kissed the cold forehead and softly drew the chain over it. And then the head lay quietly back again in rest. No change came over the still face. And by that more than by all other tokens, Sam was convinced at last that Frodo had died and laid aside the quest. "Goodbye, Master, my dear," he murmured. "Forgive your Sam. He'll come back to this spot when the job's done, if he manages it. And then he'll not leave you again. Rest you quiet till I come, and may no foul creature come ang you. And if the lady could hear me and give me one wish, I would wish to come back and find you again. Goodbye."
Hi, I'm Jeremy from TolkienGuide.com, reading from The Choices of Master Samwise.
"Stripped, eh?" said Gorbag. "What, teeth, nails, hair, and all?"
"No, none of that. He's for lugbirds, I tell you. He's wanted safe and whole."
"You'll find that difficult," laughed Gorbag. "He's nothing but carrion now. What lugbirds will do with such stuff, I can't guess. He might as well go in the pot."
"You fool," snarled Shagrat. "You've been talking very clever, but there's a lot you don't know, though most other folk do. You'll be for the pot, or for Shelob, if you don't take care. Carrion, is that all you know of her ladyship? When she binds with cords, she's after meat. She doesn't eat dead meat, nor suck cold blood. This fellow isn't dead."
Sam reeled, clutching at the stone. He felt as if the whole dark world was turning upside down. So great was the shock that he almost swooned. But even as he fought to keep a hold of his senses, deep inside him he was aware of the comment.
"You fool! He isn't dead, and your heart knew it. Don't trust your head, Samwise. It's not the best part of you. The trouble with you is that you never really had any hope. Now what is to be done?"
For the moment, nothing but to prop himself against the unmoving stone and listen to the vile orc voices.
"Garn," said Shagrat. "She's got more than one poison. When she's hunting, she just gives him a dab in the neck, and they go as limp as boned fish, and then she has her way with them. Do you remember old Uftak? We lost him for days. Then we found him in a corner, hanging up he was, but he was wide awake and glaring. How he laughed. She'd forgotten him maybe, but we didn't touch him. No good interfering with her. Nah, this little filth, he'll wake up in a few hours, and beyond feeling a bit sick for a bit, he'll be all right. Or would be if Lugburs would let him alone. And of course, beyond wondering where he is and what's happened to him."
"What's going to happen to him?" laughed Gorbag. "We can tell him a few stories at any rate, if we can't do anything else. I don't suppose he's ever been in lovely Lugburs, so he may like to know what to expect. This is going to be more funny than I thought. Let's go."
"There's going to be no fun, I tell you," said Shagrat. "And he's got to be kept safe, or we're all as good as dead."
"All right, but if I were you, I'd catch the big one that's loose before you send in any report to Lugburs. It won't sound too pretty to say you've caught the kitten and let the cat escape."
The voices began to move away. Sam heard the sound of feet receding. He was recovering from his shock, and now a wild fury was upon him.
I got it all wrong, he cried. I knew I would. Now they've got him, the devils, the filth. Never leave your master, never, never. That was my right rule, and I knew it in my heart. May I be forgiven. Now I've got to get back to him. Somehow, somehow.
He drew his sword again and beat on the stone with the hilt, but it only gave out a dull sound. The sword, however, blazed so brightly now that he could see dimly in its light. To his surprise, he noticed that a great block was shaped like a heavy door, and was less than twice his own height. Above it was a dark blank space between the top and the low arch of the opening. It was probably only meant to be a stop against the intrusion of Shelob, fastened on the inside with some latch or bolt beyond the reach of her cunning. With his remaining strength, Sam leapt and caught the top, scrambled up and dropped. Then he ran madly, sword blazing in hand, round a bend and up a winding tunnel. The news that his master was still alive roused him to a last effort beyond thought of weariness. He could not see anything ahead, for this new passage twisted and turned constantly, but he thought he was catching the two orcs up. Their voices were growing nearer again. Now they seemed quite close.
That's what I'm going to do, said Shagrat in an angry tones. Put him right up in the top chamber.
What for? Growled Gorbag. Haven't you any lockups down below?
He's going out of harm's way, I tell you, answered Shagrat. See, he's precious. I don't trust all my lads, and none of yours, nor you neither, when you're mad for fun. He's going where I want him, and where you won't come if you don't keep civil. Up to the top, I say. He'll be safe there. Will he? Said Sam. You're forgetting the great big elvish warrior that's loose.
And with that, he raced round the last corner, only to find that by some trick of the tunnel, or of the hearing which the ring gave him, he had misjudged the distance. The two orc figures were still some way ahead. He could see them now, black and squat against a red glare. The passage ran straight at last, up an incline, and at the end, wide open, were great double doors, leading probably to deep chambers far below the high horn of the tower. Already, the orcs with their burden had passed inside. Gorbag and Shagrat were drawing near the gate. Sam heard a burst of hoarse singing, blaring of horns, and banging of gongs, a hideous clamor. Gorbag and Shagrat were already on the threshold. Sam yelled and brandished Sting, but his little voice was drowned in the tumult. No one heeded him. The great doors slammed to. Boom! The bars of iron fell into place inside. Clang! The gate was shut. Sam hurled himself against the bolted brazen plates and fell senseless to the ground. He was out in the darkness. Frodo was alive, but taken by the enemy.
And just like that, we finish off our readings for the Two Towers, but we don't finish off our readings for the stream, so don't go anywhere yet. We still have a little bit of a preview for next year's event from Dr. Sarah Brown and James Tauber. They're going to be reading a few quick samples from the Return of the King collection. And we'll also have Nerd of the Rings here to do a little reading from Riddles in the Dark. So a little preview of An Unexpected Soundscape, which you can pre-order here on the side. All right, so I want to do a huge thank you to all of my amazing readings for today. All of you awesome readers did a fantastic job, and I hope that everyone enjoyed, and I know that everyone enjoyed. And as we let Sarah, James, and Matt cap things off for the day, I want to say one final reminder to do check out these QR codes and go to my website, get yourself a Soundscape, and use the code Tolkien25 so that you can get a big discount on it today. You can support on YouTube by becoming a member, subscribing, and all that fun stuff. And you can also support by buying me a coffee on that link in the description. So check all that stuff out. Check out the QR codes for all of our awesome readers and all of their amazing Tolkien projects. And just a final reminder, you can pre-order An Unexpected Soundscape for The Hobbit. You can pre-order a Soundscape of Ea for The Silmarillion. You can pre-order The Eye of the World for all of you Wheel of Time fans out there. You can even get the 100 Acre Soundscape performed and read by Sean Marchese, Lord of the Mark, and so many other awesome projects on the way. So check all of that out, and I will let Sarah, James, and Matt cap off the day. Thank you all so much for listening, and have an awesome Tolkien Reading Day.
For a while she was silent, as if pondering what this might mean. Then, suddenly, she laid her hand on his arm. "You are a stern lord, and resolute," she said, "and thus do men win renown." She paused. "Lord," she said, "if you must go, then let me ride in your following. For I'm weary of skulking in the hills, and wish to face peril and battle." "Your duty is with your people," he answered. "Too often have I heard of duty," she cried. "But am I not of the house of Eol, a shield maiden and not a dry nurse? I have waited on faltering feet long enough. Since they falter no longer, it seems, may I not now spend my life as I will?" "Few may do that with honor," he answered. "But as for you, lady, did you not accept the charge to govern the people until their lord's return? If you had not been chosen, some marshal or captain would have been set in the same place, and he could not ride away from his charge, were he weary of it or no. Shall I always be chosen?" she said bitterly. "Shall I always be left behind when the riders depart, to mind the house while they win renown, and find food and beds when they return?" "A time may come soon," said he, "when none will return. Then there will be need of valor without renown, for none shall remember the deeds that are done in the last defense of your homes. Yet the deeds will not be less valiant, because they are unpraised." And she answered, "All your words are but to say, you are a woman, and your part is in the house. But when the men have died in battle and honor, you have leave to be burned in the house, for the men will need it no more. But I am of the house of Eol, and not a serving woman. I can ride and wield blade, and I do not fear either pain or death." "What do you fear, lady?" he asked. "A cage," she said. "To stay behind bars until use and old age accept them, and all chance of doing great deeds is gone beyond recall or desire." and yet you counseled me not to adventure on the road that I had chosen, because it is perilous. So may one counsel another, she said. Yet I do not bid you flee from peril, but to ride to battle, where your sword may win renown and victory. I would not see a thing that is high and excellent cast away needlessly. Nor would I, he said. Therefore I say to you, lady, stay, for you have no errand to the south. Neither have those others who go with thee. They go only because they would not be parted from thee, because they love thee. Then she turned and vanished into the night.
So it ends, as I guessed it would, his thoughts said, even as it fluttered away. And it laughed a little within him ere it fled. Almost gay it seemed to be, casting off at last all doubt and care and fear. And then, even as it winged away into forgetfulness, it heard voices, and they seemed to be crying in some forgotten world far above. "The eagles are coming! The eagles are coming!" For one moment more, Pippin's thought hovered. "Bilbo," it said. "But no, that came in his tale long ago. This is my tale, and it is ended now. Goodbye." And his thought fled far away, and his eyes saw no more. "I'm glad that you are here with me," said Frodo. "Here at the end of all things, Sam." "Yes, I am with you, Master," said Sam, laying Frodo's wounded hand gently to his breast. "And you're with me, and the journey's finished. But after coming all that way, I don't want to give up yet. It's not like me somehow, if you understand." "Maybe not, Sam," said Frodo. "But it's like things are in the world. Hopes fail. An end comes. We have only little time to wait now. We are lost in ruin and downfall, and there is no escape." "Well, Master, we could at least go further from this dangerous place here, from this crack of doom, if that's its name. Now, couldn't we? Come, Mr. Frodo, let's go down the path at any rate." "Very well, Sam. If you wish to go, I'll come," said Frodo. And they rose and went slowly down the winding road. And even as they passed towards the mountain's quaking feet, a great smoke and steam belched from the Sammath Naur, and the side of the cone was riven open, and a huge fiery vomit rolled in slow thunderous cascade down the eastern mountainside. Frodo and Sam could go no further. Their last strength of mind and body was swiftly ebbing. They had reached a low ashen hill piled at the mountain's foot, but from it there was no more escape. It was an island now, not long to endure amid the torment of Orodruin. All about it the earth gaped, and from deep rifts and pits smoke and fumes leapt up. Behind them the mountain was convulsed. Great rents opened in its side. Slow rivers of fire came down the long slopes toward them. Soon they would be engulfed. A rain of hot ash was falling. They stood now, and Sam, still holding his master's hand, caressed it. He sighed. "What a tale we've been in, Mr. Frodo, haven't we?" he said. "I wish I could hear it told. Do you think they'll say, 'Now comes the story of Nine-Fingered Frodo and the Ring of Doom,' and then everyone will hush, like we did when in Rivendell they told us the tale of Baron One Hand and the Great Jewel? I wish I could hear it, and I wonder how it will go on after our part." But even while he spoke, to keep fear away until the very last, his eyes still strayed north into the eye of the wind, to where the sky far off was clear, as the cold blast, raising to a gale, drove back the darkness and the ruin of the clouds. And so it was that Gwaihir saw them with his keen, far-seeing eyes as down the wind he came, and daring the great peril of the skies, he circled in the air, two small dark figures, forlorn, hand in hand upon a little hill, while the world shook under them and gasped, and rivers of fire drew near. And even as he espied them and came swooping down, he saw them fall, worn out or choked with fumes and heat, or stricken down by despair at last, hiding their eyes from death. Side by side they lay, and down swept Gwaihir, and down came Landaraval and Meneldor the Swift, and in a dream, not knowing what fate had befallen them, the wanderers were lifted up and borne far away out of the darkness and the fire.
Happy Tolkien Reading Day, everyone. Jordan has asked me to read an excerpt from The Hobbit for you. So here we pick up with Bilbo, who is in the depths of the Misty Mountains. Deep down here by the dark water lived old Gollum, a small, slimy creature. I don't know where he came from, nor who or what he was. He was Gollum, as dark as darkness, except for two big round pale eyes in his thin face. He had a little boat, and he rowed about quite quietly on the lake, for lake it was, wide and deep and deadly cold. He paddled it with large feet dangling over the side, but never a ripple did he make, not he. He was looking out of his pale lamp-like eyes for blind fish, which he grabbed with his long fingers as quick as thinking. He liked meat, too. Goblin he thought good when he could get it, but he took care that they never found him out. He just throttled them from behind if they ever came down alone anywhere near the edge of the water, while he was prowling about. They very seldom did, for they had a feeling that something unpleasant was lurking down there, down at the very roots of the mountain. They had come on the lake when they were tunneling down long ago, and they had found they could go no further, So there their road ended in that direction, and there was no reason to go that way, unless the great goblin sent them. Sometimes he took a fancy for fish from the lake, and sometimes neither goblin nor fish came back. Actually, Gollum lived on a slimy island of rock in the middle of the lake. He was watching Bilbo now from the distance with his pale eyes like telescopes. Bilbo could not see him, but he was wondering a lot about Bilbo, for he could see that he was no goblin at all. Gollum got into his boat and shot off from the island, while Bilbo was sitting on the brink altogether flummoxed and at the end of his way and his wits. Suddenly up came Gollum and whispered and hissed.
Bless us and splash us, my precious. I guess it's a choice feast. At least a tasty morsel would make us Gollum.
And when he said Gollum, he made a terrible swallowing noise in his throat. That is how he got his name, though he always called himself my precious. The hobbit jumped nearly out of his skin when the hiss came in his ears, and he suddenly saw the pale eyes sticking out at him. "Who are you?" he said, thrusting his dagger in front of him.
What is he, my precious?
Whispered Gollum, who always spoke to himself through never having anyone else to speak to. This is what he had come to find out, for he was not really very hungry at the moment, only curious. Otherwise, he would have grabbed first and whispered afterwards. I am Mr. Bilbo Baggins. I have lost the dwarves and I have lost the wizard, and I don't know where I am. And I don't want to know, if only I can get away.
What has it got in its hands?
Said Gollum, looking at the sword, which he did not quite like. A sword, a blade which came out of Gondolin, said Gollum, and became quite polite.
Perhaps he sits here and chats with it a bitsy, my precious. It likes riddles, perhaps it does. Does it?
He was anxious to appear friendly, and at any rate for the moment, and until he found out more about the sword and the hobbit, whether he was quite alone really, whether he was good to eat, and whether Gollum was really hungry. Riddles were all he could think of. Asking them, and sometimes guessing them, had been the only game he had ever played with other funny creatures sitting in their holes in the long, long ago, before he lost all his friends and was driven away, alone, and crept down, down into the dark under the mountains. Very well, said Bilbo, who was anxious to agree until he found out more about the creature, whether he was quite alone, whether he was fierce or hungry, and whether he was a friend of the goblins. You ask first, he said, because he had not had time to think of a riddle. So Gollum hissed.
What has roots as nobody sees, is taller than trees. Up, up it goes, and yet never grows.
Easy, said Bilbo. Mountain, I suppose.
Does it guess easy? It must have a competition with us, my precious. If Precious asks and it doesn't answer, we eats it, my precious. If it asks us and we doesn't answer, then we does what it wants, eh? We shows it the way out, yes.
All right, said Bilbo, not daring to disagree, and nearly bursting his brain to think of riddles that could save him from being eaten. 30 white horses on a red hill. First they champ, then they stamp, then they stand still. That was all he could think of to ask. The idea of eating was rather on his mind. It was rather an old one, too, and Gollum knew the answer as well as you do.
Chestnuts, chestnuts,
he hissed.
Teeth, teeth, my precious, but we has only 6.
Then he asked his second.
Voiceless it cries, wingless flutters, toothless bites, mouthless mutters.
Half a moment, cried Bilbo, who was still thinking uncomfortably about eating. Fortunately, he had once heard something rather like this before, and getting his wits back, he thought of the answer. Wind, of course, he said, and he was so pleased that he made up one on the spot. This'll puzzle the nasty little underground creature, he thought. An eye in a blue face saw an eye in a green face. That eye is like to this eye, said the first eye, but in low place, not in high place. Said Gollum. He had been underground a long time, and was forgetting this sort of thing. But just as Bilbo was beginning to hope that the wretch would not be able to answer, Gollum brought up memories of ages and ages before, when he lived with his grandmother in a hole in a bank by a river.
My precious, he said. Sun on the daisies, it means it does.
But these ordinary above-ground everyday sort of riddles were tiring for him. Also, they reminded him of days when he had been less lonely and sneaky and nasty, and that put him out of temper. What is more, they made him hungry. So this time he tried something a bit more difficult and more unpleasant.
It cannot be seen, cannot be felt, cannot be heard, cannot be smelt. It lies behind stars and under hills, and empty holes it fills. It comes first and follows after, ends life, kills laughter.
Unfortunately for Gollum, Bilbo had heard that sort of thing before, and the answer was all around him anyway. Doc, he said without even scratching his head or putting on his thinking cap. A box without hinges, key or lid, yet golden treasure inside is hid. He asked to gain time, until he could think of a really hard one. This he thought a dreadfully easy chestnut, though he had not asked it in the usual words. But it proved a nasty poser for Gollum. He hissed to himself, and still he did not answer. He whispered and sputtered. After some while, Bilbo became impatient. Well, what is it? He said. The answer's not a kettle boiling over, as you seem to think from the noise you are making.
Give us a chance. Let it give us a chance, my precious.
Well, said Bilbo after giving him a long chance, what about your guess? But suddenly Gollum remembered thieving from nests long ago, and sitting under the riverbank, teaching his grandmother to suck
Eggses,
he hissed.
Eggses it is.
Then he asked,
alive without breath, as cold as death, never thirsty, ever drinking, all in mail, never clinking.
He also, in his turn, thought this was a dreadfully easy one, because he was always thinking of the answer. But he could not remember anything better at the moment. He was so flustered by the egg question. All the same, it was a poser for poor Bilbo, who never had anything to do with the water if he could help it. I imagine you know the answer, of course, or can guess it as easy as winking, since you are sitting comfortably at home, and have not the danger of being eaten to disturb your thinking. Bilbo sat and cleared his throat once or twice, but no answer came. After a while, Gollum began to hiss with pleasure to himself.
Is it nice, my precious? Is it juicy? Is it scrumptiously crunchable?
He began to peer at Gollum out of the darkness. Have a moment, said the hobbit, shivering. I gave you a good long chance just now.
It must make haste, haste.
said Gollum, beginning to climb out of his boat onto the shore to get at Bilbo. But when he put his long webby foot in the water, a fish jumped out in a fright and fell on Bilbo's toes. "Ugh," he said. "It is cold and clammy." And so he guessed. "Fish, fish!" he cried. "It is fish!" Gollum was dreadfully disappointed. But Bilbo asked another riddle as quick as ever he could, so that Gollum had to get back into his boat and think. "No legs on one leg, 2 legs sat near on 3 legs, 4 legs got some." It was not really the right time for this riddle, but Bilbo was in a hurry. Gollum might have had some trouble guessing it if he had asked it at another time. As it was, talking of fish, no legs was not so very difficult. And after that, the rest was easy.
Fish on a little table, man at table sitting on stool, the cat has the bones.
That, of course, is the answer, and Gollum soon gave it. Then he thought the time had come to ask something hard and horrible. This is what he said.
This thing all things devours. Birds, beasts, trees, flowers. Gnaws iron, bites steel. Grinds hard stones to meal. Slays king, ruins town, and beats high mountain down.
Poor Bilbo sat in the dark thinking of all the horrible names of all the giants and ogres he had ever heard told of in tales, but none of them had done all these things. He had a feeling that the answer was quite different, and that he ought to know it, but he could not think of it. He began to get frightened, and that is bad for thinking. Gollum began to get out of his boat. He flapped into the water and paddled to the bank. Bilbo could see his eyes coming towards him. His tongue seemed to stick in his mouth. He wanted to shout, "Give me more time, give me time!" But all that came out with a sudden squeal was, "Time, time!" Bilbo was saved by pure luck. For that, of course, was the answer. Gollum was disappointed once more, and now he was getting angry, and also tired of the game. It had made him very hungry indeed. This time he did not go back to the boat. He sat down in the dark by Bilbo. That made the hobbit most dreadfully uncomfortable and scattered his wits.
It's got to ask us a question, my precious. Yes, yes, yes. Just one more question to guess. Yes, yes,
said Gollum. But Bilbo simply could not think of any question with that nasty, wet, cold thing sitting next to him, and pawing and poking him. He scratched himself, he pinched himself. Still he could not think of anything.
Ask us,
said Gollum. Bilbo pinched himself and slapped himself. He gripped on his little sword. He even felt in his pocket with his other hand. There he found the ring he had picked up in the passage and forgotten about. "What have I got in my pocket?" he said aloud. He was talking to himself, but Gollum thought it was a riddle, and he was frightfully upset.
Not fair, not fair. It isn't fair, my precious, is it, to ask us what it's got in its nasty little pockets?
Bilbo, seeing what had happened and having nothing better to ask, stuck to his question. "What have I got in my pocket?" he said louder. Hissed Gollum.
It must give us 3 guesses, my precious. 3 guesses.
"Very well, guess away," said Bilbo.
"Hanses,"
said Gollum. "Wrong," said Bilbo, who had luckily just taken his hand out again. "Guess again." Said Gollum, more upset than ever. He thought of all the things he kept in his own pockets. Fish bones, goblin's teeth, wet shells, a bit of bat wing, a sharp stone to sharpen his fangs on, and other nasty things. He tried to think what other people kept in their pockets.
Knife,
he said at last. Wrong, said Bilbo, who had lost his some time ago. Last guess. Now Gollum was in a much worse state than when Bilbo had asked him the egg question. He hissed and spluttered and rocked himself backwards and forwards and slapped his feet on the floor and wriggled and squirmed, but still he did not dare to waste his last guess. Come on, said Bilbo. I'm waiting. He tried to sound bold and cheerful, but he did not feel at all sure how the game was going to end, whether Gollum guessed right or not. Time's up, he said.
String or nothing,
shrieked Gollum, which was not quite fair, working in two guesses at once. Both wrong, cried Bilbo, very much relieved, and he jumped at once to his feet, put his back to the nearest wall, and held out his little sword. He knew, of course, that the riddle game was sacred and of immense antiquity, and even wicked creatures were afraid to cheat when they played at it. But he felt he could not trust this slimy thing to keep any promise at a pinch. Any excuse would do for him to slide out of it. And after all, that last question had not been a genuine riddle, according to the ancient laws. But at any rate, Gollum did not at once attack him. He could see the sword in Bilbo's hand. He sat still, shivering and whispering. At last, Bilbo could wait no longer. Well, he said, what about your promise? I want to go. You must show me the way.
Did we say so, precious? Show the nasty little baggins the way out, yes, yes. But what has it got in its pockets, eh? Not string, precious, but not nothing. Oh, no.
Never you mind, said Bilbo. A promise is a promise.
Cross it is, impatient, precious,
hissed Gollum.
But it must wait, yes it must. We can't go up to tunnel so hasty. We must go and get some things first, yes. Things to help us.
Well, hurry up, said Bilbo, relieved to think of Gollum going away. He thought he was just making an excuse and did not mean to come back. What was Gollum talking about? What useful thing could he keep out on the dark lake? But he was wrong. Gollum did mean to come back. He was angry now and hungry, and he was a miserable, wicked creature, and already he had a plan. Not far away was his island, of which Bilbo knew nothing, and there in his hiding place he kept a few wretched oddments, and one very beautiful thing, very beautiful, very wonderful. He had a ring, a golden ring, a precious ring.
My birthday present,
he whispered to himself, as he had often done in the endless dark days.
That's what we want now, yes, we want it.
He wanted it because it was a ring of power, and if you slipped that ring on your finger, you were invisible. Only in the full sunlight could you be seen, and then only by your shadow, and that would be shaky and faint.
My birthday present. It came to me on my birthday, my precious.
So he had always said to himself. But who knows how Gollum came by that present, ages ago in the old days, when such rings were still at large in the world. Perhaps even the master who ruled them could not have said. Gollum used to wear it at first, till it tired him, and then he kept it in a pouch next his skin, till it galled him. And now usually he hid it in a hole in the rock on his island, and was always going back to look at it. And still sometimes he put it on, when he could not bear to be parted from it any longer, or when he was very, very hungry and tired of fish. Then he would creep along dark passages looking for stray goblins. He might even venture into places where the torches were lit, and made his eyes blink and smart, for he would be safe. Oh yes, quite safe. No one would see him, no one would notice him, till he had his fingers on their throat. Only a few hours ago he had worn it, and caught a small goblin imp. How it squeaked. He still had a bone or two left to gnaw, but he wanted something softer.
Quite safe, yes,
he whispered to himself.
It won't see us, will it, my precious? No, it won't see us, and its nasty little sword will be useless. Yes, quite.
That is what was in his wicked little mind, as he slipped suddenly from Bilbo's side and flapped back to his boat, and went off into the dark. Bilbo thought he had heard the last of him. Still, he waited a while, for he had no idea how to find his way out alone. Suddenly, he heard a screech. It sent a shiver down his back. Gollum was cursing and wailing away in the gloom, not very far off by the sound of it. He was on his island, scrabbling here and there, searching and seeking in vain.
Where is it? Where is it?
Bilbo heard him crying.
Lost it is, my precious. Lost, lost. Curses and crushes, my precious is lost.
What's the matter? Bilbo called. What have you lost?
It mustn't ask us,
shrieked Gollum.
Not its business, no. It's lost.
Well, so am I, cried Bilbo, and I want to get unlost. And I won the game, and you promise, so come along. Come and let me out, and then go on with your looking. Utterly miserable as Gollum sounded, Bilbo could not find much pity in his heart, and he had a feeling that anything Gollum wanted so much could hardly be something good. Come along, he shouted.
No, not yet, precious.
Gollum answered.
We must search for it. It's lost.
But you never guessed my last question, and you promised, said Bilbo.
Never guessed,
said Gollum. Then suddenly, out of the gloom came a sharp hiss.
What has it got in its pockets? Tell us that. It must tell first.
As far as Bilbo knew, there was no particular reason why he should not tell. Gollum's mind had jumped to a guess quicker than his. Naturally, for Gollum had brooded for ages on this one thing, and he was always afraid of it being stolen. But Bilbo was annoyed at the delay. After all, he had won the game, pretty fairly, at a horrible risk. Answers were to be guessed, not given, he said.
But it wasn't a fair question,
said Gollum.
not a riddle, precious.
Oh, well, if it's a matter of ordinary questions, Bilbo replied, then I asked one first. What have you lost? Tell me that.
What has it got in its pockets?
The sound came hissing louder and sharper, and as he looked towards it, to his alarm, Bilbo now saw two small points of light peering at him. As suspicion grew in Gollum's mind, the light of his eyes burned with a pale flame. What have you lost? Bilbo persisted. But now the light in Gollum's eyes had become a green fire, and it was coming swiftly nearer. Gollum was in his boat again, paddling wildly back to the dark shore, and such a rage of loss and suspicion was in his heart that no sword had any more terror for him. Bilbo could not guess what had maddened the wretched creature, but he saw that all was up, and that Gollum meant to murder him at any rate. Just in time he turned, and ran blindly up the dark passage down which he had come, keeping close to the wall and feeling it with his left hand.
What has it got in its pockets?
He heard the hiss loud behind him, and the splash as Gollum leapt from his boat. What have I wonder? He said to himself, as he panted and stumbled along. He put his left hand in his pocket. The ring felt very cold as it quietly slipped onto his groping forefinger. The hiss was close behind him. He turned now and saw Gollum's eyes like small green lamps coming up the slope. Terrified, he tried to run faster, but suddenly he struck his toes on a snag in the floor and fell flat with his little sword under him. In a moment, Gollum was on him. But before Bilbo could do anything, recover his breath, pick himself up, or wave his sword, Gollum passed by, taking no notice of him, cursing and whispering as he ran. What could it mean? Gollum could see in the dark. Bilbo could see the light of his eyes palely shining even from behind. Painfully he got up and sheathed his sword, which was now glowing faintly again. Then very cautiously, he followed. There seemed nothing else to do. It was no good crawling back down to Gollum's water. Perhaps if he followed him, Gollum might lead him to some way of escape without meaning to.
Curse it, curse it, curse it,
hissed Gollum.
Curse the Baggins, it's gone. What has it got in its pockets? Oh, we guess, my precious. He's found it. Yes, he must have my birthday present.
Bilbo pricked up his ears. He was at last beginning to guess himself. He hurried a little, getting as close as he dared behind Gollum, who was still going quickly, not looking back, but turning his head from side to side, as Bilbo could see from the faint glimmer on the walls.
My birthday present! Curse it! How did we lose it, my precious? Yes, that's it. When we came this way last, when we twisted that nasty young squeaker, that's it. Curse it! It slipped from us after all these ages and ages. It's gone! Gone!
Suddenly Gollum sat down and began to weep, a whistling and gurgling sound horrible to listen to. Bilbo halted and flattened himself against the tunnel wall. After a while, Gollum stopped weeping and began to talk. He seemed to be having an argument with himself.
It's no good going back there to search, no! We doesn't remember all the places we visited, and it's no use. The Baggins has got it in its pockets, says. The nasty noser has found it, we says. We guesses, precious, only guesses. We can't know till we find the nasty creature and squeezes it. But it doesn't know what the present can do, does it? It'll just keep it in its pockets. It doesn't know and it can't go far. It's lost itself, the nasty nosy thing. It doesn't know the way out. It said so. It said so, yes, but it's tricksy. It doesn't say what it means. It won't say what it's got in its pockets. It knows a way in. It must know a way out, yes. It's off to the back door. To the back door, that's it. The goblins will catch it then. It can't get out that way, precious. Well, goblins, yes. But if it's got the present, our precious present, then goblins will get it. Well, they'll find it. They'll find out what it does. We shan't ever be safe again. Never. Well, one of the goblins will put it on and then no one will see him. He'll be there but not seen. Not even our clever eyes will notice him. And he'll get some creepsy and tricksy and catch us. Then let's stop talking, precious, and make haste. If the Baggins has gone that way, we must go quick and see. Go! Not far now. Make haste.
With a spring, Gollum got up and started shambling off at a great pace. Bilbo hurried after him, still cautiously, though his chief fear now was of tripping on another snag and falling with a noise. His head was in a whirl of hope and wonder. It seemed that the ring he had was a magic ring. It could make you invisible. He had heard of such things, of course, in old tales, but it was hard to believe that he really had found one by accident. Still, there it was. Gollum with his bright eyes had passed him by, only a yard to one side. On they went, Gollum flip-flapping ahead, hissing and cursing, Bilbo behind going as softly as a hobbit can. Soon they came to places where, as Bilbo had noticed on the way down, side passages opened, this way and that. Gollum began at once to count them.
1 left, yes. 1 right, yes. 2 right, yes, yes. 2 left, yes, yes.
And so on and on. As the count grew, he slowed down, and he began to get shaky and weepy, for he was leaving the water further and further behind, and he was getting afraid. Goblins might be about, and he had lost his ring. At last he stopped by a low opening, on their left as they went up.
7 right, yes. 6 left, yes,
he whispered.
This is it. This is the way to the back door, yes. Here's the passage.
He peered in and shrank back.
But we don't go in, precious, no we don't. Goblins is down there, lots of goblins is. We smells them. But what shall we do? Curse them and crush them. We must wait here, precious. Wait a bit and see.
So they came to a dead stop. Gollum had brought Bilbo to the way out after all, but Bilbo could not get in. There was Gollum sitting humped up right in the opening, and his eyes gleamed cold in his head as he swayed it from side to side between his knees. Bilbo crept away from the wall more quietly than a mouse, but Gollum stiffened at once and sniffed, and his eyes went green. He hissed softly but menacingly. He could not see the hobbit, but now he was on alert, and he had other senses that the darkness had sharpened, hearing and smell. He seemed to be crouched right down with his flat hands splayed on the floor, and his head thrust out, nose almost to the stone. Though he was only a black shadow in the gleam of his own eyes, Bilbo could see or feel that he was tense as a bowstring, gathered for a spring. Bilbo almost stopped breathing and went stiff himself. He was desperate. He must get away, out of this horrible darkness, while he had any strength left. He must fight. He must stab the foul thing, put its eyes out, kill it. It meant to kill him. No, not a fair fight. He was invisible now. Gollum had no sword. Gollum had not actually threatened to kill him, or tried to yet. And he was miserable, alone, lost. A sudden understanding, a pity mixed with horror, welled up in Bilbo's heart. A glimpse of endless, unmarked days without light or hope of betterment, hard stone, cold fish, sneaking and whispering. All these thoughts passed in the flash of a second. He trembled. And then quite suddenly, in another flash, as if lifted by a new strength and resolve, he leaped. No great leap for a man, but a leap in the dark. Straight over Gollum's head he jumped, 7 feet forward and 3 in the air. Indeed, had he known it, he only just missed cracking his skull on the low arch of the passage. Gollum threw himself backwards and grabbed as the hobbit flew over him, but too late. His hands snapped on thin air, and Bilbo, falling fair on his sturdy feet, sped off down the new tunnel. He did not turn to see what Gollum was doing. There was a hissing and cursing almost at his heels at first. Then it stopped. All at once there came a blood-curdling shriek, filled with hatred and despair. Gollum was defeated. He dared go no further. He had lost his prey, and lost, too, the only thing he had ever cared for, his precious. The cry brought Bilbo's heart to his mouth, but he held on. Now faint as an echo, but menacing, the voice came behind.
Hello, hello. Hopefully people can hear me. Thanks everyone for stopping in and listening. And thank you so much to all of my amazing readers. Just wanted to do a little bit of a kind of post hangout. If anyone has any questions, go ahead and ask away. If any of my readers want to hop on to the stream, then I can send you an invite. That might be fun. But yeah, I'll turn myself up. Test, test, test. Hopefully that's a bit better. Only your left ear. How about now? Should be better. Should be back to mono, or stereo now, I should say. Very cool, very cool. Thanks so much, everyone. This has been a lot of fun. Excited for next year. We get lots of big battle moments to do in Return of the King. Yeah, it's pretty awesome to have people that are kind of new to the Tolkien Reading Day thing show up. That's really awesome. There's so many events all over the place, so I'm happy to have people show up and listen for this. And if you couldn't stay for the full, we just hit 6 hours. If you couldn't stay for the whole thing, then hopefully you can go back through and check out everyone's reading later on. What's your question, Katie? I'm waiting for it. Got 2 questions. Neil. Yeah, next year will be Return of the King. I've done Fellowship, and then this year 2 Towers, and then next year Return of the King, and then after that I'll do The Hobbit, and then after that The Silmarillion, and then after that I'll have to see. But yep, that is the plan, and hopefully Sarah will be down to do the scene, as you say. Katie asks, what has been your most challenging scene to do, an ambient environment and score, and which was the easiest? Interesting. Ambience. The ambiences are fairly straightforward because it's just kind of what they sound like. But I guess the tricky part would be distinguishing them from each other. And I'm trying to develop how I do that more and more moving forward with The Hobbit. So if I had to choose one that was the hardest, trying to get Fangorn to sound the way that I want was interesting. I actually recorded a bunch of ambience at a park near me. It's like a 3-hour drive. Had to get that far away so that it was quiet enough. But I recorded there, and then I brought it back and I put it onto an analog tape machine and slowed it down to pitch it down. So that's most of the Fangorn ambience that I used for that. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, definitely a bit of a challenge to get it to sound a bit different for sure. Score-wise, the trickiest parts of the score are trying to decide when not to have the score and when it's okay to have just the ambience. I actually leaned into that a lot more for the Harry Potter soundscape that I just finished today, so make sure that you check that out. So in the Harry Potter one, there's a lot more gap between score, so I let the ambience and things like that shine through a lot more. So I'm excited for that. I think it works really well. Question from Dave. I want to clarify this question first. Do you mean musically or audio sounds, like sound effects? Because I could answer that in 2 different ways. I'm assuming that you mean music, but we'll see. Music. Spitfire audio. I use Spitfire audio for almost everything. But to be more specific with that, for the Lord of the Rings, I used Spitfire's Albion Neo most of the time because it has this really awesome flattando strings that I use for most of the full string sections. And then I used their solo violin and cello a good amount as well. And then I tried using I have the Hans Zimmer percussion samples, and I tried to use those, and there are some of them on like the part that you read, there's some. But it's a little bit too big and epic sounding, so I use the Spitfire percussion more. And yes, I actually did use the Eric Whitacre choir. So for the ending segment there that James Tauber read, most of that is the Eric Whitacre choir. Just pretty amazing sounding. So great question for sure. But yeah, Spitfire is the go-to for sure. Keep asking questions if you have them, though. I can answer questions about other soundscapes as well, or future soundscapes, if anyone has any questions about those. We've got Song of Ice and Fire stuff on the go. That's also released already. Of course, The Hobbit. I'm really excited for The Wheel of Time. To give a quick update, maybe, The Hobbit is completely outlined and ready to go. That's a good question, Dave. I'll skip what I was going to say and just talk about this. My typical day, it depends on if there's a deadline like Tolkien Reading Day coming up, but if there isn't, then I, as much as possible, and this is why the pre-orders and things like that are so important, The more kind of interest I have, I guess you could say, in these soundscapes, the more time I can dedicate to a wider range of them. So as an example, probably not tomorrow, but Tuesday and Wednesday, I will be rotating through doing a little bit of outlining for the Jurassic soundscape that I'm starting on. I'm going to work on some sound effects for Wheel of Time and The Hobbit, and then I'll do some ambience for Wheel of Time. So I like to do things in kind of like half an hour or hour-long chunks, and it really serves me well to be able to have all these different fandoms so that I can work on Wheel of Time ambiences for an hour and then write some themes for The Hobbit for an hour and kind of rotate through like that so that it keeps things fresh and exciting for me. And then, I might switch to outlining a chapter of Harry Potter or something like that because I just feel like listening to that. But there's a lot of ways that I can keep progressing on all the projects, but just in different creative ways so I don't get fatigued. So yeah, let's say that I get to work on Wednesday. I might do an hour worth of ambiences for Wheel of Time, and then I might do some sound effects for The Hobbit, some research maybe for the Silmarillion, and just rotate through like that. And I have a huge master spreadsheet that shows everything that has to be done for every chapter, and I just kind of chip away at that as I go. So I'll get to Elizabeth's question in just a second, but to kind of follow up on what Dave said, The Hobbit is completely outlined, so it's ready to do sound effects and ambience. Silmarillion is about halfway outlined. The first Wheel of Time book is completely outlined. So I can do sound effects and ambience for that as well. And then I just started doing outlining for book 2 of Harry Potter and the Jurassic Park, which I was talking about earlier. Yeah, and then I ask Chad questions about various things as I go. Huge thanks actually to Chad and all of my other, I won't name everybody right off the top here, but all of my executive producers from my 2 Kickstarters that I've done. You guys have been hugely valuable in checking what I've done and lending advice for how something sounds or how I should approach things. So I really appreciate that. Thank you all so much. But now, Elizabeth's question. Could we expect a Narnia soundscape someday? And I'll ask a question. Is Elise still here? Is Elise still in the chat? Because on my last Kickstarter, there was an option to sign up for a kind of soundscape making of masterclass. And Elise and I are going to be working on that together. So you can sign up and we'll be making the Chronicles of Narnia, the first, well, not the first one, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe together. So people can actually join in and learn how to do it and do it themselves. So if you have questions about that, send me a message or Elise a message and we can get you in on that because that's going to be a lot of fun. So yes is the answer to at least the 1 book, but it would be awesome to do more. Awesome questions. Thank you all. Thank you all. Any other questions about future soundscapes or anything? Any QR codes anyone missed? Thanks, Dave. We'll see you around for more Tolkien. All right, well, we've been at it for just over 6 hours, so if there's no more questions, I might let everybody go. Make sure that you do all the YouTube things, subscribe, like the stream, check out all my other ambiences and things like that I have if you want a taste of some of the soundscapes. Yep, this live stream will stay up, so people can check that out and rewatch whenever you want. And I usually do, I won't tomorrow, but I'm trying to do a weekly stream on Monday nights for people that want to stop in and watch me work on some of the aspects of the soundscape. So check that out if you're around. And yeah. We hope to see you all next year for sure, and I'll do another holiday special as well. So there's that. And if there are any Wheel of Time fans in the audience, I have a big announcement going out at WatCon and another announcement going out at JordanCon, actually. So check out those if you're around for that. Alrighty. Thanks everyone so much for an awesome day of enjoying Tolkien. Thank you to all my readers, and be sure to jump over to my website and use, let me get this back up for you, use that discount code now while you can to get your copy of A Long Expected Soundscape. Thanks everybody, and we'll see you next time.